start. Okay, so we're live. Hello, everyone.
Hey.
So first we're going to test the sound. So let us know if you can hear us.
Yep.
Just checking.
Yeah, we're good. I can hear it.
Okay.
All right. Welcome to React Europe 2021, everyone. Virtual edition.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, Pat.
Hey, Eric. I hope everyone's okay. Eric, you want to announce the first talk?
Sure. First up, our speaker today is going to be Jakub Adamczyk. He's a software engineer with Software Mansion in Krakow, Poland. And he's going to be talking to us about deep linking in React Native applications. You can find him on JK Adamczyk on Twitter. And yeah, he's going to help us tackle the most common issues that you might encounter with deep linking.
Okay, so
in React Native.
Yeah, so we're going to have lots of talk today. You can interact with us on either our Discord or Telegram. We will post the link in a couple of minutes. And I will start the first talk right now. And then Jakub should come and he'll be able to answer a few questions. So if you want to ask either on the chat, it can be Discord, it can be Telegram, or it can be the YouTube live or Twitter or whatever. We'll check it for you.
Perfect.
Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Jakub Adamczyk. I am a software engineer working at Software Mansion, and today I would like to tell you a little bit about deep links in React Native. So, without a further ado, starting off, you might ask yourself a question, what is a deep link? And this is something that you are using daily, like in some form, for example, when sending each other links, we do it all the time, like links to YouTube videos, Twitter posts, everything else. So a deep link is basically a link that takes the user to your application in some way, and to be more precise, it takes the user to the content in your application. And actually, I can tell you that most web links are actually deep links, and actually it won't be that bad with just called links. Like there are like deep links and deep links are links. I think this is perfectly okay because this is so close to each other that there's no issue. And to be very precise, today I will tell you a little bit about deep links in mobile applications, and that's mobile applications written in React Native specifically. And yeah, deep links in mobile applications may be a little bit different than on the web. So as you can imagine, you have this address bar in your web browser. This is something that you use to paste links, copy links, and just navigate through the web, apart from just clicking buttons. And you see it all the time, it is here. So in mobile applications, there's no address bar. You don't have this in mobile applications. This is generally hidden or non-existent. And honestly, navigation state in mobile applications, it doesn't have to be bound to a specific address. So there's no constant state changes in this address bar, even if it's hidden. To be very precise, not all pages have an address because usually deep links are implemented afterwards. After you have your UI written, then you wire it up with some links. So there are generally two types of deep links in mobile applications. And the first one is the classic one. This is like the plain old deep link. And this is the URI scheme prefix link. So here's an example. I used ReactEurope for an example. With URI prefix links, you have this prefix like ReactEurope / and some path afterwards. And then in mobile applications, the more modern links that work and navigate to the mobile application are plain web links. So you can use a web link and configure your application in a way so that it opens to the mobile app instead of a web page. And that mechanism is called Universal Links by Apple. And on Android, it's called App Links. So to get you an overview how it actually works, I made this small flowchart. And basically, when your user clicks a link, when the app is installed, you are opened in the mobile app, and if it's not, you are redirected like to your web browser like Safari and opened a web page for you. And usually it should be the same content on the web page as well as in the mobile application. Right. I would like to explain and extend a little bit more how a deep link is usually constructed, mostly in terms of the mobile app. And first of all, you have this URI scheme or a domain, and then you can have some paths, like path to a schedule for ReactEurope. And next up, you can have a nested path or just path parameters like IDs for some things. And next up, you can have some query parameters that are purely optional. So yeah, that's how it usually looks like. And you might ask yourself a question, why do I need it actually? And I can assure you that there are so many use cases, and one of those are some that you can't live without today. So first off, I think the most common use case, in some cases at least, is linking in push notifications. So you can imagine texting your friends or just messaging on Slack with your colleagues. And when you click a push notification, you generally anticipate that you are taken to the content that this push notification is about. So for example, a message from your friend. And in order to achieve that in a mobile application, you have to hide a deep link in the push notification payload. That's an object, and inside you have to add a link. And yep, if there wasn't a link in this push notification, you would be taken right to the home screen, which is definitely not the best user experience. Next off, there are links in social media, and those are largely used in like campaigns on social media, like ad campaigns. And there are additional services that help with that, but I will extend a bit more later about it. They provide like analytics and all the fancy stuff. Then you can embed links in in emails. So embedding in emails is still like largely used for newsletters and stuff like that. This is a very common use case, and still those additional services play a role here as well. Then you can link from web pages. You can add deep links on the web pages. Pretty common, I guess. You can link from within your application if you wish. So for example, if you want to go somewhere very far or just link from a web view, this is perfectly fine. You can do it. And another use case, I guess, is our authorization or authentication. So protocols like OAuth2, in order to make this work, you have to implement a deep link that accepts a query parameter. And you are redirected somewhere else from the application, and then through this deep link taken back. I actually didn't implement OAuth2, to be precise. I had some experience with Auth0, and yeah, they had this mechanism where you had to have a deep link to get back to the application as a login user. And I guess similar situation works with Slack login. So you can email yourself this magic link, and then you are taken back to the application and you are signed in. And last one, you can use deep links in development. So for example, you might have some hidden screens in the staging application so that it can be configured and some things can be forced. You can just use deep links to achieve that, so that your QA engineers, testers can like access the hidden screens instead of adding special buttons for the staging application. And yeah, also if you wish, you can create a deep link to the screen you are currently developing and just open it right away when you start the application without reordering navigation by a lot, and you will be landed initially in the screen you are focused on currently. So yeah, that would be it for the use cases. Now you know how you can use it. Now I wanted to tell you a little bit about how to actually get this working, at least give you a high-level overview of what's to come, what you have to do. And starting off in React Native or in JavaScript/TypeScript, what you have to do is when your application is cold starting, you have to handle opening a link that the application was opened with. So there's a handy method in linking library that's provided by React Native for you to retrieve the initial URL the application was launched with. So when it was killed and it was launched, there can be a link. So if there is one, so the user clicked the link instead of the app icon, you have to handle it. Just open it and navigate where the user wants. And the next one is once the application is already started, you have to register event listeners, so that you are listening for links that are coming in when the application is actively running in the foreground or in the background. For example, when you receive a push notification, you definitely want to listen for the link coming. Next off, yeah, I mentioned push notification. So actually, when you have the link in the payload, you have to handle it by yourself. So when you click a push notification, you have to write some code to actually get it from the payload, be it iOS and Android, and call linking that open URL still provided by React Native to actually trigger this linking logic that you will be implementing. And for Android, there is some native setup to be done. And first of all, you have to modify Android manifest file. This is like the configuration file on Android, and you have to specify links that you want to be opened in the application. Then you have to, for the app links to work, this is the web links that I mentioned before, you have to host a file on your domain, basically to make sure this domain is yours and to specify which apps can open it. This prevents anyone else that doesn't have rights to the domain you have or your company or your client has. It prevents anyone from actually creating an application that opens these links as well. It can be malicious, and this ensures that only the authorized people can do it. This file is called assetlinks.json, and it lands on a path on your domain. And yeah, that would be for the Android devices. On iOS, what you have to do is still pretty similar. So first of all, you have to define a URI scheme for the classic deep links in Xcode. There's some clicking and some input boxes to do it. And you have to actually override a couple of methods in appdelegate file. This is like an entry file for the iOS applications, and it's in React Native, it's mostly written in Objective-C. And for universal links, so still the web links powered by Apple, you have to enable an associated domains entitlement. An entitlement is something that you set in Xcode, but you may need to actually recreate like provisioning profiles. This is something for signing the application. You have to recreate that in Apple Developer Program website. So you have to like ensure you have admin rights or just like rights to recreate those. If you don't, you have to contact someone that's responsible for that and do that on your behalf. And apart from that, likewise in Android, you have to host a file on your domain still to ensure that's your domain and you can use it. And on iOS, this file is called in short ASA or AASA. This is something that you may stumble upon on the web when trying to get more information how to implement those. And this file in like the longer version is Apple App Site Association. So how the name suggests, it associates your app with the website. And yeah, you host it on a very similar path. It basically specifies which paths or which links can be opened. You can write like simple regular expressions to allow certain applications to open certain links. And yep, that would be for the Android, honestly. But now you have the links flowing into the application, so you have them in code. But what you have to do as well is handle them. So you need to perform some action on those links. So the problem is that you get the link and you have to navigate and do some side effects if you wish as well. And so in order to achieve this navigation and side effects, what you have to do is first parse the link. So parsing the link is generally dropping like the prefix and just retrieving the core part, so probably the path and some query parameters and stuff like that. And after you parse, you have to match what you want exactly to do with this link. So generally you pattern match in like an if or switch statement and select the action to perform with the link. Make sure to have the edge case to actually not handle anything but only the ones you want. And if you use React navigation, this problem is largely solved for you. So there's already a solution generally. And yeah, the way React navigation solves this problem is very handy when you use React Native on the web as well. It can work really well with React Native web. But sometimes when you have like really advanced use cases, it might be easier to do it on yourself. And yeah, that's another option. Keep in mind when you handle deep links on your own, what you have to do is you are responsible for everything, like from parsing to pattern matching and navigating. That also means you have to somehow plug the navigation library and connect it in some way with the logic for deep links that you implemented. React navigation in the most basic scenarios and slightly more advanced does it all for you. So it parses, it gets the parameters, they are automatically translated into like screen params, navigation params. So yeah, doing it on your own is definitely harder, but for sure much more flexible. So with the flexibility, and there's also a way probably to easier test your deep linking logic. So if you are into that, you can keep that in mind. And yeah, one little trick that I can share with you. If you have a long initialization process or just some passcode log screen, you don't need to do the deep linking logic the first thing when the application is open, for example. So something very handy when the app is not ready that I used is you can just save the deep link for later, not do anything with it. And once the initialization is generally finished, all the asynchronous logging, some data fetching is done, or the user enters the passcode, so you don't know when that happens. You can just call like linking that open URL and the URL you save. You can save it like in global scope, and yeah, when your application is running, it will be there for you. So yeah, that's very handy and makes sure that you are not coupling the deep linking logic with initialization too much. It's much more separate this way. Right, one more tip I can give you. It's very important to get the deep links right. So like I mentioned, you wouldn't be extremely happy if you click the push notification and it didn't open to the right place in the application. So when deep links work and people click links on the web, push notifications, or even like links in emails, it's a magical, amazing experience. It's seamless to just go from one place exactly to where you want it to land in the application. But if it doesn't, this is definitely frustrating, and you don't want angry and frustrated users leaving you bad reviews on app stores. So yeah, keep in mind. And on that note, this is very important to test the deep links. And there are a couple of tools you can use, and there are numerous ways to do it. I can show you the ones that I personally used and give you some tips on that as well. So first of all, when you are still developing, you can test manually in CLI. So for Android, you use ADB. This is like an Android debug bridge. a utility to control emulators on your devices. Yeah, so this works for the physical device as well as the emulator. On iOS, you have something else. This is called SimCTL, and unfortunately, there's no way to run it on physical device. It works only on the iOS simulator. Next off, you can test manually on the device. So my recipe for that is to have an index.html file somewhere in the repo with a list of deep links. So you can do this, an ordered list with elements that are anchor tags just with the links. So this will look like a plain link on the web, and you can get it on the mobile device. And in order to do this, store it in repo in some directory, like tests, for example, and you can serve it locally with like any HTTP server package from npm. Personally, I use http-server, which is very simple. And yeah, with that, the whole team has access to those links. So that they are stored in repo. So every developer can just contribute to that, change that, remove the old deep links, and just use it. And yeah, but if you don't want that, you can just hold them in your notes up if you prefer. For the HTML file, when you serve it, it is very handy to create a npm script. So you can run it like in the snippet that I'm currently showing you. I had it like yarn serve deep links, and what it does, it starts the HTTP server, and you get the link that you have to follow on your mobile device. In order to make it work, make sure that you are on the same network. So basically, your phone has to be on the Wi-Fi, the same Wi-Fi as your laptop, for example, or just your laptop or personal computer have to be generally connected to the same network that this Wi-Fi is on. Keep in mind that sometimes in corporate networks, those ports can be blocked, or just hosting like that can be blocked. So if that doesn't work, probably that's not the best option, but you can still contact some people to help you out with that. But in your home, definitely that's a way, and it's quite easy. It works like off the bat without an additional setup on the router, for example. Right. So next off, what you can do is unit test the deep links. So when you write the navigation logic and the deep linking logic in a way that is easy to test, so not very much dependencies, then you can write some unit tests for the logic. And what you can do is you can write test cases that basically expect what should happen after the link is passed to the application. So user clicks, it goes to the application, and what happens next. Yeah, and what you can do as well is test the parsing logic. So you can test whether the correct parameters are called, and yeah, generally that part works well. And yeah, still keep in mind, if the URL handling function has dependencies, try to make them easy to mock, because it will be hard to unit test it when there are a lot of interconnected dependencies in this logic. Right. So I mentioned some additional services as well, and what I stumbled upon, it's called mobile measurement platforms usually, and those are services like Branch.io, Apps Flyer, and many more. I use the first two in applications. So they provide you with some analytics functionality and extended deep links functionality as well. There's a lot to that, like install counts and stuff like that, but what I wanted to focus on is something called deferred deep links. So this is an extension to universal links in some way. Like, you remember universal links, when you didn't have the app installed, it would go to the website directly. With deferred deep links, you get this another step. So generally, what you can do is simply, when the app is not installed, it will open the App Store. You can install it, and after you install it, with some magic that they do, when you launch the app, finish the onboarding, you can retrieve the link that was used to actually start the application installation process. So you can still navigate the user where even they didn't have the app installed. You can do it afterwards, after they install. And if they don't, you are still taken to the website as a fallback. And for those services, I highly suggest you to be mindful when doing that. It's very easy to make mistakes. And I advise you to read the docs thoroughly, because when you do a mistake, you can run into a couple hour long debug process on a code that is not yours, not always open source, I guess. So for sure, be very, very mindful when doing that. And when you actually run into problems, what I advise is try to understand the code. Those libraries are usually wrappers or native SDKs, so sometimes you have to read some Java or Objective-C or Swift code, but that's perfectly okay. You should be able to just get the core idea that they wanted to implement. Yep, sometimes you have to check if there are no other services. If you have like two of those, they can be fighting with each other in some way. Like on the native side, you have to do some setup for those. So make sure you are not trying to use them in the correct way. And if nothing helps, sometimes doing it from scratch helps. So yeah, starting from the clean sheet is usually, when you have the experience, is generally sometimes much faster than actually trying to make it work and work it out. Yeah, keep in mind some services don't have React Native SDKs, so they are only native for Android or iOS. So if you have some influence over that, you can choose the ones that have the SDK. So keep that in mind. If you don't, then probably have fun implementing that. It shouldn't be like too hard, so don't be scared, definitely. And next off, I wanted to tell something really important. So I think communication in terms of implementing deep links is very important. So what you have to keep in mind is you are the person implementing this. You are probably a developer and someone else will be using them most likely. If you are the only person, it's definitely you, but in most larger companies, there are like people responsible for product advertising and stuff like that. And usually they will be the ones setting up like the campaigns that run on social media or email newsletters and stuff like that. Even sometimes push notification marketing or just push notifications in general. So make sure to document those deep links. You can just write like screenshots, which screen is opened by which deep link, like in Notion or a Notes app or something like this. And generally, if you change something, you have to communicate it. If your application has like a lot of advertising, a lot of campaigns, make sure to first ask if changing a link won't break something else, because it's quite easy to do. And if the user updates the app and the old deep link that is still like used in advertising doesn't work, yeah, it won't be, you won't have this magical experience that I mentioned before. The user will have it non-functioning basically. So sometimes you even have to make it backwards compatible. And on the last note, I wanted to tell you a little bit about security of deep links. So what you have to keep in mind is URI schemes have no global registration authority. So basically, you can write an app that hijacks someone else's URI scheme. So if there's a Twitter app, you can basically write a Twitter clone that registers for the same URI scheme on both iOS and Android. I guess on iOS, the first app is the one that is selected for handling links, at least those URL prefix links. On Android, when you install a new app, you get to choose what to use. So be aware of that. And next off, given that someone can hijack it in some cases, you should make sure to not pass any sensitive data through deep links. This is a no-go. And for sure, you have to be careful which links you allow. So you definitely want to filter that in some way. This is probably a good security measure to do. And be very careful how you parse deep links. Definitely don't evaluate any JavaScript code there, because that basically is an attack vector. You can inject some code and execute it on the application. Definitely, you don't want that. And that's all I have prepared. So thank you very much. And if you liked my talk, make sure to follow me on Twitter. There's a handle in the lower left corner. So go on Twitter, find me, and if you want updates from me, just follow me. So yeah, thank you for listening, and I guess next up is the QA session with me. So make sure to go on the Zoom call if you have some questions. Thank you.
Hey everyone. So we are back live. Thanks, Jakob, for the great talk. So we're going to take questions. If you have any questions, please ask.
Yeah, maybe I can go first. So Jakob, I'm not a native app developer, but it seems like deep linking in native apps is key to providing like a good user experience. As a mobile or as a web dev moving over to mobile development, I imagine this is kind of like one of the first things you really need to know about in mobile development, considering what platform you're on. Would you agree with that? Like, kind of understanding deep linking in your app is kind of like one of the most user experience things that you can do. And I guess kind of like a second part to that question is, how can this kind of help to like re-engage and retain your existing users?
Yeah, so generally, I agree with your point. Definitely, this is something that's getting too little attention from my experience, because usually this is something that you think about afterwards. Maybe it would be better if you thought about it initially. And yeah, definitely, this is huge for retaining users in the application. So how I've seen it, definitely, like email campaigns, newsletters, this is like huge. And those separate services that I mentioned, it can be underestimated how much they are used in almost every application that is facing some consumers. At least this is usually the case. So for sure, this is like hugely important, and definitely I can't say enough how much communication here is important. Like from my experience, it was usually not me who was handling the part about actually setting up even push notification flows or just those campaigns. So someone else was using that. You have to be responsible and actually educate those people and tell them how they can use your API in some way.
So when it comes to kind of like marketing campaigns and search engine optimization, whoever starts to kind of tackle that on your team, they need to be working very closely with the developer to make sure that all the good deep linking is in place and it's done correctly, tested, everything.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, also it's very important to keep in mind that usually people working on product, like maybe not usually, but quite often they are not technical. So yeah, you have to do a great job actually making them aware of the limitations and the constraints you are operating within.
So you said you're going to have slides available, and what kind of resources do you have for maybe the React Europe folks to take home with them to kind of get started with deep linking?
Yeah, I mean, currently I don't have any. I can prepare something for sure.
Sure.
Yeah, but
or if you could
definitely
just like, if you could send them to one place, is there someone out there that's like an authority on this subject? Are there any good resources that you've come by that kind of helped you along kind of your journey and kind of learning this?
Yeah, I definitely have a like note in my notes app with links that I followed. So definitely I can compile that into like a single document and send out. That's not an issue, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, from a web developer experience, it kind of seems like, well, linking is something that we all know about and we kind of intuitively do with regular web apps. But with a native app, you really have to kind of think of things differently. You have to kind of reorganize kind of how you think about sending someone to your application. Maybe if a page that you want to send them to is deeper into your app, like kind of like, again, deep linking. You might not want to make them go through a whole process to get there, but to kind of send them directly to a page on your application. Is that kind of the idea here?
Yeah, probably. I think part of the problem is also because why is it harder? Maybe no good tools came out just yet. I know there are some navigation like libraries, new things are happening right now. So, but for sure, mobile applications, like on a phone, you have much smaller screen. And usually when there are like flows, definitely it's a little bit different, like in terms of navigation between web pages and just mobile apps. Yeah, the user experience is usually made differently.
Is there any considerations? I'm just trying to think of this kind of from like a non-native app developer's perspective, but kind of if I were getting into native application development, depending on if I'm using kind of React Native versus Android versus iOS, like what are some of the things I need to think about for deep linking and kind of finding resources and learning and testing? Are there any major differences? Is it all the same across these different platforms?
Yeah, so definitely like Android is way less guarded. Like this is usually the case like in everything else. Yeah, iOS like has a lot of setup that you have to do. You have to click through like a lot of buttons in Xcode and actually manage this stuff in this portal where you basically manage the signing for Apple devices. Definitely documentation from like Apple and Android is advised, but for sure React Navigation, if you are using it, they have like very good docs on how to get started. So for sure, this is probably also the place to go.
Awesome.
One of the fun thing I had to do when I was building the ReactEurope app with Expo, it was if I wanted to send a deep link to people by email, it wouldn't work because Gmail does not open external applications. So I had to send people to a website, and then it would execute some JavaScript that would open the the Expo application.
Yeah. So generally, those services I mentioned, like this is so heavily used because this is such a common use case, and I think there are some gotchas, but they automate most of those marketing stuff. So definitely, they're very hard to integrate.
I just built it myself, like it was just a simple HTML file with just one line of JavaScript that opened the application.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that probably also is okay. Like whatever suits you, right? For this case.
Okay, thanks, Jacob. We're kind of running out of time, so I thank you again, and we'll post the video. Sorry about the couple of glitches that there was. We have the full video, so don't worry. We'll post the full version later.
No issue. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. So do we want to go ahead and introduce the next speaker, Patrick?
Yep.
All right.
I think.
And is this going to be here? Oh, he's here. Okay, great. So yeah, let's go ahead and introduce Nicolas Dubian. He's from France. He's doing an introduction to property-based testing. A few facts about him. He's an author of Fast Check, and he's a software engineer focusing on front end over at gopigment.com, a business planning company. So with that, yeah, let me hand it over to him so he can get started.
Oh, yeah. Hello. I will just share my screen. Okay, is that okay?
Looks good.
Okay, so today I'm Nicolas, and today I'm gonna talk about testing in general and testing about property-based testing. And here is the reason why I wanted to talk a bit about testing is that I think it's crucial for development to have some tests in order to avoid regressions, to avoid bugs in general. And when I start development, I was pretty happy to do my first test actually. So this is me when I did my first test, and it wasn't that great because I got some reviews. Basically, reviews were quite honest. I had some problem in my test. My tests were not that great. I missed some empty strings, so people told me, "Okay, Nicolas, you forget about some cases like empty string. You forget about this case, which is really usual in our application, or maybe I put some if in the code and I forgot about covering them all." This is usually what you get when you try to do your first test, because at the end, it's not that easy to write them and you feel a bit sad. So I think that writing good tests today is not that easy, and I would say it's hard. In order to see that, I think the best way is to just take one test and to check how it works today and how do we do our test today. So basically, this is an example of a test. So here I have 6 tests. I'm testing a function called isSubstring. And for each of those tests, I've written a little assert or expect. Each of these tests is checking a different thing. For instance, the first one is checking that is substring will work whenever we pass the same string twice. The second one will try another case. So I have to just specify each case one by one. And for each of those cases, I specified some inputs. And I also specified outputs. So those outputs are the one I can easily compute myself. So basically, I know that A is a substring of A. So basically, I can easily say that I expect my algorithm to say the same thing. And we also do and apply the same logic whenever we do like end-to-end test, because in our end-to-end test, we also have this kind of input-output behavior. For instance, in this example, I'm going to google.com. I'm trying to find some kind of element in the DOM. Then I'm typing some stuff into it, and I'm waiting something to appear in the UI. But if we try to look a little bit in this test, we have some kind of inputs like going to google.com or trying to type stuff in the input. But we also have something that looks similar to our outputs. So for instance, finding an element in the DOM or waiting for a title. Anyway, for any of those tests that we wrote today, we need to think about something when we write our tests. It's that, are we sure to cover everything? More precisely, not everything, but at least potential or plausible edge cases, because as soon as we write an app, we want to prevent our users to be able to do anything strange or break the app when they enter things. So we need to make sure that they cannot break the app by entering something very strange. And today it's hard because you need to think about edge cases whenever you write your test. So the aim of this talk is to suggest another way to write your test and to think differently when you write your test. And instead of thinking about which edge cases you want to cover, we will think another way, just to forget about all those cases and just think about what we want really to implement, not which are the edge cases. But before I move to the talk itself, so let me introduce myself. So I'm Nicolas Dubian. I'm working at Pigment. As Eric said, it's a business planning company. So we are building a React application to deal with business planning. It's basically a set of charts, a set of tables, and a set of dashboards. And all of that is plugged together to be real time for the end users. Everything is written in React. And for me, you can find me on Dubs for GitHub or ndubian on Twitter. But let's move to the subject of today, the test. Before we move on to the suggestion of how we could do better, let's see what we do today. So basically today we have inputs and we have outputs for our test. And between those two, we have some kind of process. So this is basically our current algorithm, the algorithm we want to test. But there's something I forgot in this diagram. It's basically that both inputs and outputs have been hard-coded. Whenever we write our test today, we have to hard-code specific cases. And usually hard-coding things in development is not a good pattern. And I would say that in tests, it should be the same. And there is a reason to consider the same thing for tests, because usually when you test something, you are testing a function with an unlimited number of possible inputs. But when you do your test, you just cover 1, 2, 3, or probably or maybe 20 cases, but you never cover the whole spectrum of cases. So the idea is to go deeper and to try to cover more things. And we cannot do that with how we write our test today. So one of the possible ideas in order to cover more things is basically to go for randomness. We cannot cover everything. It's impossible because most of the time the scope of input is infinite, but we can try to cover more and more cases. And in order to do that, random is part of the solution. But we don't want to do full random. We want to be random, but in a reproducible way. So basically we will use seeded random so that anytime we have a failure, we will be able to reproduce the run and to just investigate or debug the problem. And another thing which I think is really important with the philosophy behind what I would show just after is that we don't want to rerun the exact same test every time. We want to be able to try new combinations of inputs every time we run the test. The idea behind that is that we don't know if the first tries were going into edge cases. We want to rerun new tests, and anytime we rerun tests, we want to cover more cases in order maybe to discover a new edge case we've never thought of. But there is really one main issue with random. Even if we agree that seeded random is okay or not, there is still one problem. Basically, the main issue that remains is that it's difficult to investigate randomly generated inputs. So here are two examples of possible generated inputs, but for any of these inputs, for both of these inputs, it's, I'd say, most of the time we will just discard the input and say, okay, it's not a problem. I don't want to investigate those problems because they are not realistic for my case and my application. So we need to have something that helps us to report something easy to understand. And this is exactly the aim of property-based testing. So property-based testing will cover all the points I've underlined before, and even this simplification step in case of failure. And today I will show and explain property-based testing via FastCheck. So I'm the author and core-contributor of FastCheck. Last month, it was 4K downloads monthly, and today, or maybe more precisely yesterday, it was 500K monthly download. So the framework starts to be used by more and more people. So I think it's cool to share how to use it through this conference. But let's see what it means to do property-based testing. So property-based testing is, the idea behind that is to check for properties instead of isolated cases. So basically a property is something like for any X and Y such that a precondition for X and Y holds, I want to check some kind of predicate. In other words, we can see that as generate random inputs based on some specified generators. So specified generators for X, specified generators for Y. Then, given those generated values, from time to time, I cannot accept all the possible generated values and I have to discard some of them. So this is the idea behind preconditions. Sometimes we need to just discard generated values and try to generate other ones. It's just not a failure. It's just that we need to generate a new entry because the one we generated was not that good. And the test itself is the predicate. So basically the idea of the predicate is just to check something given X and Y and to check that this something is always true for any combination of X and Y valid given the precondition. And then we have the magic part, the part regarding failure. In case of failure, we want not to report the first failure, but to report the smallest one. And this is where the shrinking part will take part. I will dig a little bit on this one later on. And as soon as we have this property, we can run it multiple times. Most of the time, most of framework will run it 100 times in your test. But I think the best way to understand property-based testing is just to take an example. And today we'll cover it through something called a differ. So basically we will implement a git diff, or more precisely, we will try to test a git diff. And I think this example is quite cool because it's middle ground between unit test and integration test, depending what you define as unit or integration. And in order to understand what we should expect from the algorithm, here is a simple unit test, a classical unit test. So basically, we have two texts, text1 and text2. We pass them to a compute diff function, and then we expect some kind of diff. So we have inputs. The first text is Angular view. The second text is Angular React view. And at the end, we expect to keep Angular, to remove view, to add React, and to keep view. So this is basically what we can expect from this algorithm. But if we have a look closer to some of these entries, we can see that text2 and the diff have some similarities. And basically, given the diff, it's quite easy to build back the text2. So this is one of the key things here is that given one diff, we can easily, but really easily build back text2. And this is key for the rest of this talk because the algorithm helping us to build back text2 based on the diff is really simple compared to the diff computation itself. So basically, we can write another test. So basically, we have text1, text2 as before, but this time we will check that the diff is enough to build back text2 or text1. So basically, the diff contains enough information to build text2. And now that we have this one, we see that we don't have any more output or hard-coded output. We only have text2 and text1, which are the hard-coded inputs. So basically, what we've just done is to say that for any text1 and text2, we can do the same logic. And here we just can write a predicate. And now that we have a predicate, it's quite easy to change it into a property. So here is a property. So FC stands for fast check. The property is the following. So we generate two strings. So with FC strings, we ask the framework to generate two strings. And given these two strings, we will take back text1 and text2. We compute the diff of text1 with text2. And we double check that this diff is enough to build back text2. Now that we have this property, we can just execute it. And this is the aim of FC assert. So we were looking to build a property. So for any X and Y, such as a precondition or a predicate is true. And we come up with, for any text1 and text2 string, the computation of the diff between text1 and text2 should be enough to find by text2. I will just do a little pause on this one because I talked about simplifying bugs, but I think it's very important to see how it works because it's not that complex behind the scene. So the idea is maybe we could have a bug in our algorithm for text1 and text2, and here is a potential source of bugs. So we have text1 with a cat, null, and BA, and text2, and it's possibly one of the bugs we have in our platform. So the framework will just execute the test and it will find a bug for this one. But as soon as it finds a bug for this one, it will just try to reduce the input to something smaller and simpler to investigate for the user. So basically, one of the solutions is to remove everything for text1, relaunch the predicate and check if it passes or not. So this time it passes. So we can take a little bit more elements. So we take the first two ones and so on and so forth. So basically, this is exactly what will do the framework behind the scene, just try to reduce the inputs in order to give the users something easier to understand. And so at the end, we can get something very simple to investigate with not that much noise. I think it's better for the user just to have something with 2 characters compared to something with 10,000 characters, stuff like that. But let's move back to our properties. So we told we've seen the property for any text1 and text2 strings. Computing the diff of text1 and text2 should be enough thanks to this diff, we are able to build back text2. But as any test, we need to ask ourselves, is that enough to cover everything we wanted to check on our algorithm? And basically, I implemented a dummy differ. So it will take text1, put minus in front of each line, take text2, put plus in front of each line. And if we take the input we covered before, I have Angular view and Angular React view. We can see that the output is okay, given the property. So it passes the test, but I'm not sure we really want this output. It's not useful as a diff. So we probably missed something in our test because our test is not covering this case. So let's try to go further. Let's see what's missing from our property in order to be better and in order to check this kind of stuff. So we had some input, so we'll take the same as before. And as I told you, for the unit test, the initial unit test, we expect output to be Angular, Vue, React, and Vue. But actually, I lied a bit because there are at least 3 possible outputs that I think are equivalent and should be considered equivalent. So basically, the unit test I've written at the beginning is not that great because it makes some assumptions about the implementation. But we can just rewrite it. So basically, my unit test should have been something like this one. So we have text1, we have text2, and what I want to assess in the unit test is basically that the length of the diff was 4 and not more. So this is one of the unit tests I could have written. And I can write it differently. We have a way to extract text1 and text2 from a diff. So basically, we could just have said, okay, I have a diff. So this is my candidate diff. And from this diff, I'm able to extract text1. From this diff, I'm able to extract text2. And what I want to check is that my differ is able to do something better than me. So it can find something even better or probably the same size of what I've done. And here it's the same pattern as the one we had before. We don't have any more hard-coded output. We just have inputs. So we can do the same as before. We can just write a predicate. So we write a predicate taking a candidate diff. And given that diff, we are able to execute some kind of code just to check if the algorithm dealing with the diff is good enough compared to what I can randomly generate, for instance. And now that we have a predicate, we can just come up with a property and run this property. The only missing piece there is how do we generate a diff? Generating a diff is actually not that complex. A diff is just a matter of lines, and all those lines are prefixed by plus, minus, or equal. And once we have all those lines generated, we can just join them together. So this is one of the possible implementation to do that with fast checks. So we basically define a line via record. The record will generate an object with two fields, type being either equal, 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 plus, 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 or minus, 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 and line being the content of this record. And then we will join all those lines together in order to compute a diff. Now that we have this candidate diff, we can extract one text from it. So the text1, for instance, and we can extract text2 from it. We can ask our algorithm to compute the diff of text1 with text2. And given that diff, we can check if that diff is as good as the candidate we had. The randomly generated diff should not be better than the one we can compute with our algorithm. Otherwise, it means that our algorithm is fishy and doesn't do what we were expecting. So there is one important thing to note about property-based testing is that actually it covers a very large subset of all possible inputs. In the two examples I've shown you today, we just don't limit ourselves. We just take any kind of possible inputs. We can take any text1 and text2 for the first example, and we took any possible candidate diff for the second example. But there is one main drawback for property-based testing is that you cannot cover the output fully. You need to do some kind of compromise. You have to limit what you cover. You can only cover some characteristics of the output. On the other hand, when you do example-based testing, you limit the set of possible inputs. But the compromise is that you can have a full coverage of the output. So it's just a matter of what you prefer or how much you want to precisely cover the output or the input. But definitely there are just two methods that you can use together in order to properly cover your code. One of the main questions people often ask, or I prefer answering this one before anyone asks it, is it applicable? So actually, yes, I use it every day at work just to cover parts of the platform, but it's also applicable for very well-known projects. I used it on Jasmine, React, JS YAML, query string, and _JS. And thanks to fast check, I found bugs on all of those names. So I really think that it can find some bugs in things we never thought of. For instance, those projects. And property-based testing can be pushed way further. We can use it to test UI, and we can also use it to test race conditions. So the race condition part was the topic of my previous talk at ReactEurope last year. So if you want to know more, you can check out this one. In a nutshell, I think we have some key points to remember of this talk. If you have 3 points to remember of this talk, is that you don't need to think anymore about edge cases when you write property-based testing. You just write what you expect from a spec point of view. It's like writing your spec down in the test. It documents the code, actually. You know what it means to build a diff thanks to the property, because the diff is not like a matter of extracting this data, this precise data. It's just a matter of, I want the smaller diff. So I think it really documents what we expect from the diff algorithm, for instance. And the last point is that it's not a replacement for classical unit test. It's just something else we can use when we write our test. And I think that's all for my talk today.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Just checking to see if we have any questions in the chat on YouTube. So, Nicola, yesterday I learned a term when we were with the MetaMask team called fuzzing. Is this the same as randomized property-based testing? Are there any major difference, like when to fuzz test versus property test? And
yeah, I think it's not that far away. I mean, it's in property-based, you just generate any random input, but basically you tend to generate something that makes sense to the application for property-based testing, and you try to assess some kind of properties. So usually it's not as extreme as fuzzing. What I've seen, at least what I know about fuzzing, is that most of the time you try to generate anything, and most of the example I've seen today for fuzzing were like trying to see if the application was crashing for some inputs. And in property-based testing, you may want to check that one, but you also want to check other things like, is it working really? Does it do the job at the end?
Yeah, I was, this is all kind of a new way of testing to me. I don't build a lot of apps with like very heavy forms, but is there any way of distinguishing between like fuzz and property testing? I saw the terms like coverage guided versus generative testing. Are those things I should be considering?
To be honest, I don't know.
Okay.
To be honest, I don't know. I think they do both a bit the same. It depends what you want to assess in your application. Once again, for property-based testing, it's mostly if you have something you want to assess in your code. Like I don't know, for the differ, it was like I want my diff to be the smallest as possible. This is one thing you will do with property-based testing, but not with fuzzing.
Got it. What about, and excuse me if I did not catch any any libraries you might have mentioned, but is there any libraries out there that can kind of help you, I guess, to consider as many options as possible and kind of help to randomize the tests? Is there any resources that you would kind of mention about that?
Basically, if I get well the question, so to generate the inputs, you may directly use fast check, as I've seen, as I showed in the example. I know that there are some people that wrote some extra generators to generate more data and more complex data, but normally it should be like quite easy to generate your data with fast check because you have all the basic data structure and you just have to combine them together to build your stuff. I know that some libraries try to take Swagger files and to generate fast check generators out of them. I've seen people asking for things like taking the TypeScript types and try to generate random instances based on the TypeScript type. So I know there are some kind of attempts to do that, but not natively in FastCheck, but there are definitely lots of some plugins to plug next to FastCheck.
So FastCheck can be kind of plugged into any of the major testing frameworks, I think you were saying, right?
Yeah. You can use it for Jasmine, Jest, Ava, Mocha, whatever you want.
Are there any like real world examples that you've kind of had in the last, or kind of working at your company, any good real world examples that you could give us where you kind of use property-based testing and it really made a huge difference for you?
Yeah, so basically in my company, we are working with a pivoted table. In a pivoted table, you take like a raw CSV file and you try to pivot this file and to do like breakdowns to say, okay, I have this aggregate at some point. And one of the property you have for a pivoted table is that a given aggregate is visible only once. And we used it a lot at the beginning to cover the pivot logic, and it found some possible bugs at the beginning. So it was pretty useful because some of the combinations of input were not that easy to think about. So it helped us a lot because it was depending on the order of the lines in the CSV. And basically, given the property-based testing, we were able to generate any kind of CSV, let's say, and to ask the pivot table to just try to pivot this data. And from time to time, we had some issues like, okay, the data is not pivoted correctly. And I had also some kind of test regarding the pivoted data. It was like to check if all the cells were computed and if there were no gap, no hole in the table. So it was definitely useful in our case.
Okay. Patrick, do you have any questions? Have you had any questions from any of the other sources, YouTube?
No, I'm checking, but we don't have any more questions. I think you mentioned finding a few bugs in big open source project. Can you expand a bit about this?
Yeah, I found some bugs in Jest. So this was my first bug in an open source project, thanks to fast check. So basically, it was a problem with is_equal function, and the is_equal function was not, let's say, symmetric. It means that if you do A is equal to B or B is equal to A, the answer was not the same depending on the order of A and B.
Mm-hmm.
And under the scene, it was a bug due to Jasmine, and under the scene, it was a bug due to _JS. So basically, the three libraries had the issue, and it was a very old bug. I think no one saw it, or maybe some people found it, but they never succeed to understand what was behind the scene.
Okay, that's cool.
Right.
Okay, so I think we're running out of time. So thanks a lot, Nikolai. It was awesome.
Thanks.
So Rom just arrived.
Awesome.
Let me...
Yeah. So next up, we have Ramal Brillouet. I'm just going to call you Rom from Munich. You can find him with his surname on Twitter. It's about as most as I could find about you on Twitter, but I do know that you're involved with Vite. So this talk is going to be introducing Vite plugin SSR, like Next.js, but as a do one thing, do it well Vite plugin. So maybe you can take us away, Ron. Oh, he's on mute. There we go.
Unmute.
Yep.
Okay. So I guess can we get started now?
Yes.
All right, let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
We cannot see your face. If you,
Yes. Can you see my face?
Yep.
All right. And my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Are we live?
Yeah, we're live. We're
Okay.
good to go.
Let's go.
So, hi everyone. I'm Rom, author of Vite plugin SSR. I guess most of you don't know what Vite is. So let me quickly show. It's the best way to think about Vite is it's a replacement for Webpack and also create React app. It's quite exciting. Maybe if we have a little bit more time at the end of the talk, I can speak a little bit more about it. But let me show you quickly what it does. All right. So now we are running the boilerplate generator with project. Let's make a React Vit app. React. Installing.
Now, can you up the sound of your microphone, please?
Can you hear me better now? Is it better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me know if it's not loud enough.
Well, that's a lot better.
Okay, perfect. All right, so here we are. Vit started. Let's see. Oh, 3000. That's our little app. Let's look at the source code. So you can see it's similar to a Create React app. I believe Create React app also follows almost the same app with a little counter here. So let me show you the source code of this little Vit app. Vit project. All right, so that's the whole source code of it. As you can see, there's not many files going on here. There's really the only Vit specific thing here is the Vit config. And what the Vit config does is basically only adding the React plugin. So you need the React plugin to transpile your JSX and also for hot module refresh. And that's it. That's the only thing you have to configure. You only have to add the React plugin. So it's a similar Parcel DX, so a zero config-like thing. No complex Webpack configuration. It's really simple. The rest is application code. We can have a quick look. I mean, also it's similar to Parcel. If you look, the entry of your app is just a plain indexed HTML. And in your index.html, you can point a script and Vit will then do everything for you. So you just do plain HTML, point a script, and the script, it's just plain JavaScript. Nothing Vit specific here. Only Vit specific thing is the Vit config. So that's quite neat. All right, that's our app. And as we can see, no big surprise here, a little bit React, a little counter here. And the second thing, so Vit means fast in French. So Vit is fast. Let me show you. Let me change the thing, and bam, it's here. So hot module replacement, not only is it fast, I mean, this is a simple app. So you may think, okay, it's fast because it's a simple app. But the neat thing about Vit, it's not only is it fast, it stays fast as you scale. So one thing that Vit does differently than other front-end tooling is that it lazily transpiles. So what I mean with this is that if you have 100 pages, it will only transpile the page you're loading. So it doesn't build your whole application before you get going. Let me show you. Now we shut down the server and we don't need to reinstall. So let's start the server and let's see how quick it is. Okay, we're here and bam. That's it. And actually, it's even faster than that. It's a little bit slower because like my operating system is some weird thing going on. So the local host is a bit slower. It's a little delay, but it's actually almost instant. So it's just super fast. And Vit is getting a tremendous momentum. It's an exciting, it's not only an exciting piece of software that's very well designed, it's also an exciting community. It contributed a couple of times to the Vit source code, and it's just a pleasure to work with. The source code is super readable, it's clear, it's natural. When you browse the source code, it feels natural. Like you understand what's going on. And the community is just amazing. It's a super welcoming community. So Yeah, you can see I'm a bit fanboy, and it is really neat. So, thing is, I was saying you can think it of as a create React app replacement, but not entirely as a Next.js replacement. Because when you look here, let's have a look at our little app. If you look at the source code of the HTML that is delivered, we don't see the text here. Hello Vid React. It's not in there. It's not here. Maybe you can see. So the application is not server-side rendered. And one specific thing that Next.js does is server-side rendering. And Vite out of the box doesn't do server-side rendering. That's why the best way to think of Vite, vanilla Vite, is as a create React app replacement, because create React app also doesn't do server-side rendering. It's an SPA. Technically speaking, both are doing SPAs. So if you want to do server-side rendering, that's where my little plugin comes into play. So the Vite plugin SSR is you can think of it as a Next.js do one thing, do it well, Vite plugin alternative. I will explain in a bit what I mean with do one thing, do it well. So it's just a Vite plugin that gives you a similar DX developer experience than Next.js. Let me show you. So like Next.js, it does file system routing. So here, I mean, it should be familiar to anyone who has done Next.js. So you just define a page index.page.tsx and you export some React components, and that's it. That's your page. So there's nothing more going on here to create a new page. You want to create a second page, just like Next.js, create a second file, pages about page.tsx, export another component, that's it. All right, so that's the same, basically the same than Next.js. But unlike Next.js, you keep control. You keep control over what tools to use, what tools. You can use any tool you want. And I will show you this in a moment. You also keep control how your pages are rendered. I will also show this in a moment. And over your Node.js server. Okay, let me show you. So this is a file you need to write to use the plugin. It's basically tells the plugin how to render your pages to HTML. So here, it should be familiar to most of you. We just import some React, and then the page here is what we exported here. So this is, the plugin doesn't know what page is. It can be anything you want. But here we exported the React components, and we get the React component here. It's available here. Then we use React to render it to a string, and then we wrap it with HTML. So here you see what's unlike Next.js, you determine how your pages are rendered to HTML. And we will talk in a moment why that's important. And this is the same on the client side. So we import React, and then we just hydrate the page. Note that this is the entire client side. So if we remove everything here, there will be 0 browser-side JavaScript. So you have full control over the browser-side JavaScript over the client side. So first off, why is that important? Here, you control how you integrate your tools. So, okay, first, you don't even have to use React. You can use Preact, you can use Solid, you can even use Vue. Even you can use any Vue framework you want. So that's the first level of control you don't get with Next.js. And it's not only that you control what UI framework you want to use, you also control what tools you want to integrate with it. These 2 files, it's not that much actually, but these 2 files give you full control over the integration, over the integrations of the React components you may want to use, the React tools, GraphQL tools. So you control, instead of using plugins, you integrate manually. And I think plugins are counterproductive. It's nice to get going, to get started. You install the plugin and you're good to go. But as you scale, the plugin usually doesn't do what you need. And you need to fiddle around, find some circumvents, some limitation of the plugin. And you don't have to do it. It's a black box. And here it's natural, it's transparent. You control the integration. So it's a much more scalable approach. And it's the same with the server. Here, that's how you add the plugin to your, here in this example, it's an Express server. Here, Express, we import Express. And it's just a server middleware. I mean, this comes, so create page renderer, that comes from the plugin. We instantiate it to render page, and here we run render page. I mean, the only argument of render page is the URL. And that's it. So this means the render page is completely agnostic to Express. You can use anything you want. You can use Fastify, you can use Koa, Happy, and you can also use it in any deploy environment you want. You can use it in Cloudflare Workers, Vercel, Dino deploy, even Dino deploy. I mean, you can use it everywhere. So you, again, here, you control the integration, and that's important as you scale. You don't want the tool you're using to limit what you want to do. So with the plugin, you control things. So yeah, to sum up, you have full freedom for what matters, namely the integrations of your tools. You don't want your integrations to be hidden by a black box. You want to control your integrations. And for the rest, it's zero config. So you have routing, file system routing. It's fully fledged. Yeah, it's full featured. File system routing, root functions, which I will talk in a moment. Data fetching API, pre-rendering, hot module replacement powered by Vite, so it's fast and it stays fast. Internet installation, link prefetching, HTML streaming. So you can already today use React's 18 streaming API. Some users are actually doing this. Both client-side routing and server-side routing. I will also talk about this if we have time at the end. And domain-derived file structure, which is an exciting thing that I'm not aware of any other server-side rendering tool that supports domain-derived file structure, and I think it's important. It's fun. This is maybe the most important thing of it. I really like React. I remember the first time React came out, I was just so amazed by it. I mean, coming from the Angular world, where you lose control. I mean, you feel lost, completely lost to using Angular. Angular, you basically, to put it in some really crude way, you basically Angular's bitch. That's not nice. You feel like a slave. You don't feel like under control. And with React, what I really like React, because you feel under control. Like I was developing a form for some application, and it's just so pleasurable to work with it, because I have control over everything. Every little detail I control. I can say exactly when which input gets focused. I have complete control of the states of the form. There's no magic going on. It's just React is a super well designed piece of software, and one big reason for it is because it gives me this sensation of control. And I believe it's the same with the plugin, with the Vite plugin SSR. And maybe I can show you a little example. These slides you're seeing are actually Vite plugin SSR app. Let me show you a little bit this page. Let's look at the source code. That's the source code of it, okay. So that's the code snippet. I want to show you what assets are being loaded here. So the first asset is just a style, JavaScript, CSS. Here the font, interval, and the JavaScript at the end. That's it. So we have three things, like one CSS file, one font file, and one JavaScript file. Now let's look how this JavaScript files looks like. And that's it. That's nothing. That's like 3 lines of code. That's an approach you can do. It's a new approach you can do with the plugin. I call it HTML only. So you have SPA, SSR, and now you can also do HTML only. So basically, you minimize the browser side JavaScript to a strict minimum. And this is what I did for the slides. So here are the slides. And the only thing that script does is just intercept my click. So if I click on the left, it just decrements the URL here and then goes to the previous page or the next page. That's it. That's the only thing it does. And that's my little slide thing. I didn't want to use my plugin to implement the slides. So I was first looking, okay, what slide framework do I want to use? What slide application? And I don't know. I was looking at the most popular one that's getting a lot of traction recently. And I was like, damn, I need to learn so much just to implement some silly slides. I don't want to do this. Like it's integrating with some CSS framework. So there's like this little cryptic CSS classes. Like I have to learn them. I have no clue what they mean. And it's only the start. And there's a lot of configuration going on. I don't want to deal with all this shit. And so I just can implement my own, and it's really simple. And let me show you the source code of it. All right, slides. So this is the wall, the slides we are looking at. That's it. So what I want to show you is how neatly structured the thing is, my slide application. First off, we have these pages, so similar to Next.js, and we can see here the pages only contain Markdown, so just basic Markdown. And also the first page is some React component because it didn't make sense to use Markdown for the first page. So plain React components and plain Markdown in the pages folder. Now, the interesting parts, like the whole slide business logic, lives in the renderer folder. And that's how I basically turn these pages into a slide. So this means the complex, it's actually not complex, but if I want to create a new slide, I just create a new page in the pages folder. That's it. I don't have to deal with the renderer. The renderer is where the business logic of the sliding application lives. So there's a clear separation of concern here. And also, you can look at all of, and it's quite neat actually. Here, there's a little dev server. I've also full control of it, but I mean, it's not really important here. It could also be hidden, that would be fine. Package JSON, git ignore, tsconfig, ts is nice, and bit. And this is the code highlighter I'm using for highlighting the code snippets. And let's look at the flit config. And it's really small. I mean, for what it's doing, it's quite nice. So here we have the Markdown plugin. Here we have the bit plugin SSR plugin. And here we have React again, the React plugin. This is just some, actually, this could be this, just some TypeScript types. And this is the code highlighting. That's it. That's our whole configuration. And what we did here is we implemented a slide application. So the thing is, to me, and I think to many people, it's just more fun to quickly implement. I mean, just you saw the browser side JavaScript. It's just three lines of code. It's more fun to me to write 3 lines of code than to use some huge bloated framework that doesn't do what I want. It's not only is it more fun, I have control over what's going on, but it's faster. Like to implement the slides, I was much quicker to do it this way, to do it myself, than using some bloat framework. So it's fun, and maybe to me that's the most important thing of the plugin. You get the sensation of control, the same thing in React, and it's just to me it's exciting to have this level of control. But still, it's zero config for what doesn't matter. For example, one big part of the plugin is actually I'm seeing we are running out of time. Okay, let me quickly jump over things. Okay, so but still it's zero config. Like one big part of the plugin client is routing, and this is built in, so you don't have to deal with the routing. It just does it for you, and all these features, they're all done for you. It's also rock solid. There's no non-bugs in the source code, so if you find one, I will fix it. And the API is stable. There's no foreseeable breaking changes. It's used by, to my knowledge, hundreds of companies. I mean, I talk to all my users basically. Like if you join Discord, I will talk to you. I will send you a little message. Welcome. If you have any questions, let me know. So I know a lot of my users. That render modes, it's too bad we don't have time to it because it's super exciting. Like this HTML only thing I showed you, that's only one thing. I mean, the plugin supports all render modes, SSR, SPA, SSG, so it's basically pre-rendering what Next.js does when you do this, I don't know what they call it. I think it's static exports. So you can statically export your website and then deploy it to some static host. And the best is each page can use a different mode. So if you have an admin panel, it doesn't make sense to use server-side rendering for an admin panel. I would gladly explain you why, but we don't have time. It doesn't make sense. So you render your admin panels as an SPA, your marketing pages as HTML only, and then we don't have time to explain why. It's actually, let me give you, because this is super exciting. Your marketing pages, you want them to be super high ranked on Google. You want them to be first. And for the best way to do this, actually to reduce the amount of browser-side JavaScript. I mean, Google has been relentless about performance. And if you want to increase your performance, especially mobile, if you want to increase the mobile performance of your pages, you reduce browser-side JavaScript. That's the number one thing you can do. And you have seen it. The slides only have 3 lines of JavaScript. So these slides are probably the fastest slides you can imagine on mobile. So HTML only is important. It's an important approach to drastically improve performance on mobile and therefore on Google, to perform well on Google. React Server Components. So this is also super exciting. It's also the React Server to sum up React components. The best way to think of a React Server components, the goal of it is to reduce browser-side JavaScript. So the same goal in HTML only. This is the goal of React Server components, to reduce browser-side JavaScript. But you still, I mean, one thing it's super important I want also you to understand is there is no silver bullet. React Server component is not a silver bullet. Like when you use Next.js, it makes you feel like there's a silver bullet, one way to do things, and it works for every app. That's not true. React Server components makes sense only for certain kinds of apps. For many kinds of apps, for example, the documentation of the plugin, it wouldn't make sense to use React Server components because there's no server. There's no production Node.js server. It's all pre-rendered and it's all deployed statically to GitHub pages. So there's no React Server components here. That doesn't make sense to use it. So the one way to think of the plugin is it's gives you a zero config like experience, but with control where it matters, and gives you all render modes you need. So you can mix any render mode you want, and also React Server components. And I'm working on integrating React Server components into Vite, and therefore also into the plugin. I'm also working on Telefunc. I encourage you to check it out. It's a little MPC implementation. Maybe we have a little bit of time, 1 minute. So keep in mind the documentation is broken. I mean, it's work in progress. So some pages are actually 4.4, and that's nothing. I mean, the documentation, it will be a proper documentation. So keep in mind it's work in progress. But basically what it does is you define functions in Node.js. Here we define an on new to do function in Node.js, and then we can call it remotely in the browser. Here we are on new to do. So what happens here is you don't actually, so that's the browser side, and this is the Node.js. And so the browser side doesn't actually import the Node.js function. It actually Telefunc transpiles this import into a thin HTTP client. So actually, when you call this on new to do function on the client side on the browser, what happens is actually does an HTTP request. So it doesn't import the code. And then in Node.js, it executes the function. So it means that on new to do can be anything you want. It can be any SQL query you want, any ORM query you want, anything that only runs in Node.js, you can run in on new to do, but you can call it remotely on the browser. This approach is called FSC, and I believe it's the future. It's actually older than REST, but why it's making a resurgence, why it's being resurrected, I will talk about it, I guess, in another talk. So APC, especially with React server components, actually, APC is going to be a super exciting developer experience. React server components Telefunk in the Node.js server, which I'm also working on in its, well, for something went wrong. Well, you're supposed to see a little logo here of the framework I'm building. Like, so I'm building a little thin wrapper on top of with plugin SSR and Telefunk. And it's going to be so thin wrapper. And so going to be ejectable. So you get the full freedom you get from the plugin. Yes, and it's going to be, so basically it's going to be more feature rich than Next.js. So you can do more things with it. And it gives you, because it's a thin wrapper, it will give you, so we seniors, we like control, but we cannot expect anyone to like this kind of control. I mean, if you get started with web development, it's just too much. You want to give it a beaten path, so someone who comes from the Java world just gets something that works for him, for most apps. So this is what Vike is providing. It's providing a default answer for most use cases. But then as the Java developer becomes a JavaScript senior, he will be able to eject, and he will have the full benefits of full control and full freedom of the plugin. So this is what Vike is about. I want you to show you one last thing, because I think it's really important, this file structure thing. This is in companies, in companies, you usually have, I mean, I think in every company out there, you have like different levels of experience. You have seniors who actually like control, and they will be super happy to have this renderer directory, because they will have control over the integrations. And then you have the less senior developers, and they will just do the pages thing. So the pages directory is just some React components. It's much simpler. It's quite simple then for the less senior developers to work on the application. And the seniors, they're the owner of the renderer directory, and they control the architecture. So this is also something that the plugin enables, and I think it's super exciting. It's a domain-driven structure, but we are running out of time, so I will invite you to check the documentation. It's in guides, file structure, domain-driven, so you can also, it's important for architecture. As you scale, things get messy, and you want to have a clear file structure, and domain-driven file structure is important. So I encourage you to check out the documentation, guides, file structure. All right, that's it. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Let me stop the share.
All right. So yeah, I don't see any questions so far on React Europe. I'm sorry, on the YouTube comments. One of the things that I do working at Couchbase is I'm one of the developers working on our developer portal, and we have developers of different levels of experience, right? We've got some people that are familiar with React, familiar with full stack, server side, everything. And then we've got people who, like you said, just are going to come in and work with the markdown files and that kind of thing. I use Gatsby and try to keep the project very simple for them. And there's, plugins and things that I can use along with Gatsby to kind of also help to create a more performant static generated site or something like that. So a lot of those things speak to me. Where are you at in kind of like the development on Vite? Would you suggest Vite for someone who's new to React and trying to navigate the complexity of other full stack React frameworks?
Yeah, totally. I mean, you can go on the Vite.js.dev websites and get started right away. It will get you an SPA, and that's fine to get started. I mean, you don't need server-side rendering to learn React. And as I was showing, it's just a simple Vite config. There's nothing. I think even for someone who gets started with programming, it's perfectly reasonable. I mean, understanding that you add a React plugin to a Vite config, that's reasonable. And I think Vite is actually awesome. I mean, you don't want to expose a junior to some complex webpack config. You don't want to do it. And also with Next.js, the problem with Next.js is like, okay, it gives you, it's nice in Gatsby as well. It's not because you can quickly develop an app, so that's nice. But you hide them from things. It's a big framework. I mean, the source code of the plugin is much smaller. But anyway, so you hide a lot of things, and the juniors, they will get more confused. And I think Vite is a leaner approach to everything. So it gives this juniors more a better sense of how things are going on. So less black box. I think it's better for juniors. So I would also recommend Vite for juniors.
Yeah. So even when I was new to React, like I was very partial to always trying to, instead of using Create React App, learning all of the things I need to know about configuring a React application with Webpack and Babel, and kind of doing all that myself, and not having that hidden behind like React scripts, right? So, and even as a junior developer, I was doing this, one, because I knew JavaScript pretty well, and I wanted to make sure that I had control over everything in the configuration. So it's interesting to see someone kind of going back to the basics of React, and also being able to apply that to kind of like to full stack, but still trying to keep it simple. And I feel like that's what you're trying to do here. And it seems like a very interesting project that I'd like to check out.
Yeah, check it out. And yes, that's the goal. I mean, today the plugin is still like, I wouldn't recommend a junior who wants to learn React. I would recommend to just use Vite. It will generate an SPA. That's fine. I mean, it's just too much at once to introduce server-side rendering. I mean, SPA is quite a nice way to learn React, actually. So just use Vite, you will get an SPA, and that's fine to get started. And as you eventually start to get serious and want to write some code for some client, then start using the plugin. And the plugin today it's not the most, I mean, you still have to do the integration, and I understand that for many juniors, that's not a problem, but I understand that not everyone wants to do this, and that's where Vike will come in. And Vike will be a Next.js-like get started, so you won't see any configuration when on your repository, but it is injectable, like Create React App, but instead of Create React App, it doesn't eject a huge mess. It ejects some thin.
So it's like Create React App, except you can potentially inject the configuration yourself.
Yeah, exactly. And it does eject, but the problem with Create React App is that it ejects a monster.
Yeah.
No one wants to eject Create React App.
Yeah, and by the way, nothing against Create React App. Like if someone who's new to learning React, it's great to have something like Code Sandbox or Create React App to get started and just get right to learning the basics of React. But when it comes to building an application, you are going to need that control. I had another question. Let's see here. Let me just double check the YouTube comments one more time. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any other questions other than it's like, it just seems like a very interesting framework to go check out. And especially for those who kind of, I remember the question. So out of the box, what is Vite kind of using underneath the hood? I can assume just, kind of Webpack, Babel, or no? What do we get kind of right out of the box with Vite? No configuration.
So Vite, it's really lean, so it doesn't have Webpack.
So I was trying to get at. Yeah.
Okay, that's the last question.
It uses ESBuild, which is a transpiler. So you can think, I think it's quite a cool description of it. So you can think of it as a thin, fairly thin wrapper on top of ESBuild. ESBuild is just a transpiler. It's the only thing it does. It only transpires. Yep. But it's not enough. Like when you dev, you also want HTML, hot modular replacement. And that's where you can see Vite. Vite is on top of ESBuild, a little thing. It's a dev tool, really. And also for production once your app. So that's
all right.
How you put it.
Very good. So we were asking, some people were asking if you could provide any links to your slides on your Twitter or something like that. That would be very helpful for them. And of course,
the code to your slide, actually.
Oh yes, okay. the code for your slides. Sorry.
Didn't expect that, but I will open source it.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Rom.
Thanks
so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Eric, you want to introduce the next talk?
So next up, we have Hassan El Mghari. He's a developer advocate over at Vercel from Philadelphia, PA. As we know, Vercel provides a good way to deploy and optimize your Next.js apps for production with zero config. He has experience building and deploying his own startup, Ultrashock Gaming. You can find him at Nutlope on Twitter and GitHub, so that's awesome. And his talk is going to be building full stack applications with Next.js and Prisma, which I love both of these. So let's hear it.
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for coming to my talk on how to build serverless applications using Next.js and Prisma. My name is Hassan. I'm a developer advocate at Vercel, and I'm so excited to talk to you about this topic because honestly, databases are difficult, and I want to show you how easy Prisma makes them. I'm going to break it down from scratch, explaining Next.js and Prisma, then go into some live coding to build out a full stack contacts application. So let's get right into it. In this talk, we'll briefly discuss Next.js and some of its main features, then introduce Prisma, and then finally, we'll be doing some live coding, which will be the majority of the talk. So why would you use Next.js? Well, Next.js, the SDK of the web, is the easiest and most popular way to build production-ready React applications. It's been growing at an incredible rate the past few years, and there are many, many companies from startups to enterprise level using and loving Next.js. So let's talk about some Next.js features and how they can help you become a more effective developer. First off, Next.js provides you with pre-rendering and several data fetching techniques, including server-side rendering and what you're typically familiar with, client-side rendering. This is so you can build any application you want, from a static landing page to a large production web application with many moving parts. You can choose what works best for your use case on a per-page level to optimize your app's performance and delight your users. Two other cool features that Next.js gives us are file-based routing and API routes. With file-based routing, you can simply create a file in the pages directory and it'll become a route, as I'll demonstrate shortly. With API routes, Next.js blurs the intersection of front-end and back-end by giving us the ability to write serverless functions right from within our Next.js repo. In terms of support and optimizations, Next.js comes with built-in support for your favorite developer tools, including TypeScript, CSS and JS libraries, and CSS utility frameworks like Tailwind. It also gives us an image component that does image optimization and lazy loading right out of the box. And finally, with automatic code splitting and bundling, Next.js only loads the JavaScript for the current page that you're on. And this is great because less JavaScript is shipped to the browser, making your application more performant. And with the newest release of Next.js 12, there is now support for middleware, which allows you to run code closer to your users at the edge and enables things like A/B testing and feature flags. There's also a brand new Rust compiler that gives us 3 to 5 times faster refresh and builds, and React 18 support for things like suspense and React server components. All in all, we get an extensible framework with great defaults that takes care of many things we would have to do manually out of the box, and ultimately allows developers to be as productive as possible. So as I mentioned before, I work for Vercel, which is a front-end cloud platform. We have this mantra called develop, preview, ship that I want to mention real quick. We enable developers to develop applications using whatever tools they're most comfortable with, then enable them to collaborate with others through tools like Next.js Live and preview URLs that you can share with your team and collaborate on until you're happy with the final result. And then finally, you can ship it by committing to your main branch and letting Vercel handle the rest. It'll immediately be available on Vercel's global edge network, and it takes care of a lot of the hard and boring parts for you, like setting up domains, DNS, SSL encryption, caching and validation, and so on. And we're also the creators of Next.js here at Vercel. So now that we've talked about Next.js and Vercel, let's talk about Prisma. So Prisma essentially makes databases easy and allows us to talk to and perform actions on our SQL databases directly from our JavaScript code. So before Prisma and tools like it, if you wanted to use a SQL database, you needed to learn and then write raw SQL. But with Prisma, you can use their API to interact with your database in 2 easy steps. First, you need to create your schema, and then you can use Prisma's API within your code. So let's take a look at how that works. Here is a sample schema. We first define the type of database on line 6, then we include the database URL on line 7 that we provision on Railway or Heroku. After this is set up, we define our database schema on line 10. Here, we're telling Prisma that we want a SQL database with the name user that contains an ID field, which is of type integer and auto increments, a first name and email fields, which are both strings, and finally an active field, which is of type Boolean. After we've defined our schema, we can simply use Prisma's API to query it from our newly created SQL table. After we've defined our schema, we can simply use Prisma's API to query our newly created SQL table. We use prisma.users.create to create a new row in our users table, passing in an object with the field name and values that we want to use. So in this case, we're passing in Alice as the first name, alice@prisma.io as the email, and true as the active field, and this will create a row in our table, just like that. So now that we've talked about Next.js and Prisma, let's dive right into the code. This is the demo that we're going to be building. It's called Contacts with a Z, and essentially you can add a contact using this form to the left. You can add a first name, a last name, an email address, and an avatar, and then when you press submit, it adds a contact to the right here with this specific card. So let's dive right into the code for this. I have a typical Next.js project structured here, and I'm going to be going over it. So we have a components folder, which is where all of your React components go, and then they get imported into a pages folder in Next.js. So this pages folder, it has the typical app.js, and then it has an index.js, which is actually the root, the home. So this is where all of the code in localhost 3000 is going to be, and then if we have any other routes, they would show up here. Because of the file-based routing system that Next.js gives us, to add a new route, instead of, in a typical React application, we would create a component. If we wanted to add an about page, for example, we would have to create an about.js component and then import it into app.js or whatever component is going to be rendered, and then use a bunch of switch statements from React Router. With Next.js, it's as simple as creating a new file called about.js, and then we can define a component here. So we're going to do export default function about, and we're simply going to return a div with this is the about page. And all we have to do is save. We go back over here, we go to /about, and there we go. Our about page is live, and it's really that easy. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this for now. You may notice we have an API folder in here as well, and this is where Next.js allows us to define and add serverless functions and use it within and outside of our application, as we'll see shortly. We also have a public folder where we drop all of our assets. For now, we just have our favicon. And then finally, we have a styles folder, which contains all of our CSS. Next.js ships with CSS modules by default, which if you haven't heard of is a way to locally scope CSS. So for example, we have a user.module.css folder, which is just a regular CSS folder, but specifically for the user component. So if we go to the user component, we'll see that we import the CSS modules folder in this specific way. We use import styles from whatever it is, and then we invoke these styles using styles.container, for example, and styles.name. And so if we go to the CSS file, these are just, these class names that we're using. So now that we've talked about the overall structure for our application, let's dive into the homepage code a little more. So I'm gonna open up pages and then index.js, and we're going to talk a little bit about this. So I'm gonna scroll down to the JSX for now. And so essentially we have a head component that Next.js gives us, and it's a way to define meta tags. We're using it for the contact's title as well. And then we have an H2 over here with our header. So let's actually go back to our main localhost 3000. We have our header up here, and then essentially we have a left and then a right if we go down here, right? So we have two divs that kind of split up our page, and they're splitting up our page to the left and to the right. Right here we have our form, and here is where we're displaying our contacts. So we have a typical form here. We have a form, and then we have all of our inputs for first name, last name, email address, and avatar on the left-hand side. And then on the right-hand side, we are simply showing all of our users. So for right now, I hard-coded this data in. So it's just essentially me and then a few of my teammates from Vercel. And this is coming from the user component over here that we've defined in components. So if you go to it, it just takes those 4 things as props, and it displays them using the Next.js image for the avatar. Okay, so now that we've talked about our JSX down here, let's scroll back up and talk about what we're going to be doing during this live coding. So we have 4 to-dos in this page. The first thing we're going to do is connect Prisma and our Postgres database to this application, because right now all we have is a front end. The second thing we're going to do is create an API endpoint to create a new user. So this is our submit handler function that's going to be run when the user submits their form over here. Right, so as soon as the user submits their form, the submit handler is going to run, and what we want to do is we want to send a post request to an API endpoint that we're going to create for it to query our database and actually add, the user there. To-do number 3 is simply going to query our database and get all of our users so that we can then display in our application, and that's to-do number 4, just mapping over the data that we get and rendering it below as opposed to hard coding this. So let's get right into to-do number 1. To add Prisma to our application, the first thing we're going to do is open up the terminal. I'm going to open up a new terminal, and we're going to run npm install Prisma as a dev dependency. We're going to wait for this to run, and right after, now we're going to do npm install Prisma at Prisma/client. So this essentially helps us create an instance of Prisma to use in our application. So now that both of those are created, we're going to go ahead and run our first Prisma command, and that's going to be Prisma init. So as soon as we ran this, we saw that a Prisma file was generated, and then we have this .env folder as well. So I'm going to go ahead and minimize all of these other folders, and we're going to explore these 2 things. Let me minimize our terminal, and we're going to go into this Prisma folder. So this Prisma folder has our schema. As we talked about before, it is saying that we're going to be using Postgres, and this is where we can change it if we were using another database. And then it has an environment variable here with our database URL, and that's going to be in this .env file right here. So what we're going to be doing is let's actually go create our database in Railway. So I'm going to go to Google Chrome, I'm going to go to railway.app. And you can see I'm not logged in at all. We're going to click Start a New Project, and then we're going to click Provision Postgres. And Railway is essentially spinning up a Postgres database for us to use, and we'll see how easy it is to use that. And we're going to grab that URL and put it back into our .env file, because that's the database we're going to want to use. So it looks like Railway is done. Again, we can claim this project if we want to log in, but for now I'm just going to grab our database URL. I'm going to go to Postgres and then connect, and then we can grab this Postgres connection URL. I'm going to copy it, go back to our VS Code, paste it right here, and hit save, and that's about it. I've just connected our database URL to Prisma. We still have to run a command, but I'm going to hold off until we finish our schema to do that. Let's finish our schema by defining the model that we want our database to use. So this is going to be user, and we're essentially going to have these 4 fields right here, but we also need to add a unique field. So we're going to add that unique field. We're going to call it ID. We're going to tell Prisma that it's an integer and that we want to auto increment, and we're also saying that this is the ID, this is the unique field that we're using. After that, we can add in the rest. So we have our first name, which is of type string. I'm actually just going to copy paste this down. We have our last name, which is also of type string, our email, and our avatar. And the last thing we want to do here is we want to map this to our database and tell our database to create a table called users as opposed to user. So we do that with map name users because that just makes more sense. And that's it. We've just defined our schema in Prisma and we've just connected our database. If we go to our .env file, we just pasted that in from Railway, so that's live. Now we're gonna go ahead and open up our terminal. We're gonna clear it and we're gonna run npx prisma db push. And what this will do is this will push the changes to our actual Postgres database and we'll be able to look at it in a second. Okay, so it says your database is now in sync with our schema. That's wonderful. We can run this command called npx prisma studio so we can actually see our database. So you can see that we have a user model over here, and if I click on it, it shows us that there's no rows in this table, but it shows us all of the things that we defined in our schema, right? Our ID, our first name, our last name, our email, and our avatar. So that is wonderful. Now that we've connected Prisma in our Postgres database with Railway, we can get rid of to-do number 1 and move on to our second to-do. For this to-do, we're going to be creating an API endpoint to create a new user and then send it a post request in our submit handler. So essentially, when the user fills out our add a contact form and presses submit, we want to send a post request to an API endpoint or a serverless function that interacts with Prisma and adds the new user to our database. So we're gonna start out right here by preventing the page from reloading, so prevent default, and then we're going to wrap everything in a try catch statement. So we're going to grab all of the first name, last name, avatar, and email and assign it into an object called body. So go ahead and do that. And as soon as we've done this, now we can use the native fetch API to send a post request to our API endpoint, which we're going to create in a second. But for right now, we're going to be calling it create, so we can fetch API/create, and then we pass in an object telling it that this is first and foremost a post request. We're going to pass in a header that's going to tell it that this is of JSON type. So the content type is application/JSON, and then finally we're just going to pass in the body as stringified JSON. And there we go. And then we can finish this up with a catch statement that takes in an error and console.logs it if there is an error. And that's about it. We are, again, grabbing these 4 fields from the form and we're sending it to this serverless function right here. Let's now create our API endpoint. We're going to go to our API folder, new file, and we're going to be calling it create.js. And the first thing we want to do here is import Prisma. We have this lib folder that we haven't talked about, but you're going to want to create a lib folder with the prisma.js. And I just grabbed this from the documentation. This essentially just spins up a new Prisma instance for us to use. So going back to our API endpoint or serverless function, we're going to import Prisma from this exact folder, so lib/prisma, and then we're going to start our serverless function. So it's going to be export default async function called handle that takes a request and a response. And essentially we're going to be destructuring all of that information that we're getting from our index.js file. So our first name, last name, our avatar, and our email, we're going to be grabbing it from request.body, because that's what we sent in. And then we're going to create a new variable called result. And this is where we're going to be using Prisma's API. So we're going to do prisma.user, because that's the name of our table, .create. And this takes in an object inside data. And that's just going to be those things. So for first name, our last name, our avatar, and our email. And at the end here, we're just going to do response.json result to return back the result. So that is pretty much it. We can go back to our index.js. So to recap really quickly, we have this try catch statement here that grabs first name, last name, and avatar from our form, and we send it to this serverless function here called create. that we just made. And what this does is it uses Prisma to add this to our database. So we're going to open up our terminal. We have our app running on this window, and over here we're going to type npx Prisma Studio to open up the database so we can visualize it. So right now there's nothing in here. We're going to go back to our contact app and we're going to add something. So I'm going to just add a user with my information. We're going to see how this works. So this is going to be the avatar, which, fun fact, you can go to github.com/whatever username you're at and do .png, and then you get an image. So we're going to press submit. We're going to go back to Prisma Studio and reload it. And we can see that our user is here now. We've just successfully interacted with our Postgres database from our front end. So we can go back to our code, and the other thing we want to do is add a little toast to our application so that when the user clicks submit, we get a notification saying that a user has been created. So we're going to be using the React Hot Toast library for this. So we're going to import toast and toaster from React Hot Toast. You're going to want to npm install this. I just did that. And then we can, at the end of our try statement, we can do toast.success and pass in whatever message we want here. So like contact added. And then we have to add this toaster component at the end. So we're going to do that here. And that should be it. If we go back to our form now and we populate it again with some dummy data, hello world, Hassan at world.com, and then I grab that same avatar, so over here, .png, and I press submit, you can see we get this contact added toast at the top, so that's exactly what we wanted. Now that we can add contacts to our application using our newly created API endpoint, we finished to do number 2 so that we can move on to number 3. So for this to do, we're going to be creating another API endpoint to grab all of our contacts to display them in our application. So we're going to be using a library called SWR, which is a fantastic library for data fetching. So we're going to do import use SWR from SWR. And then we're going to be using this down here. So we're going to have a fetcher function that essentially just uses the native fetch API and then returns the response as JSON. And then we're going to do const data error equals use SWR. And we're going to be querying our API called getAll. And we'll create this in a second. And we pass in our fetcher function in here. And we want to pass in one more parameter, which is our refresh interval. And we're going to make this 1 second. So let's go ahead and create this API endpoint. So we're going to go to our API folder that has our create.js, and we're going to create getAll.js. And in here, we're going to import Prisma again, like we did. So import Prisma from lib/Prisma. And then we're going to create our handle function. So export default async function handle. And again, this takes a request and a response. And this is actually going to be super quick. We're going to be creating our result variable again, and we're going to be using Prisma with await prisma.user.findMany. So that's the Prisma command to actually return everything in your database. And then we're just going to send this back as JSON. And that's it. So now we can go back to our application. We've used SWR to send a GET request to our getAll serverless function over here, and it should return everything and store it in data. And then if there's any errors, it'll do that as well. We're missing a comma over here. So let's actually just console log this data to visualize it. So data is data. So we're going to go back to our application. We're going to go to our console, and we're going to see that we get data, which is an array. And we can see that it passes in the information from our database, which is fantastic. You can see we have our ID, our first name, our last name, our avatar. So we have all of that information as an array of objects. So now that we have that to-do number 3 is done already, and we can move on to our final to-do, which is to actually map over this data from our Postgres database and render it below. So we have this information stored in this data variable here from our SWR, and we can just map over it down here. So the first thing we want to do is delete the static data so that we can map over our actual data from Postgres. So I'm going to delete everything except 1, or we can just comment it out for now. And then we're going to say, if data exists, we want to map through data, and we're going to destructure the first name, last name, avatar, email, and ID. And then we're going to be returning this. So we're going to be returning all of this, and it's going to have this same format, right? Of user, first name is equal to, going to be first name. So we're going to do that. First name is equal to first name. Last name is equal to last name. We can have this avatar over here and our email over here, and then we just have to add an ID prop so React doesn't yell at us. So ID equals ID. And that's pretty much it from over here. We are mapping over our data. We're grabbing our first name, last name, avatar, email, and ID. And we're essentially returning this user over here. So I forgot a parentheses over here. We're going to save. And this should work. So now that we've mapped over our data, let's go back to our application and see if that was reflected. So going back, we see that we do show those 2 contacts that are in our database. I'm going to go over to Prisma Studio, and we see that these 2 rows, Hassan and Hello, are both displayed here. So now let's add a contact and watch it persist over here to the right. So I'm going to add my coworker Steven. So Steven Tay, .com, and then we'll add his avatar. We'll press submit. It says contact is added, and we can see him here in real time. And the great thing about this, this isn't in React state, right? So if we reload, we have the same information that's still there. And this is because this information is stored in our Postgres database. So I go back to our Prisma Studio and I'll reload, the database information is right here. To recap, we've just built a full stack application using Next.js, serverless functions, Prisma, and a Postgres database hosted on Railway. If you want to take a look at the code for this repository, it's available at github.com/nextjs-prisma-demo. And I'm available on Twitter at Nutlope. If you have any questions, my DMs are wide open. Thanks so much for coming to my talk, and have a great day.
Okay, we're back.
All right.
We don't have any, the speaker's not here for the Q&A, so we're just going to move on. But before, Eric will do a small announcement.
Yeah, so we want to thank our Diamond support or sponsor, MetaMask. So we have a link in the YouTube comments and on React Europe's Twitter to win a ticket to the 2022 edition of React Europe, which is planned to be an in-person conference in Paris. So just provide an email. The form is GDPR compliant, so you can easily unsubscribe at any time. And again, Patrick will go ahead and post that link into the YouTube comments, as well as make sure that it's available on the React Europe Twitter.
Done. Okay, so we are just going to move on with the next talk, which is
Siddhartha Chatterjee, and he's going to be talking about Gatsby version 4 and what's coming there. Yeah.
Sorry, this one.
Oh, is it?
It's been canceled. So.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
so the next one is Nidhi Kumari.
Wait a second.
Yeah, let's double check that. She seemed to be the next one in line.
No, the next one is Daishi Kato.
Okay. Do you want to introduce them? Because I do not have information on that talk.
Yeah, so Daishi, he works on several state management libraries. He also contributes to Excalibur and lots of other open source projects, and he's going to talk about what it is like developing various state management libraries and what he's done in the process.
Yes. And yeah, and you can find him on die_she on Twitter. So let's go ahead and give him the floor.
Hi, it's a great opportunity to give a talk today. This is about developing various state management libraries and how I got there. I'll be explaining about the history of my development. First of all, here's a little bit about myself. I'm Daichi Kato. I'm based in Tokyo. I do freelance work,
wait just a moment
but most importantly, I like open source software.
Okay.
I have been working on open source for decades. In recent years, I write open source code in JavaScript and React. More than half of my open source work in last few years is related with global state for React. I'm going to talk about almost all of them. Here's a list of libraries I will cover in this talk. React Context Global State, React Hooks Global State, Reactive React Redux, React Tract, Jotai, Versio, and Proxy Memoirs. These are not everything I developed, but there are still many. Hopefully, explaining the history of developing these libraries will tell you why I have been doing this. There are some similarities and differences, but all of them are developed with a common goal. The goal is to eliminate extra re-renders. So what is an extra re-render? Render or re-render is an internal process in React to evaluate a component. It means it will run the render function of the component. An extra re-render is an unnecessary render process which results in no difference to users. So my goal is to provide a solution to eliminate extra re-renders. With that in mind, let's look at the first library. The first library is called React Context Global State. It's for React 16.3. It's before React Hooks came. At that time, everyone was developing a global state library using React Context. So I too wanted to try it by myself. My concern was extra re-renders with a big object. This library creates multiple contexts for object properties. Let's dive into a small code example. The code looks like this. We create global state from initial state, which returns provider and consumer components. We use state provider in the root component. State consumer takes the render props approach. We pass name prop count to state consumer, and this allows the component to only re-render when count value changes. It's isolated from other part of the state object, like text property. In summary, this library is based on React Context and class component setState. It uses multiple contexts to optimize renders. It can hold as many properties in the state object as possible, but they have to be predefined. And then React Hooks came. It was so exciting and led me to the next library. The second library is called React Hooks Global State. I wasn't very good at naming, but at least it's explicit. This is my first library with React Hooks. It's based on the same concept as the previous library without React Context. There's a long history to get there, but putting it aside, let's look at the code. Here's a basic example using React Hooks Global State. The first step is similar to what we saw in the previous one. We create global state from initial state, but with this one, it returns a hook, use global state. It doesn't require any providers. We call the hook with the name of the property, in this case count. So it will trigger re-renders only when count changes. The state has text property, but it's isolated. What we have is a hook-based API. It doesn't use React Context. It's based on subscription. I can say this would be the simplest API. One thing I wanted to avoid is a selector interface. selectors give you so much power, but there are pitfalls. Especially, it requires the understanding of referential equality. With my experience, it's hard to teach referential equality to beginners. I believe by restricting a selector to property name access, people would never misuse. It still covers many simple use cases. However, it can be too limited for non-trivial use cases. For example, you can pick some nested values. Also, properties of the state object have to be predefined. This brought me to developing another library. I wanted something more professional, so the next one was based on Redux. It's called Reactive React Redux. It's an unofficial React Redux binding with hooks. When I started development, the official React Redux didn't have any hook interface yet. What's good about this library is we can use all Redux ecosystem and existing codebase. As my motivation was to avoid selectors, I wanted a simple API without selectors. How could we do that? It's proxies. Let's see how it works with the code example. Here's the same counterexample. Reactive React Redux provides a hook called useTructState. First, we create a store. We have an initial state and reducer. This is vanilla Redux. We pass the store to the provider component. Now, the interesting part is the useTructState hook. It returns the entire state object, but it's wrapped in proxies to track property access. And you can just read the state in the render function. The hook understands which properties are accessed with proxies. It triggers a component to re-render only when the accessed property value is changed. The state object can be nested. In this example, changing text doesn't trigger a counter component to re-render. We didn't look into how it's implemented, but thanks to proxies, it works like magic. I have done lots of benchmarking and performance improvements. In the result, it's performant enough for production use. What's more important is it's optimized without selectors. It doesn't require any memoization technique. And eventually, the official React Redux supports hooks, use selector. It makes totally sense. Redux community has been using the selector interface, and the new use selector hook was the natural outcome. While having an official library is okay, I noticed there was a demand with React context. So the question was, could we do the same for React context? And that led me to the next library. So I created another library. It's called ReactTruct. It's for React context. The technique and the API is very similar to the previous library. That means it optimizes re-renders based on state usage. I call it render optimization with state usage tracking. What's interesting is there are no changes in semantics. It is just how you would use context with use state. Let's jump into the code example. So now this should look familiar. We first define initial state and reducer. It's exactly the same as the previous example. Next is to create container with any custom hook. In this example, the custom hook is the bearer user reducer hook with arguments. We grab provider components, use struct state hook, and use dispatch hook from the container. As always, provider is a component to wrap in the app component. We have use struct state hook, which returns the entire state object, but its usage is struct. This component uses only the count property, so even if the other parts of the state object change, it won't re-render. For example, changing text doesn't affect the counter component. As we saw, ReactTruct can be a replacement for use context with use state use cases. Because the semantics is almost the same, converting from the bare use context scenario is straightforward. It's a nice feature. However, I found this is not very attractive to many people. Also, I found that people are still skeptical about relying on proxies at that time. Anyway, I wanted to find another solution without proxies. How is it possible? I didn't know at that point, but that motivated me to work on yet another library. It's called Jotai. When I saw the atom abstraction of recoil, I got amazed. While it's not completely new model compared to observables, it was amazing because it solved the extra re-render issue without selectors and even without proxies. I can't help myself stop trying out the idea. After prototyping a few libraries, Jotai was born. My goal hasn't changed. It's to avoid extra re-renders without deep understanding of object references. Atoms help for it. Let's look at the code. It's gonna be slightly longer. Let's look at the code step by step. The first line is to import functions from the Jotai library. Jotai exports two basic functions, atom and useAtom. Atom is a function to define a piece of state. UseAtom is a hook to use an atom. It works like useState. In the next line, we define the countAtom. It takes an initial value 0. To use the defined atom, we use the useAtom hook. The way we use the useAtom hook in this case is exactly the same as useState. The next atom is interesting. This doubled count atom is what we call a derived atom. Instead of an initial value, we define the atom with a function. This function is to get the value of count atom, double it, and return the result. When the value of count atom changes, the function is re-evaluated, and the value of doubled count atom is changed too. We call this behavior dependency tracking. To use doubled count atom, we again use useAtom. The app component doesn't have a provider component, although Jotai is based on React context. If we omit the provider, it will use the default store. It's called providerless mode. Finally, it might be obvious, but re-renders are only triggered by atoms, so having unused atoms doesn't trigger extra re-renders. Jotai provides a very small API surface to replace the use cases with use state and use context. It allows us to define state logic outside React components. This is an interesting finding, and I actually developed an experimental library that runs Jotai code without React. This means Jotai is not just a solution to optimize re-renders, but it's more like a whole state management pattern. We released Jotai under Poimandres GitHub organization. There we already have another state management library, Zastan. But it happened that we had another idea about the third library. The new idea was our desire to have the simplest possible global state for React. The library is called Varusio, and it's based on proxies. It allows mutating global states. What motivates me is that I can apply the same render optimization technique I did previously. And the mental model fits well with mutable states. Let's look at the code and see how it feels. I guess you are used to see this example by now. Varusio exports two functions, proxy and useSnapshot. We first create a global state with the proxy function. It takes an object and returns a self-aware proxy object. You can mutate the proxy object as you like. To use the state in React, we use the useSnapshot hook. A snapshot is an immutable object created from the proxy object. So we can use the snap object in JSX. useSnapshot will track the usage. As you see, we can update the state object with mutation. The app component doesn't have a provider component because Varusio doesn't use context. Because the useSnapshot optimizes re-renders, even if the text property is changed, the counter component will not re-render. So the big advantage of Varusio is state mutability. On the other hand, some people may prefer immutable updates. It's developer's preference which style to choose, and that's why we have several libraries. I developed this library for the use case with React, but it turns out that It's useful without React. The mutation detection and the snapshot creation are great features by themselves. There is a third-party library that I developed, and also some other developers build other third-party libraries. Let's move on. The last library is not tied to React either. Unlike all previous libraries, the last library is in vanilla.js. It provides a memoization API. I developed this library after seeing the popularity of immer. Immer is to update objects, which is write operation. On the other hand, proxy memoize is for read operation. It utilizes proxies and creates derived state effectively. The implementation is not completely new. Internally, it uses the library called proxy compare, which is used both in React Struct and Versio. Proxy memoize API is also known as selectors, and it can replace many use cases of the reselect library, which is often used in the Redux community. It behaves better in some use cases. Let's see how it can be used with React Redux. So this is a naive React Redux example. We import some functions from React and React Redux, then create a store in any method, such as Redux Toolkit. This one uses traditional create store, and pass the store to the provider. So far, it's normal React Redux setup. Our state looks like this. We have to-dos array. Each to-do item has title and completed properties. Now let's see how proxy memoize helps. First, import the memoize function from the library. Memoize is a function that takes a function and returns a memoized function. In this case, we want a selector function that returns a list of to-do text. This looks pretty simple, but memoizing this internal function is extremely tricky. Proxy memoize allows us to automatically optimize re-evaluation. You can use the memoize selector with use selector. This is just the same as normal React Redux usage. At this point, no proxies are involved. This is a big technical difference from my other libraries. What is proxy memoize again? If we use it with React Redux, it's a selector library that helps render optimization. Internally, it uses proxies to track state usage. So the way how it re-evaluates a function is fairly automatic, and your app will likely get good performance. Apart from React Redux, proxy memoize also works with other libraries. I created a few examples with Zastand and even with React Context. I would imagine there are some other use cases without React. Okay, that's pretty much. I went through all my global state libraries. Let's discuss about a comparison between the libraries I just presented. As I said, the common goal of these libraries is to eliminate extra re-renders. My first trial was to use property names, which works fine for some simple cases, but not flexible for others. For flexible render optimization, many of my libraries depend on proxies. Proxies are great, but it may feel a bit magical. The new approach I work on lately is atoms. It doesn't require proxies, but still helps render optimization thanks to dependency tracking. Another aspect to compare these libraries is where state resides. Some of them are for module state which exist outside React. Some of them are based on React context. Proxy memoize is a new approach of mine. It's a vanilla JavaScript library and not tied to React or any web frameworks. So even though I have only one common goal, there are many opportunities and I ended up creating many libraries. We will see how everything goes, and I'm happy to hear some feedback on this and all these libraries. Let's wrap up. Since React Hooks is announced, I have been motivated to develop global state libraries. I started with very simple libraries and then spent a lot of effort on proxy-based render optimization. Along with state usage tracking, I went for another possibility, atoms. It's a good abstraction that works without proxies. In the end, there are 7 libraries, and 5 of them are currently maintained. If you got interested in any of these, please try them, read the code, and enjoy coding. If you have questions, you can reach me out via Twitter, Discord, or GitHub. An invitation link to my Discord server is in my Twitter profile or GitHub profile. This is the end of my talk. Thank you.
Okay, we're back.
All right. And we do have Daishi here with us.
Yep.
Welcome. Thank you very much. So, one of the things that I kind of got from the talk is it seems that you draw a lot of inspiration from the other React state libraries out there.
Mm-hmm.
Can you maybe, you did a pretty good job in kind of telling us about them here, but it seems that one of the things that you're going for is performance, usability, and lower package size, I guess. Can you speak a little bit on that?
What again? Okay.
So I was just saying that it seems that your inspiration is kind of taken from the other options out there for state management in React.
Yeah, it's often said that Zastan, which I didn't present in this talk, is close to Redux, and Jotai is close to Recoil, and Varusio is actually close to MobX. But I learned something from there, but I'm not trying to replace them. So
sure,
yeah, but yeah, that's the mental model is pretty similar.
So we posted a nice article which kind of pits Jotai against kind of Recoil. Can you tell us a little bit about the difference in Jotai versus, am I saying it right, Jotai?
Jotai, yes.
Jotai, okay, versus Recoil. I have some experience with Recoil. I've done a little bit more than scratching the surface, but maybe you can give us some information.
Yeah, there are many differences, of course, but what I would like to emphasize is the motivation I developed. When I look at the Recoil API, I just didn't feel right about the string API. As a developer, I just don't want to write string keys for every atoms. Yeah. So, and I thought it should be possible, because like you have React component, and you don't have to type display name all the time.
Exactly.
Or any key string, and it should be technically possible. And that was my start of the journey, and it went well. So that's the major difference. There are many small differences, but yeah, it's possible for both ways.
Yeah. Do you have any tips for people that are kind of getting into exploring different state management libraries? For instance, like it seems that Jotai has a smaller footprint than Recoil. Does it have parity with Recoil? Is there some things that Jotai maybe doesn't do, but is maybe a good start for developers who might not need all of the functionality of Recoil?
Yeah, as far as I understand, Recoil's motivation originally was to sync states to URL, or synchronization. And if you think about the synchronization or persistence, the string key makes pretty much sense. And so in terms of persistence, Recoil makes more sense. But yeah, other than that, I mean, the small API surface, Jotai goes well.
How about concurrent mode? Do you support it?
It's my goal too, which I didn't present today, but I would say it's still experimental. Like it's not released yet.
And
but that's the goal. That's the goal and the motivation why I started Jotai.
Okay, cool. And you work on other open source projects also, and you have several projects around Excalibur, and you have other things.
I have been working. I had worked on Excalibur quite a lot last year, and I'm still looking into it, but not very actively contributing lately.
How do you find time to work on so many open source projects and balance it with work and
how do I find
social life?
time? One thing I can say for sure is I like coding. So in my spare time.
So you're dog fooding to get the work done on these, probably using them a lot in your own development. Is there a single resource that we could provide to kind of give everyone access to all the different projects that you're working on? Or is there a place that they can go to kind of easily find these?
Single source. Well, I would
your
say,
GitHub account, I guess.
Yeah, my GitHub account and my our Polymandar's GitHub account.
Perfect. Yeah, we don't have any other questions in the chat so far. Is there anything else that you want to address kind of with the talk?
Well, I said in the talk, but please try them and give us feedback.
Yeah, definitely looking for any feedback that you guys can give him. All right.
Okay. Thanks so much, Dashi.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So we have another video up, correct?
Yep.
All right.
Hi, my name is Paul and I'm CTO at Planety. Planety is an online booking platform in the beauty area. As a platform, it allows end users to book beauty appointments 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As a SaaS, it allows beauty professionals to manage their salon, including appointments, customers, products, a POS software. Planety is the French leader on this market and opening to new markets. With 4 million unique visitors per month, Planety has known a very strong growth since its birth. We have handled 70 million appointments and currently handle 7,000 of requests per second. We also maintain a very broad range of features from POS to white label websites. Scaling has obviously been a huge challenge at this rate, and we now face a new challenge, which is internationalization. We are opening to Germany and preparing the whole company to launch on this market. Our stack is centered around React and React Native for the front end. We've been using React Native since the launch of the company in 2016 and are still very passionate about it. Our backend is composed of Firebase for the database and a broad range of AWS services, such as AWS Lambda, Kinesis, and OpenSearch Service. This architecture has allowed us to face the growth we experienced and to scale easily. React and React Native have allowed us to share code between the 9 apps we maintain without duplication. The tech team has tripled in size in the last year and is still growing. It's composed of very diverse people on all aspects, including, for example, both juniors and senior developers. We're looking for passionate people to help us grow and face our next challenges. Planety is an impressive combination of people, environment, and goals. We have a clear vision of what we want for the company and the product. So, join us.
Okay, thanks everyone. So we'll also be posting a link about winning a ticket for ReactEurope 2022 from Planety. And Eric, I will leave it to you.
Yeah, so I guess now we're just going to go ahead and take a break until 1:30 Central European time. Is that correct?
Yep.
All right. So yeah, thanks everyone, and join us back here in about 50 minutes. That's right. Yeah.
No, more like 45 minutes.
45 minutes. Sorry about that. Yeah. Cool. All right.
Okay.
And yeah,
See you in
don't
a
forget
bit.
to check out the link for the tickets for React Europe 2022. It's in the YouTube comments. Perfect.
Thanks. All right.
Hey, everybody.
Welcome back, everyone.
All right. So we're going to get into our next talk. Really quick, thank our sponsors, MetaMask, Bloomberg, and Planety for sponsoring the event. But we're going to get back into some talks now. And the first person we have up is Nidhi Kumari. She's a front-end engineer over at ShopTrade, and she's going to be talking about automating accessibility in React. So let's go ahead and give it over to her.
Okay, I will start the video.
Hi, in this talk, we are going to talk about automating accessibility. We'll understand accessibility and then create a customizable server of our own. And then we'll talk about different testing tools with which we can test accessibility of our application. Before we start, thank you ReactEurope for having me here. I am Nidhi. I'm a front-end engineer at ShopTrade. I'm a Google Summer of Code alumni. You can connect with me on Twitter. My Twitter handle is nidhijha98, and on GitHub, my GitHub handle is nidhikjha. Before we start, let's talk about accessibility first. What is accessibility? So accessibility is not it does not need any extra effort to make our app accessible. It's just the practice of making your website usable by as many people as possible. So there are many special users out there who have some kind of disability or impairment and who face issues while using a website. And since our age is the modern age of technology, we need to make sure that our application is accessible to these people. ALI. So accessibility, or ALI, is a measure of computer systems accessibility is to all people, including those with disabilities or impairments. So it considers both hardware problem and software problem, and it makes sure that our app is accessible for everyone out there. Even if they have some kind of disability, they can still use our application without any issues. Why accessibility matters? So roughly 1 billion people right now have some kind of disability, and they might face some issue while using our application. So if our app is not accessible, it is going to affect approximately 1 billion people. And the accessibility and this disability is not concerned with like permanent disability. It can be of 3 types, like permanent disability where they can have some issues like deafness or blindness, temporary which hinders like for a very short period of time, and then we have conditional disability, which concerns majorly when you are in a remote area and have slow internet connections in that aspect. Then we have a particular accessibility checklist that we need to follow so that we can make our app accessible. So for example, landmark roles, there should be roles present over there like presentation and all. So you might have seen a lang attribute on your HTML files. That is one of the other things that we needed to include in our apps. Then we have semantic headings. We need to make sure that we have semantic headings in our app. We need to include links which have a focus state and are recognizable. Each of the image should have an alt text so that it is readable by the screen readers. The form should have labels, proper placeholder and field sets. Same goes for video and audio. We should provide them with subtitles and transcripts. The color and contrast ratio should be maintained. And then whenever, if we are testing our app with a screen reader or a keyboard testing, it should be done properly. Like for example, in a form, when I'm working with a form, I can switch to each input fields with a tab button. Then there are certain guidelines that has been laid by WCAG, and it has been broken into 4 principles, like to make our web app more accessible. So first is perceivable. Users should be able to perceive it, like they should be able to understand what is there in the website. It should be operable. For example, sometimes there are buttons which can be clickable in some ways. From keyboard, when you click with tab, you can go to the next tab, and when you press enter you can actually submit a form. These kind of things should be operable depending on the use case. Then it should be understandable to the users. It should be robust, that it should work across different browsers, Firefox, Chrome, so that the content should be well developed to make it usable across all the different browsers. Now let's take a look at what all LE accessories we have in the list. The first is Axe, Lighthouse, IBM Equal Access Accessibility Checker, and Pally. So X, you can get we will get to know about each of these in the later on. Let's see what we have next. Okay, so let's talk about Pally. How Pally is an LE accessory for us. Okay, so to know that, let's go to the Pally website. Here on the Pally website, you can see that they have different types of features here with which you can make our web app accessible. So we have Pally, we have a Pally dashboard, Pally web service, and Pally CI. You can see all of their open source projects on the GitHub. And then there are some other ways you can use, for example, this LE. Right now, what we are going to do, we are going to create our own Pally server. So for that, let's go to the Pally again, and here, let's go to the Pally dashboard. So once you go to Pally dashboard, it is a web interface which helps you to see the accessibility of your website, in any website. If it is behind proxy or if it is not behind a proxy, you can test either of that. We'll see it later on. Let's first create the server. So Pally dashboard is a Node.js application and it requires certain dependencies, a database. So to start with the server, let's first clone the repo. And so you need to clone the repo in your local, and then you need to install npm. So I have already done that. I have downloaded this repo, cloned this repo, and I have installed npm. So after installing npm, you need to install the MongoDB. Since I am on Mac, I'm going to do with this. Once you do this, you need to install a community version of MongoDB. You just need to simply follow the steps. These are well and fine. Like, fine for that. Then we have to start the MongoDB server. Once we start that, you can check that the service has started properly or not. Oops. Yes, I have already started it. So let's restart it. So successfully stopped, successfully started. So let's check the services if it has been installed properly and it is started properly or not. To do that, let's run this command and see. Here we can see that these all things are running properly right now. Okay, now let's see what is on the port 8080. So here you can see that the Pally dashboard the server is running at 3000 and you can see the URL at localhost 8080. So now if I go to localhost 8080, here on the Pally dashboard, to check any of your websites, what you need to do, you need to add a new URL. So for example, I want to check this page, github.com/login, to know the accessibility issues on this page. So I'll add a URL here. So to add, after you click on add a new URL, you'll be redirected to this /new route. I'll add a name to this page that I'm going to test. It's GitHub login. Then I'll add the site. You can choose any standard if you want to. I'll go with this one. Timeout. If you have a timeout, you can add it there. So here I'll be adding 30,000 timeout. Then in your website, if you have something like which needs to be downloaded before Pally runs its server, like a wait time, for example, a pop-up or something, you can add a wait time here as well. In the task actions, so for example, say if you have a login page and you need to add your username and password, and after that, once someone click on the login button, it should take the user, and if the credentials match, it should take the user to the next step. Then you can specify those actions in this section here, in this input. If you want to target the username and password directly, you can do that here. And then you can specify HTTP headers if there are any. If your website is behind a proxy, you can add your HTTP headers here. If there are certain elements that you want to hide from Pali, for example, say a modal or a div, you can specify that here. And the last, if you want to ignore a certain set of rules, you can ignore them from here. Like you can just go to the rule and it will tell you like what exactly this rule is for. So you can ignore them from here. Once you are done with all the things, all the settings, you just need to add this URL. Once you add the URL, your URL will be added to the Pali dashboard. And if you go to the dashboard now, see we have a URL here, which is GitHub login that we have created. The other URLs I have used to generate a report. That's why we can see a report here, but this haven't been used. So I'll go for this and create a new report for this login page. So for that, just click on Run Pali. You can even edit this task or delete this task, like if you want to do that. Otherwise, just run Pali to see the issues, the accessibility issues that we have here. So here we have our issues. In the errors, we can see that the text input element does not have a name available to any accessibility API. So you can click on this and you can go to get to know about the hints of the solution. There are certain warnings which are here, some notices that you can ignore. And then if you want to generate a report, say a CSV or a JSON, you can just download it from here. I have tested this site today on 7th October, so the date is specified. So that's how you can use a Pali. Like now let's go and edit this task. So say I don't want it to be called as GitHub login. I want to call it as GitHub page. I can go there and save the changes. Now if I go back to the dashboard, I can see that previously which was GitHub login is now updated to GitHub page, and now I have certain report here that we have generated previously for our website. So this is how you can use Pali dashboard to generate reports and to know about the issues that are there in your website. After Pali, we have Lighthouse, IBM accessibility tool, and X. So let's start with Lighthouse. Lighthouse is another tool, like an open source tool provided by Google, with which you can test the accessibility of your application, or you can get to know about the SEO or PWA status of your website through using Lighthouse. So to use the Lighthouse, you need to add this extension in your Chrome browser, and once you have done that, you can use it like this. Like for example, I want to test this website. This is my personal website, and to test this, you need to go to the dev tools. Here we have Lighthouse. You need to click on this, and since I only want to see the accessibility, I clicked on this, but if you want to check the SEO or any other category, you can just select that one. So after clicking accessibility, just click on the generate report, and Lighthouse will generate a report based on the accessibility status of your application or website. So here my accessibility of this website is 85, and let's see what are the issues here. So the ARIA attributes do not match their roles. This is the first issue, so this we need to take care of. And then I have another issue, which is background and foreground colors do not have a sufficient contrast ratio, and these are the failing elements. Like this issue is coming at these points. And to know to fix this issue, like to know more about this, we can just click on learn more, and it will take us to the WCAG link. So if I click on learn more here, it took me here where I can get to know like how we can improve this issue. So next, after Lighthouse, we have IBM Accessibility Checker. So this is again an accessibility checker tool from IBM. To use it, we need to install the extension. This accessibility checker generates a report for accessibility issues against W3C Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. To use this tool, we need to install the extension. So I have already extension. This small butterfly is the IBM accessibility extension, and to use this extension we need to go there, and here in the dev tools I can see the accessibility assessment over here. So to check the website with this accessibility checker, you need to click on the scan, and once we clicked on the scan, we have our reports generated like this. So for example, I want to see this issue, like I have these issues over here and these some warnings here. So to do that, we can go to the issue and click on that, and here I can see like this issue is coming at this class certainly, and we can target it. So that's how you can use the IBM accessibility checker tool. Next on the list we have X. That's again an extension. You can download it from their site, like install the free Chrome extension, and if you are in Chrome you can install it. So to use this one, I have it here in the XDev tools. I just need to go there in the XDev tools, and here I can scan all of my page or scan part of my page from the website. So for now let's scan all of my page, and here I can see that there are 3 issues. So 2 are the major ones, like it must only allow array attributes, perfect. And then I have another which is the similar in both the other accessibility checker tools, which was color contrast, and this bypass one. This issue needs your review. It's not a warning. It's actually, this means that it's not exactly an issue, but instead it's a warning. So that's how you can use X here. So so these were the accessibility testing tools that we were about to talk about. So let's sum up. We learned about accessibility. We learned about what are all other things we need to include to make our web app accessible for everyone. Why we need to make our app accessible. And then we created our own customizable server. We saw some different tools that are available there that we can use to make our applications accessible. So this is about like accessibility. I feel accessibility is important since previously I worked with UNICEF as a Google Summer of Code developer, and there we have to make an app which is accessible for all the case workers located in different countries of the world. And accessibility was one of the major concerns with other functionalities. So I guess we all should make our app accessible for these special users. So that's about it. If you have any questions, just reach out to me, and thank you. Thank you guys.
Ooh. There we go.
Hi, Eric.
Hello, Nidhi. So I was just giving people your Twitter profile because I think that they should really go and just go through your Twitter and find all of the amazing talks that you've been doing. Some of them on accessibility, other ones on like headless content management systems and stuff. I just found so many good resources on there. But about your accessibility talk, you know, I used to do a lot of UI work before I was while I was a developer advocate. I think as developers, it doesn't take a whole lot to get started with accessibility, like you said in your talk, and building a better user experience for everybody. And I think we should always be sure that we're thinking about diversity, inclusion, which is also kind of part of accessibility. It's a big part of it. You know, support a positive experience for everyone, consider everyone's needs that are using your app, regardless of backgrounds and differences. Start small with accessibility. Like that's kind of one thing I got from your talk. Start small with it, and you can grow in your apps as you iterate. And I think that that can have like a pretty positive impact with the code that we write as developers.
Yeah, that's true. Like small steps leads to big functionalities. So that's how you can start with accessibility.
And so the tool that you were showing off was the IBM accessibility checker. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, I talked about many accessibility testing tools. IBM Accessibility Checker is one of them. Mainly, we talked about the Pali server.
Okay, and what are some of the resources that you would kind of send people to? I mean, because we all write code. Some of us pay more attention to accessibility than others, and we've all experienced like really bad user accessibility experiences, or even just bad user experiences. Kind of what are the first steps maybe a junior developer can do to start kind of learning more about accessibility?
So like if I'll talk about what are some of the things that you can include in your code base while writing the front end. So you can add there was a checklist that I have mentioned in my talk, so you can follow that one, or you can put like all tags for images, make sure all your text is readable with screen readers, and that you can navigate with your buttons, like without the touch of the mouse. You can navigate through the buttons of the keyboard. Yeah, so those things. And then like if there is internationalization on your talk on your application, it should be readable by screen readers, like different screen readers should read it. So these are some of the things. Then I think that W3C, like their WCAG guidelines, those you can read about it. And the ARIA tags, there are different things like you can include in your.
Yeah, and NVDA that's the one that's open source and free, correct?
For
the screen reader?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not sure if they have it on Mac, but I definitely used it on Windows. And that was one of the things that when I started getting into accessibility was pulling up that screen reader before I committed code and walking through my changes and just making sure. And it takes some getting used to it first, but really it's not a lot for us to go through, even if we don't have disabilities, to have to force ourselves to use a screen reader to kind of find out what is it like navigating our site. So not just tabbing through your site to make sure that works, but kind of going the extra mile and kind of at least getting one of the screen readers and doing that. But obviously QA at your company should probably be looking into a lot more of these accessibility tools to kind of help assess the site, if you will. We had one question on YouTube. I'm just going to read it because I haven't read it yet. So I did not get the difference between the tools. Do they give us access to the same pieces of info, or should we use all of them to be sure websites respect WCAG?
I guess all of them gives kind of similar assessment, like what bugs are there related to accessibility, but it's up to you, like which one do you want to use. So preferably if you want to have your own customizable server, like where you can test any of the application, and even if it's behind proxy wall, so you can create the server like we did in the talk. Or there are some tools which do not go after the proxy wall. So then we have open source tools like Chrome extension, the IBM checker, or Lighthouse is always available in the Chrome DevTools. So you can use that.
Do you have the, oh, go ahead.
And then specific to React, I have React X. Also, I personally think not related to just to accessibility, but yeah, ESLint plugin is one of the main things like which you can add in your code. It helps to nullify the warnings as well. So yeah.
Perfect. Do you have the slides accessible from your talk? I mean, available from your talk?
I have, but I haven't shared it. I'll mail those slides to you.
So we had someone who was asking for them. I think a better idea would be, let's force them to go to your Twitter and maybe you could just post something on your Twitter that has those slides available. You know, hey, I talked to ReactEurope, here are the slides. And yeah, I think he said he'd love to visit your Twitter and hopefully he can find those slides there. Maybe if not, DM her if she forgets about it.
Yeah,
but no, I thought it was a great talk, and I think it's yeah, I mean there's not, you have to talk about accessibility as a developer. You have to be concerned with it. Your QA department has to be concerned with it, and this is a good kind of intro, especially if you're not already kind of focusing on accessibility. You really should. Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions, Patrick?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. So are we going to move on to the next talk here?
Yep. Thanks,
All
Nidhi.
right.
So
thanks, Eric.
yeah, thank you very much, Nidhi, and you have a wonderful day.
You
All
too.
right. So yeah.
Or
So the next
stay? Okay.
I mean, you can hang out for a minute if you want.
You're just gonna have to mute it.
That's all right. So the next speaker that we have coming up is Bill, BlueBill1049 over on Twitter. You can hit him up there, but Bill is going to be talking to us about enhance your forms with user and developer experience. So again, a little bit more UX talk. So let's go ahead and let Bill take it away.
Hi guys, welcome to React Europe. My name is Bill. Today's topic, I'm going to cover how to enhance forms with great DX and UX. Now, first let me explain what's DX. DX stands for Developer Experience, which often referring to how developer experience your software in the context of development effort. It really indicates how quickly and efficiently we can producing things and shipping them to the production. Next, we have user experience, which represent people interact with the application, so it's easily accessible, performant, and helping them achieving the goal. Now, there are two dedicated targeted group people. On the left-hand side, we're more technical. On the right-hand side, are more behavior-driven. That's why we have a lot of library emerging, so try to closing the gap in between. And that's one of the reasons I have been building React hook form for the past 2.5 years. I would like to borrow this opportunity to actually share some of the design principle and the idea behind this library and proving that why this library can potentially closing the gap. First, let's discuss developer experience. For form library, validation is always going to be the most important aspect. It needs to be simple, powerful, and extensible. Because different applications have different requirements, it could easily scale from 0 to 10. So having the capability to scale to something rather large and complicated, and yet to maintain simple and elegant, is such an important aspect. So let's look at some of the really awesome predecessors to see how they done with a great developer experience. jQuery validation plugin. It is super simple, customizable, and it uses native constraint API. So you can easily write in your form validation by stay close with the standard. Angular form validation really pushing the boundary to the next level. It allowed us to do things like double binding, $watch, and yet it's highly customizable and use native constraint API as the baseline. For example, you can do ng require, ng pattern, and all of that would work out of the box. Then, like most of us, we land on React. React forever changing the way we're thinking about building application. However, form validation was an empty space when React was released, and really give the opportunity for the community to building things around it. And we have many awesome libraries out there which does really good integration with things like schema validation library, with validation plugins, and even if it's something simple enough, you can actually build your own as well. Now, React took form, look at some of the predecessor, and actually bringing some really awesome constraint API back into the library. So really try to pushing that really good developer experience in here that be more aligned with something you already learned about HTML. In fact, we extend something a little bit beyond. You can use things like value as a number, value as a date as well. We also haven't forget about the schema validation. In fact, schema validation is inside this library, so you can easily integrate with external schema validation with the library. We actually have a dedicated library called Hook Form Resolver, which currently managed and maintained by Juris. He's done an amazing job, so we have about 10 schema validation library support out of the box. In fact, you can pick and choose whatever style suits you the best, or even inherit something you already done in your current project. In fact, everything I mentioned on the previous slides, you can inherit everything into the native space as well. Such as you can use native constraint API inside React Native. You can also use schema validation in here as well. TypeScript is such an essential part today for a really good developer experience. To actually give a strong type support to your application can really prevent a lot of things to go wrong before they ship into production. So with the React Took Form version 7, we're pushing the boundary even further. With the version 7, we actually combine it with string template literal, so you can type check against your input name as well. For example, in this case, where we have a type definition as form values contains your details, an array of paths. In input name, it will be your detail.paths.0.name, and this will be validated against your type definition and strongly type check against the input name. And it also works for something like a value type check as well. Next, documentation is such an important aspect of really good developer experience, because documentation is really a dictionary to translate all these ideas and learn about the API. So we're making sure that the documentation is quite beautiful, clean, and unique. In fact, I designed and built this from scratch to making sure to bring a very unique experience to all of us. Lately, I started building a lot more video tutorial on individual API, so making sure I can educating and helping developers. Now, enough said about developer experience. Let's dive into user experience. First, let's cover about accessibility. And in fact, focus management is such an important aspect about building a really awesome form. This quote summarizes a lot. The last thing you want to do is make users feel stupid after not completing your form. Instead of focusing on the user mistake, which means printing out an error message and warning customer, focus on what they need to fix the mistake. That really translating to focus management is such an important aspect to building a successful form application. Now in this video, you can see the moment I press the submit, if the input actually have validation associated, it will get focus automatically. And that's one of the important aspects of React Took Form. We're taking focus management as the first priority. In fact, something can be extended even beyond. If we're building something a little bit more dynamic, for example, field array, we have the capability to actually focus on that input that you just append, prepend, or inserted. So how do we achieve in that? This is API of React Took Form register method. By registering the input, we can actually capture the input name, reference, and passing them on change and on blur. With the dedicated reference store, we know exactly how many inputs that's living on your screen and focus anywhere as we want. Obviously, we have a value store as well by capturing all the user interaction. Next, let's talk about performance. And for React form, our goal is minimize the re-render and also reduce the computation happening on your form application. Now, before we go into the optimization, let me ask you a question. Do you need React to manage your input state? My answer is no. In fact, browser building have a lot of capability, such as accessibility, performance, and internationalization. So all of that is actually taken care and given for free. So you no longer need to use user state to manage all your inputs by building something really simple. Now, when do you need to use React? Now, React comes to rescue when you want to build in something a little bit more complicated. For example, you need to track form states such as dirty state, touch state, valid state, or even anything that is a little bit more advanced in terms of validation. But for example, asynchronous validation, dependency validation, custom validation. All of that is a limitation of native constraint API. Now let's talk about performance with a fully controlled form. Every keystroke was sending down re-render to re-render your application, potentially updating your form state, and also kicking in validation. Now this all works great with a smaller scale of application. However, when your application gets larger and larger, and your form state updates still living very high or potentially at the root of your application. Now, one of the important tips that we always been given to improve your performance is actually lower down your state update. However, by building things that is fully controlled, your state update actually live very high on your application. And that could potentially causing performance stress on your application. Then you need to worry about memorization and do a lot of optimization to making sure that users still have a but a smooth experience. Now, with the React hook form, we're thinking about, maybe form library should avoid dictating the re-render, and even thinking twice about building a controlled form with a purpose and not blindly apply them to all. So we want to be the reporter instead of the micromanager. In React hook form, we're taking a different approach and let the form library have the capability to reporting to individual component that is subscribing to your form state update, and also have the opportunity to smartly omitting those validation computation if not required. For example, if you're not actually subscribing to is valid, then all those computation happening behind the re-render, behind the computation of the validation can be successfully omitted. Now, how did we achieving that? By deconstructing form state, we have the opportunity to actually sending signal back to React hook form, so we know these are the form state that you want to subscribing to, and we can leave the others in peace. Validation strategy. It's a way to bring consistency to your customer. Isn't like a video game, we have the opportunity to play a quick video tutorial to educating your customer. With a web application, we often have a very short period of time for a customer land on your application and have a few try and error to educating them how to completing a form. So users shouldn't have to memorize the instruction to fix an error is a very important aspect for a great successful form application. Now we can establish a pattern such as checking whether the input has an error, whether the input's been touched before we're showing error message. However, this sort of checking is quite leaky when your application gets bigger and bigger. You can easily forget about using the touch state and the error message was shown to the customer straight away. Now with the React hook form, we're taking a different approach. We want to making sure the validation being consistently applied to all your applications. So we're introducing a mode which allow you to have a very strong contract on your validation behavior. When you're setting the mode to be untouched, then your validation will only get shown to your customer when inputs being touched and contains an error. Now really, if you think twice, that validation actually have two phases. We have pre-submit, which is something before user press the submit button, and after submit, that something happened after user submitting the application. Now, with a native form behavior, the validation actually doesn't trigger anything when users actually interact with the form. That's on submit. And the moment you're pressing the submit, if there is something that has an error on the inputs, you will get focused, and then the error will get revalidated on the fly when user actually typing. that's on change. So with a React hook form, we really try to providing a consistent behavior to your customer and capturing two phases of a validation. Now talking about instant validation message, it's actually preferable to have X millisecond of delay before we showing an error message to your customer. And that's why we introduced this new props called delay error, which give you the opportunity to providing a little bit of slide delay before you showing the error to your customer. With all of that, the goal is providing a really consistent behavior to your customer so they can easily memorizing the structure to fixing the error and continue filling up your application. Now enough said, let's get into a demo to showcase some of the things that I just mentioned before. In this demo, I will progressively improve the form from native behavior to a custom build with a React hook form. So first, we got two inputs on the screen, so we can easily start to using native constraint API by applying attributes such as required. And we can even set that as max equal, say, 25. At this point in time, if we actually submitting the form, we should be getting error message right away. And in order to correct that error, we can start typing and the error message goes away. So does that maximum as 25, we'll get error message. At this point in time, we can start preparing data. So we got the event from the submit with the successful submit. Then we can go with new form data e.target. And now we're ready to preparing the data and ready to send that to the server. Now let's integrate this with React hook form. So first let's install the module and grabbing the user form hook. So we can get in the register method out from the user form. Now register is one of the most important API in the library. It allowed us to actually register inputs. So in here we can go with register input and spreading all the props that are produced by such a function. And at this point on, we can even grabbing the handle submit function and wrapping them around in here. So instead of preparing the data manually, React hook form will getting the data ready for us. So we can just console log out the data. Looks like I'm missing a bracket. Sweet. And just by doing so, we can start submitting the data. And let's say 21, and we're getting the data. Now let's integrate with a schema validation library. First, let's importing the schema and library that are associated with the schema validation. So we have a dedicated Zolt resolver, and I'm going to use Zolt schema validation library in here as example. So we can just plug in with resolver, Zolt resolver, and plug in the schema, and everything just being taken care of. And one thing to notice, we can still leverage the browser inbuilt capability by sending the flag as should use native constraint API. And by doing so, we're leveraging the schema validation, but we're actually printing out the UI by the native behavior. So if we're submitting the form now, before we're removing all of those extra attributes, now we're ready to submitting the form. And notice we actually get the custom error message from Zolt resolver, print that onto natively on the UI. However, one thing you're probably going to be surprised is no matter what we type as a number, Zolt will still scream about the expected number but receive string. And that's because native inputs will still produce string even when you set the type as number. So we can fix this problem by passing down value as number equal true. And by doing so, we are pretty much transformed the input from a string into a number. So now the validation pass from Zolt resolver and everything just works. Cool. Next, let's look into the building validation and how that taking action. So let's remove the resolver and remove the schema, and we can easily leverage the same kind of register API by passing down the validation rules. And we can using exactly what we learned about HTML and sending down those attributes. So the next thing we want to do, because we're not using native anymore, in fact, let's remove this line And let's actually subscribing to form state, and we want to know about every arrows on the screen, and we can print that by console log. So let's just quickly test that out. Straight away we're getting an error which is name is required. Before we can leverage the TypeScript support, let's provide an default values so we can inferring what's actually inside your form. So in this case, we've got, notice we already started getting all those type check errors in here because we haven't provided any of the default values. So if you provide it with age, and we can provide it with empty string, and by doing so, we straight away started getting some of the really good type check in here. For example, if we change the input name to something else, we're going to type error, and the same thing apply to all the error objects as well. So let's prepare some custom error message in here, and we can use object chain by looking up what's inside the object, and there we go. We got the custom error message ready, and we can apply that for age as well. And let's make sure this is required as well. And I got a message. This should be age, like that. And now this is one of the things that is really nice about React Hook Form. You can actually associate it with error message against all the validation rule that you have. So we can go with first name is required, and we can go with please enter your age. And now we can actually print out all the error message at one go. And one thing that is very important, pay attention in here, that when we actually interact with the form, we don't see any error message. And that's the thing I was talking about before with this attributes as mode, because by default the validation mode is set to be on submit, so kind of stay very close with the native behavior. No validation when users actually start to interact with the form until they actually pressing the submit button, and then unattach will be attached. Voila, everything worked. Now next, let's try to do something a little bit more dynamic by creating a user view array. So let's removing that, and let's just say we're gonna have some pets in here, and this time we actually want to give a form. Let's call it form values, and we want to do is name is string, age is string, and we want to do an array of pets. So we can go pets, and it's an object of array, and then give it a pet's name as a string as well. And let's actually providing a default value for this as well. So we go as empty array, and we can forget about this valid, and let's plug in the generic in here. Cool. Now let's actually importing the user view array hook as well. Use view array, and what we want to pass in, we want to pass in the control prop from user form, and we also want to give a name which is pets. Nice, we got autocomplete in here as well. And this would produce a few object and a few method. We're going to use append and prepend in here. And let's actually render the UI on the screen. And we want to actually generating all these inputs. Let's give it a div. One of the good thing about providing a generic, so we can actually type check against the input name that you associate with. So let's give a fill and an index, and we can call it as pets.index.name. Notice we actually have type check even for something that is array like. So if we made a mistake on the type input name, this will actually scream at you with the type error. And we also want to actually providing a key field.id so that every input is actually unique. Sweet, I think we pretty much all set. Let's give it a button so we can append, and let's also do another one which we allowed us to prepend, and let's give it a on-click function. Name test Actually, let's go with append, and we can do another one which allowed us to do prepend. And in here, I also want to showcase the focus management as well, which allowed us to actually focus on input that we dynamically appending or prepending. Sweet. Nice. We already start appending items, and notice that every time we press, the focus management is actually directly on the input that you're actually prepending. And in this example, if I prepend on the top, notice that screen gets actually focused on the right input, so user doesn't get lost. In fact, let's apply validation for this as well, so we can see that every input's actually required. So let's quickly just fill in the form, and if we append, we're deleting that, we're submitting the form. See the error input get focused right away, and we can correct that, and that will generating an array of object for us as well. Please showcase the delay arrow as well, so we have the capability to display an arrow with a delay. So let's say if I want to delay for 500 milliseconds, in this case, if I simply delete everything, notice there is a 500 milliseconds delay before the arrow gets shown on the screen. Cool. I think what I showcase in here is that you can progressively enhance from a native form all the way integrate with the React hook form and embrace with some of the native constraint API with validation, schema validation. And on the user side, we're taking good care of the focus management. We're taking very good care of the validation behavior, and on when an error gets showed, it possible can be delayed as well. So really try to play a really good balance in terms of a developer experience and user experience. So thank you very much for everybody that's showing on this page right now, including business and individual. We really try to pushing a form experience to be a lot better for developers and user experience. And last but not least, thank you React Europe to give me the opportunity to come on the stage and have a talk on this library. Thank you.
All right, everyone.
Whoops. I was a little bit hot there, guys. Sorry about that if that echoed.
Okay.
All right. Wait, are you chomping at the bit to ask him some questions, Patrick?
No.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I mean, I took some notes. I mean, this is kind of like a very smart approach to building forms in React. I like the destructuring strategy for the hook, making it very obviously which state is causing like re-renders and stuff. I like the idea of setting like the mode and applying the same validation across all the forms, or at least that's kind of what I got from it. To me, like React is all about minimizing the code a developer has to write and being kind of clever in the abstraction, and abstracting the complexity away from the developer, but also ensuring that they have the control and the ability to apply the same functionality across many areas, many forms, many inputs. Yeah, I mean, the library seems like it really helps me to take each of my forms or make them each a little bit more approachable, especially when there's many developers working on the same code base. You said you've been working on this for 2.5 years.
2.5 years.
When did you release it? How long has it been out? I haven't heard of it, but like, I'm definitely going to check it out. And for anyone else, on Twitter @hookform, the website's beautiful. I also posted a link to the GitHub into the chat. So
thanks a lot. I started this little project like 2.5 years ago. That's why you see there are so many versions. Really, like the first like version 1 to 5 is me just playing around with it.
Yeah.
So not really any kind of breaking change, but I think most of the idea for me is I want something to be a lot developer friendly, something that, you know, if you build something that, you know, you can take away all those complexity in terms, you know, oh, if I'm building a really simple form, then I need a schema validation library, I need another validation plugin. What about if we just throw all of this away and really look at what the, you know, the native platform actually already offered, and inherit some of the knowledge you've already learned and just apply them. And the other thing, I kind of step away from being very technical, because I mean, this is probably one of the problems as a developer. We're all very technical. We like to talk about patterns, you know, principles, all of that. sometimes we're getting too far away from, getting closer to the end user. So the other role I want to play is, really kind of, making some of the behaviors more consistent throughout the whole application. So the users don't have to suffer, oh, why this error is showing now, why it is not. Have a very strong contract for the whole, like a behavior type of thing. Yeah, so that's pretty much the kind of the origin of this library. And the other thing, like building a form, right? Like we all been building like control form for a long time. And I'll be honest in here, I completely forget about the focus management. Like, because if you read the React doc, you look at, oh, you should not touch ref at all. And people like, oh, God damn, I can't touch ref. So
exactly.
The focus management is like, no, don't touch it. I just be the brave guy, say, let's touch it.
Absolutely. I'm a big fan of, do you know who Tanner Lindsay is? And his libraries like React Query, React Table, React Location.
Awesome.
It kind of, I don't know, it reminds me of some of the work that he's done on his libraries, on how easy it is to use. And not only are you providing like a better developer experience, but it seems like it also provides a better user experience too. So I'm just really eager to kind of get into this. One of the things that I've been focusing on more lately is building out like demo applications and doing more UI work. So I have definitely a good reason to go and try this out. It feels like it might fit into one of my projects where I use some of those other libraries that I just kind of mentioned, because again, developer experiences looks amazing here. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, I've been using this library for like 2 years, and it was, I think, one of the first form libraries that supported React hooks.
Yep.
And it required writing very little code. So those two factors were why I picked this library. It was very nice. And also, I remember having an issue, I think it was with the material UI, because it was a control component or something. And Bill was, he answered all my questions like almost immediately. So and I think that's the case for everyone. So that's why you have many people who really love you in the community. So thank you for this. I hope you are you sponsored or something on the project? Do you receive a contribution or?
Oh, I have a few like company already contributing monthly, and I have a few.
Nice.
Well, I think I'm building this. Financially, I'm okay because I have my full-time job to support all of that. And that's why I couldn't do more library. Like one library is enough for me, because I just want to dedicate and make that work and bring consistency. And if I can reply, I pretty much reply anyone if I can. Not so much on the financial part. If I can get a lot of support, that would be great. But
sometimes it's not about that, and it seems like this is also something that I'm assuming you're probably dogfooding in your own job and kind of using day in and day out. It's only one library that you're writing, so it's easy to kind of make sure it keeps up to date. Plus, again, you're using it every day, probably.
I don't use it every day. Funny.
You don't?
I don't.
Yeah. Okay, I think you might work on it every day, maybe.
Definitely work on that every day. Like it's part of a routine. I think this is like a really meaningful thing to do in my career. So I think that's the kind of inspiration behind this.
I was watching it, and since it's a new library for me, a lot to take in. But can you tell me a little bit more about the dedicated reference store, because that was one part that kind of I wouldn't say it went over my head, but I just didn't understand what you were saying there.
Yeah, so basically, right, like I think for a lot of the control form library, most of the time they just care about taking the value and then storing the state. In React, we actually have a dedicated store just capturing all the input reference. So basically every DOM element that it is focusable. So we have a dedicated store for capturing all of that. So the other one is basically just capturing the value. With two stores, basically one is just for like a focus management. Obviously, if you're just building uncontrolled, then I can access the value and updating the value by mutation as well. And if you're building controlled components, then we're sending down the value through like controller or use controller. Just the other dedicated store is just basically, it's good for like updating like uncontrolled inputs and focus management.
Yeah, some other people here have just been, evidently you've got a lot of fans in the chat and a lot of people that have already been working with it. So with the dedicated reference store, correct me if I'm wrong, because again, I haven't seen this, but I don't know why. I haven't been building a lot of forms lately. That's probably the reason why. But so this is an alternative to kind of like saving all of your kind of the state from your form in the component's local state, and basically the library has its own store of state.
Yeah, so the library has a store to capturing all the input value, best value, and the reference store, I mean, basically all the input ref. So every time you're accessing like ref equal whatever, that's the ref that we try to retrieve. So when the register method gets involved, you're passing down ref, and ref will have a callback. And by the time it does a callback and actually registers inside the React took form. And
what happens whenever the user navigates away from that component? What happens to the store?
If it really depends, like if your entire components at the hook level that gets unmounted, then the whole reference, everything get destroyed.
Cool.
If you're building like an entire, you can build like a form wizard in the entire host in the single user form. If that's the case, then everything will be carried on in the memory, just going through different steps. But nice. I tend to prefer to, go, be more aligned with the native, like every step should be in the dedicated form, not just mess around with the entire. That's what we used to do with the control form, like having a single state and, divide it into different forms and just have a single state hosting everything.
Well, the lack of questions in the YouTube might just be because so many people are already involved and you've probably answered a lot of their questions already. So I don't know, Patrick, do you have any other questions? No, this is like one of those talks that when I go to a conference, I see a talk, and it's when I walk away from the conference, it's like, that's one of the first things I'm going to go and check out, see if I can contribute anything, go through the docs, try to use it in a project. And this has been the one for me here so far.
I have just one question. Is there a UI library that was particularly tricky to integrate?
Yeah, Material is definitely the tricky one.
Yeah, that's the one. But it's the most popular also.
It is most popular. I think over the year we conquered that problem already. But still a little bit hard in terms of developer experience, because you kind of need to wire all the props correctly. That's something I always try to improve, but it's the nature of the difficulty. Like every component kind of have different props, and every different component, sometimes they have a different name for the reference. I mean the ref. Some of them call like input ref, some of them call inner ref, and some of them call the standard ref. So it is a little bit difficult, but I think like if you learn that React took form enough and understand like some of the fundamental, like what the controller actually does. I have some videos on YouTube as well, try to explain what's happening inside. If you understand it, then you can kind of wire up all the a lot easier. But I have to say, like if you're building with the native inputs, and for example, plus with Tailwind CSS, it's really sweet.
So yeah, I'm kind of looking like a fool here for not knowing about this. 109,000 users, 195 contributors, built with TypeScript. Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's awesome. I was going to say, how can people contribute? But I think they already know.
Okay, one last question, because we're running out of time. Is there something in the future you're planning to add to the library that you did not mention in the talk, or that you want to?
I think at this stage is pretty mature. If something to be extended, maybe hopefully I can work something on top of it and generating revenue and doing more open source, hopefully.
Go
ahead.
People on GitHub, when they don't see new features, they say that the project is dead. So you just have to ignore these people.
This is the thing, right? Like, being a project maintainer, especially the other thing about React took form, if you look at the size of the package, is actually really small, like compared with other form library. It's only like 8.5 kilobytes gzipped. I think it's very important for me to have a good control in terms of the size as well. Like you don't want to support every feature. So like you want to provide the primitive that they can build on top of it. If you support all the feature and then, people maybe just using 20% of it, even with, code splitting, all of that, tree shaking, you're still actually adding a lot of burden to, to the unnecessary bytes to the application. So I like to keep the library relatively small, still kind of feature rich, providing the foundation. So right now it's pretty good.
So Patrick, I didn't have another question. I just wanted to state before I leave, I posted the react-hook-form.com link into the YouTube, and check out the website. It's good for React Web and React Native, and all of your questions literally are answered on the front page, and it's a beautiful site to look at.
Oh, thank you. Thanks very much, guys. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Bill, for coming, and thanks for the great talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. So, Patrick, the next talk that we have coming up is Catherine Grayson Nuns. She's a developer advocate over at Kendo UI, my alma mater. I used to work for the Kendo React team, so I've got a lot of love for this team and this company. She's a front-end engineer, UI designer, pushing around rectangles on the screen until they look nice. I love that on her Twitter. So let's go ahead and take a look at her talk, Creating Component Libraries. Fitting talk to go into after that one.
Yep.
Hi everyone. I am so thrilled to get the opportunity to nerd out with you all about building component libraries. My name is Catherine Grayson Nance, and I'm a developer advocate at Progress Software. As someone with a design background who has transitioned into front-end development, component libraries feel like the perfect blend of all my favorite things. It's absolutely essential for our applications to be well designed, not only because then they're nice to look at, but also because our users deserve applications that are accessible and intuitive. That's always been a kind of easier said than done type of thing, unless you have a component library. So I can kind of imagine right now you're like, wow, this girl is really spun up on component libraries. And to be fair, you are correct. At this point, I've built two different, totally custom libraries, one in React and one in Angular, for two very different companies. And seeing firsthand the impact that those have had on both of those teams has made me really passionate about this approach to UI design and development. In both situations, I've been the lead on those projects to create, implement, and maintain the library. And while the teams and applications couldn't have been more different, the impact that the library had on their workflow and productivity was incredibly similar. In both companies, I came into a situation where I was building the library from the ground up. The first company had fairly established print guidelines. It had logos and brand colors and fonts, but nothing that was really equipped to offer any kind of design guidance for building an application. So the developers had started making UI decisions on their own, on a case-by-case basis. And, spoiler alert, no two cases ever seemed to end with the same decision. So they struggled hugely with UI inconsistency and user confusion, which was the main problem we were solving for with their library. The second company was much larger and had a more complex application. This meant there were more resources for creation and maintenance, including a dedicated designer I got to work with. But along with that came a much larger lift for adoption and initial implementation. In this case, we were creating the library in order to speed up developer build time on new features and make it easier to apply design updates across the whole application. This was an especially important aspect, as they were in the process of creating a new design system and really concerned about that rollout. Common to both companies, though, was one last, and fairly common, internal pain point. Developers who thought that working with CSS was the worst. UI styling wasn't work that many of my team members enjoyed doing, or sometimes even felt comfortable doing. And while I do genuinely enjoy that kind of work as a hybrid designer-engineer, I recognize that I'm often in the minority there. In both situations, we needed a way for all of our team members to feel enabled to work confidently with the UI. The creation of a component library was a perfect solution to all of those problems, in addition to solving some others along the way, like making it easier to focus on accessibility or offering a place for quick prototyping and user testing. It was a hugely beneficial effort that made both companies' applications more cohesive and user-friendly, as well as reduced a ton of developer pain points. And if you've been listening to all that and thinking, whew, we sure could use one of those where I work, then great news. We're about to take a high-level walk through all the steps of creating a component library, from tooling decisions and choosing which components to build, to getting buy-in from your team and maintaining the library once it's created. Because, as it turns out, coding the components is actually the easiest part of making a component library. The first step to setting up a component library is picking your tools and actually setting up the space where you'll write the components, with one very big asterisk. Don't get too bogged down in the nitty-gritty of all of this right when you start. Your goal at this point is MVP. You want to get just enough in place to write basic components and prove the value of the library. I'm not going to spend our limited time together today walking through setup minutiae. Every tool I'm about to mention has fantastic documentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions afterwards. So what I want to do now is a really quick walkthrough of the setup that I've used, so you have a jumping off point without having to do all of the research and comparison. Unless you enjoy that, in which case, knock yourself out. As I mentioned briefly before, one company wanted their library built in React, but the other preferred to use Angular. Both worked perfectly well, so when it comes to this, I think it's completely a matter of preference and alignment with the tech stack that you already have in place. To manage the library, I like to use Storybook. It's a fantastic tool that I highly recommend. It's easy to use, it has a very small learning curve, and it comes built in with nearly everything you'll need to start your library. Those two things, a framework and Storybook, are really all you need to get started. Within Storybook, you can install things called add-ons and decorators that will add features to the Storybook UI. This is very cool, and there are tons of open source add-ons and decorators out there that can help you with everything from mobile responsiveness to creating routing-aware components. And while this is absolutely something that you'll want to take advantage of to enhance your library down the road, I'm going to really recommend that you just start with plain vanilla Storybook for now. Don't stress the add-ons until you get a feel for what your library actually needs based on how it's being used. With the different setups at the different companies, it was also natural that we ended up integrating different libraries to build our components with. I've used GreenSock, Animate CSS, Font Awesome, plain old vanilla CSS, as well as Less and Sass, and Prettier. All of this to say, though, it's easy to integrate any of the dependencies that you're using in your primary application. And in fact, that's a really good thing to do, so that you can build in an environment with all the same stuff that's available to you in your primary application. You want to encourage people to build in the library as much as possible. Perhaps most importantly, though, you'll need a way to get the components from the library into your applications. Both companies I've worked with have chosen to set up their library as a private NPM package. This, however, is something that's going to be a little different everywhere, depending on your goals and how you want to use the library. Consider whether it will be shared often with outside parties, whether you want to make it open source or not, what works with your existing workflow and setup most naturally. With every step, your goal should always be to make using the library as easy as humanly possible. The more hurdles that you put in the path, the harder it will be to get buy-in and use. Even if it doesn't feel like the right way to do it, I will always suggest that you do what works for your team. Okay, so you're set up and you're ready to build some components. But how do you decide what to build? It can be incredibly tempting to use this as an opportunity to throw out everything and do a complete UI design overhaul. Or maybe just mimic the component list from another company's more established library. But realistically, you're going to be far better off leveraging what you already have. The easiest way to do this is to start moving over components from a shared directory in your application, if you have one, and I've found that a lot of places do. The main thing to make sure you're aware of if you take this approach is the separation of your business logic from the component that you put into the library. You might have heard of smart and presentational components before, but just in case you haven't, here's a quick definition. Smart components include case-specific logic that executes functions, saves information, manages state, etc. Presentational components, also sometimes called dumb components, only receive the information and display it. You only want those presentational, pure UI components in your component library. It's what keeps them flexible and adaptable. Once you start tangling up the logic in the component, you create more and more edge case situations where you need something to look the same but do different stuff. Nip that in the bud now, and make sure that you're putting only presentational components in your library and leaving the smart components in the application. If inconsistency is one of the problems that you're trying to solve with your library, I highly suggest taking the time to do a full interface inventory, as Brad Frost calls it. That means going through your application screen by screen and cataloging varieties of all your existing UI elements. For example, what do the buttons look like on each page? What about your form inputs, your checkboxes? Take a screenshot of each visually different element and start collecting them in a document. Once you have that, you can look at those pieces of UI that show up most often and ta-da! Those can be your starter components. Try to cap this list at about 8 components max. You want to keep it low because one of the most common pitfalls of component library creation is the team that puts in a ton of upfront time and effort to create a beautiful, elaborate library that just doesn't get used. This can happen for a variety of reasons, but one of the most common is finding out that nobody actually has a use for the components that you made. You want people to be able to immediately implement your library and see the benefits. For now, focusing on those small, often recurring, basic UI elements ensures that you have something that will be usable right away, so you can get that quick win to build momentum, excitement, and buy-in for your library. If your application has a fairly consistent design already, then creating your component is just a case of copying existing code for that element over into Storybook and tweaking it to adjust any props or inputs it may need to accept. But more likely, you'll discover that you have, 3 or 5 or 20 different buttons during the process of that interface inventory, and now you have to choose which ones are going to be the buttons from now on. When you're making this decision, make sure you're keeping in mind all the different contexts in which those buttons are currently being used. You may find that you need a couple different button components to meet all those needs, and that's okay too. Both libraries I've worked on have had a set of 4 to 5 standard buttons for different uses. Start creating your components, but also work on nailing down the different situations in which each one is intended to be used. Another thing to keep in mind is how your components will change based on state. Does your button need a disabled state? It probably needs a hover state and a focus state. It's important to consider all the varied ways in which your users could be interacting with your component and make sure you've thought through how the component will respond in each situation. This kind of attention to detail is what ensures people will actually use your library. If the components aren't equipped to handle real-world situations that your users will regularly encounter, your developers simply won't bother using them. As part of the component creation process, you also want to make sure that you're not just writing code, but also writing documentation, so other developers can understand how to use these different components correctly. Other people won't be able to guess your intentions for when they're supposed to use a primary button as opposed to a secondary button. It's on you to define and document that information. Remember, the goal here is always ease of use. This checklist by Emma Wedekind is a wonderful resource for making sure you've considered all aspects of your component during the creation process, all the way from design, things like customization and accessibility, to documentation, providing code snippets and input requirements. After step 2, you should have a basic component library with a handful of components that are ready for prime time. That means it's time to start actually using the library in your applications, so your team and your users can start reaping the benefits. You may also notice at this point some of the components you created in that bubble of the component library aren't quite meeting the needs of where you need to use them for real. You'll likely need to make some adjustments. That is a normal and inevitable part of the process. Don't think of it as a failure, because it's truly not. In fact, it's a very important part of the never-ending honing and maintenance process that you'll continue for the entire life of your library. Each one of those situations makes your components more adaptable and more usable, so embrace it as an opportunity for improvement. Hopefully, though, those bumps in the road will be relatively minor and outweighed by the immense joy of KonMariing a bunch of old code and letting those new components spark joy. This is also the point where you want to start talking this up a little bit, getting more folks on board, showing them how useful it is, how much easier it's going to make their life, even with just these handful of components. You need everyone to like, or at the very least, be on board with using the new component library. Ask them for specific feedback. What parts of the library do they find useful, or not so much? What would make them excited to use it? Are there blockers that are keeping them from using it right now? Did they hit any snags when they tried to use it, either technical or design-based? Shop it around, ask questions, and keep iterating until you find the setup that works for your team. Once you've got the basics and the library is actually in use by your team, it's time to start thinking about expansion. We keep a backlog of components that we want to build someday, but don't have an urgent need for right now. This could be components you'd like to redesign or improve, components you anticipate needing for a feature down the road, or components that you've gotten requests for. I highly recommend actually capturing these somewhere and adding them to your backlog, not only so that you don't forget a good idea, but also to make it easier for the other folks on your team to get involved. Pick up tasks when they have spare time that they can invest in the library. In terms of component library related recommended reading, I cannot suggest Brad Frost's Atomic Design highly enough. This is the approach I recommend for component building, combining a library of base components into bigger organisms. For example, here we have an SVG icon atom that's part of an alert bar organism. Not only does this make life easier, but it should also be a reassurance that the components you created were the right ones. If you find yourself using them over and over again before you even leave the library, then they were clearly needed. On the flip side, you might also discover some of the components you thought that you needed aren't really being used. It's good to go through and take stock every now and again, so you can reduce clutter in your library. When you do this, make sure you're checking in with other developers and designers to see why the component wasn't being used. Maybe it was just too limited or opinionated, or there was something inconvenient about how it was built, but the component itself still has the potential to solve an important problem. Asking prevents you from throwing out the baby with the bathwater or repeating the mistake in another component. As you're revising your library, make sure you're tagging your components to denote their status. This doesn't need to be anything fancy. Adding work in progress or retired to the end of a component name will do the trick, as will splitting them off into a separate section. Storybook is really great about supporting lots of nesting and organization options. Whatever you choose just needs to allow other users of the library to see at a glance what's coming, what's being removed, and what's fair game to use in the features they're building right now. It's much better to offer this kind of labeling than for a component to suddenly disappear and break something. Again, if your library is creating extra work for people to use, they just won't use it. I know I've said that a lot, but it's really crucially important. In the same way that you opportunistically refactor, I also highly recommend that you opportunistically maintain your component library. Frankly, it's not always realistic to fit dedicated component library time into every single sprint. And even more frankly, it's not always necessary once you get things up and running smoothly. Look at your upcoming stories, see where you can tie component creation or refactoring into work that needs to be done anyway, and then just estimate that work all together as part of the story. It's helpful to keep that component library backlog pulled up during sprint planning if it's not already part of your general backlog. As you talk through upcoming work, see if any of the components would be useful or add new ideas to the list for later. Both companies I worked with have made contributions or edits to their component libraries every single sprint since its creation, and I credit the opportunistic maintenance approach primarily. If you don't improve or expand your component library, it will eventually stop being useful. Opportunistically building in these small, regular amounts of library maintenance can do wonders to prevent this. My component library journey hasn't been without a few missteps, though. In addition to some of the things I've already mentioned, here are a few more things that I wish I knew when I was first starting to build component libraries. Keep it simple. This is by far the piece of advice I most wish that I had. When creating components, keep them flexible and open to various uses. When I wrote my first components, I intentionally kept them quite limited. I knew my fellow developers weren't interested in making design decisions, so I tried to be as opinionated as possible for them. As an example, I was afraid people would put too much content into a pop-up modal, something I feel strongly should be used sparingly and with minimal text. I kept imagining these worst-case scenarios with giant overcrowded modals, so I made a component that only allowed you to pass in text and a header. But then, of course, our application needed a modal with a button, and then another one with 2 buttons, and then one with a text box, and as I went back and scraped all of that crap out of my component, it occurred to me I should have just let people pass in whatever children they wanted from the get-go. In the end, I found myself frustrated by my own aggressive restrictions. You can't tell the future, and you'll waste your time trying to guess all the ways in which people could potentially use or misuse a component. It's better to start with a less opinionated component and then use your documentation to specify how it should be used. You can always go back later and build in those restrictions if they're really needed. Flexible components should always be the ideal, though. It makes your components more usable, and that's the goal at the end of the day. It's okay and actually beneficial to have unfinished components in your library. At first, the component library was my baby, and I didn't want anyone to see it in any form other than sheer perfection. This was a mistake. It prevented people from seeing what was in the works, from making suggestions, or even just thinking about how they could incorporate upcoming components. Even worse, it made people feel uncomfortable creating or editing components on their own. Don't think of your component library as an art museum. It's really more of an art studio. It's okay if it's a little untidy, as long as it's organized chaos. Plus, as an unintentional side effect to keeping works in progress in the library, I found that it's the perfect place to prototype new things in isolation for quick and dirty user testing. Rather than constructing elaborate mock-ups, you can rough something out super quickly in the library, leveraging the components you already have, and then put that in front of real users for them to interact with. This can give you excellent, super focused feedback on what they gravitate to naturally, or what experiences are confusing or unintuitive, all at this micro level. It allows for fast, iterative, feedback-based development, and then, when you're ready to build it for real, the bulk of the front-end lift is already done. It's just a question of moving it out of the library and connecting the wires, if you will. Build in accessibility as you go. Often, the task of making our app accessible can feel daunting and overwhelming if that wasn't a consideration from day one. It's definitely something I've grappled with in every application with legacy code, so, in every application. I wish it had been pointed out earlier how much a component library can help with that. The process of building for accessibility becomes a lot more, accessible when you can break it off into bite-sized pieces and tackle it one component at a time. Every time you use that component in the future, you can do so assured it's already optimized and ready for all of your users. Every time you use an accessibly built component, you get that accessibility for free in the application. To wrap it up, after multiple years of using component libraries every single sprint at 2 very different companies, I feel confident that it was well worth the upfront investment of time and resources. I can say without hesitation that it made my own job easier, and I watched really proudly as it became a resource for my coworkers. not just on my own engineering team, but on other teams across the companies as well. If building a component library appeals to you, then I absolutely encourage you to look into it. And if you have any questions about what I did or how you could replicate this at your company, please feel free to contact me via email or Twitter or whatever. I'd love to talk about it with you. Thank you all so much, and happy component creating.
Okay.
Right. Thank you for joining us, Catherine.
So,
Catherine, are you there? Oh, you're on mute. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. We all do
Can you
it. So I took way too many notes in that. So yeah, I just so what you said about the first company that you worked with, and devs making decisions on their own without support from a UX designer or standard design language, or maybe someone that's more capable of building out a component library, like really resonated, because it happened to me at multiple companies that I work with. And I'm not the best UI designer, component designer in the world, but I really found that teams that sometimes move too fast and have too many developers making decisions can, before you know it, you can get yourself in a very bad situation very quickly, and you don't even realize that it happens. And sometimes it's the pressure of, managers or, people involved in the project that are just looking to push it further and further and not take the time to really iterate the right way. So yeah, a lot of that resonated, and I took so many notes. I haven't been doing UI for a few years. I've been working for a database company, but I used to work at Progress. I was the Kendo React developer advocate. And I was wondering, at the position there, do you work closely with the other Kendo React teams, kind of ensuring like a standardization on the APIs and the design language and that kind of stuff? Or
mostly my work is focused on just the Kendo React team right now. So no, in terms of that kind of standardization across. And right now we have kind of we definitely standardize in terms of when we have a component in all the libraries, it should work and look the same way, but we don't always have the same component in all the libraries. It really just depends on.
Or the same APIs sometimes because the different
frameworks. Right. Each one is more tailored to what each framework needs rather than consistency across all three, which I think is the right prioritization. But yeah, just kind of a different approach.
All right, just checking to see if we have any. We have some claps. We don't have any questions yet. Yeah, it was an excellent talk, well thought out guide. I think that kind of any developer, whether they're really good at creating components or not, can use this video to kind of get started and remind them of the things to be aware of as they start to build their own component libraries, and also kind of reminding them that it's okay to kind of start small and iterate only when you need additional features. Like having a solid limited set of components, I think was one of the best things that you said there, because it keeps things tidy, it keeps them small, and forces you to only go ahead and add those extra features as you need them, or kind of as the project kind of requires them. It doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to move too fast and get too untidy. And I think the users would probably thank them if they did that. Like, I always feel like sometimes when you're pushed to kind of build out these components, like your users don't even know about these extra features that you have, and then you go and you start building them, and then you build them the wrong way, and it's just it kind of backs you into a corner, and then before you know it, like we said earlier, like you just have so many components. You have spaghetti code, you have them being used in the wrong places, not sharing the right code. So like one of the questions that I had was, do you have any suggestions for developers that are bogged down on their own team working on products that have developers making decisions that should really be handled by a design team? And how do you approach management and suggest that the shared components that they're using need to be refactored, standardized, share more overall code, or maybe even build their own component library?
Yeah,
I know it's a tough question.
That's a tough question.
I've been in that position many times. So, and it's been hard.
It's a tough question, but it is also like a common question. It's a common issue, right? Is this feeling of like, you're getting that push to like turn out feature, and not worry so much about the organization on the developer end. Because like you said, the users can't see that. So it can be hard to make that case. But I think the biggest argument you can make is time saving. Like, I think for users, the consistency part is really important. But when you're trying to convince a boss or someone kind of further up the chain, the more emphasis you can put on, look how fast we'll be able to move. And it really, in both companies, had made huge difference in terms of just the speed of getting features out the door, because we weren't recreating this stuff all the time or trying to like look through the code base and go like, well, I knew we did something kind of like this once before. Where was that? And that becomes really, really dependent on like legacy knowledge. And especially I think in tech teams, the turnover is always really, really high. And so if you don't have someone who goes, oh, I know we did that and it's right here and it works in this way, then redoing it the next time you have to do something similar is a huge lift. But if you have all of that in a component library and the documentation is right there and it's organized and all you have to do is import the library and use the feature or use the component to create the feature, then it speeds things so much. Onboarding gets faster, feature development gets faster, testing gets faster because all the component pieces you've tested, those work. Literally every part of the process.
Yeah. So I guess you could kind of suggest those things, try to sell them on those things, but also tell them like, we don't have to do it all at once. We can start with a few of the components and move them into their own library, or even just moving them into their own folder where like this is the folder where we're going to start working on improving our UI one component at a time, maybe stripping some stuff down that we don't use anymore, and kind of, again, just focusing on starting small. Even if they have a big project with a lot of components in it, you can still take some of those components, kind of move them out, start to refactor them, and start to move towards that goal and keep track of that goal. And then eventually you could get there. Or another thing is you potentially could have several different applications, and maybe you can find one that's small enough that you can start with that one first, or a greenfield project or something like that.
Yeah. And I mentioned it really briefly in the talk, but the idea of like folding that work into the story assignments related to the feature feels a little bit like sneaky sometimes, but it can be a way to get that work in without having to put something big on the calendar that says like, we are refactoring. Cause I feel like that. I
love tricking people. Like that's.
Yeah. I'm not above a little gentle lying.
A little trickery. Yeah. I don't have a ton of questions. I just think that it was a super valuable talk, and that a lot of people need to hear this, and that there's probably a lot of people out there in that position, and knowing kind of how they can get started and get started small. And I just feel like this is a super valuable video. And I'm going to take it with me because I'm about to start a new job where I actually get to get back into UI, and I'm super excited about it. And I guarantee you I'm going to be using your video as a resource, even just to kind of understand kind of how to approach it, because I haven't done it in a while. So yeah. Patrick, do you have any questions?
Let me check.
I caught him off guard. That's all right. We're building component libraries over here, man.
It looks like there is no question on the YouTube.
No. Yeah, no, I want to thank you for coming out to React Europe. I almost said Kendo React. Thank you for coming out to Kendo React. Thank you for coming out to React Europe. I got my first introduction to React Europe through the Kendo React team, and had such a good time there at that company. And I miss it so much. I miss all the people. So say hi to all of them for me, because I love them.
Will do. Thank you.
Have you been to Sophia yet?
Not yet. There's a heckin' pandemic on.
Yeah,
I would love to
heard about that. It was so great to travel there so many times. Yeah. So anyways, enough about small talk. But yeah, anyways, I just very, very happy to have you here. And I hope everyone takes a huge value away from this talk. And yeah, thank you again.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Be here.
Thank you.
All right. So we'll go ahead and move on to the next talk, if that's okay, Patrick.
Yeah, I'll just start the video.
Okay, cool. This is Aditi Ravichandran, consuming a GraphQL API with Apollo client in React.
First, there's a small video I will show.
Oh, okay. We'll get that done first before we move on to Aditi. Sorry.
What is Bloomberg?
Well, I can tell you what it's not.
It's never dull.
Bloomberg is
a high-tech,
market-moving, data-driven,
cross-platform
information company.
When we're busy moving the global financial markets,
bringing transparency to business,
and helping major players change the world,
we go through a lot of coffee.
Yeah.
I like grabbing a free snack with colleagues from other teams and other countries.
It helps me get a fresh perspective.
Well, it's about collaboration.
Across teams?
New ideas can come from anywhere.
Bloomberg is the most inspiring place to work that hasn't been discovered yet.
Wow.
Bloomberg supports my volunteer work,
which is refreshing.
Yeah, and there are many opportunities to give back.
The company is designed to solve global problems.
Like climate change.
This is a great place to be if you care about doing good.
We don't think small.
我们拥有超过150个新闻局
in 73 ländern.
世界192カ所にオフィスを持つブルームバーグ
Și în fiecare birou avem toată lumea.
Diversity is essential for business success.
When we're moving this fast,
it's great to know your employer has your back.
The benefits are excellent.
We take that basic nugget of information
from the financial markets
and push it out across all our channels.
Nanoseconds matter.
Faster, but also smarter than anyone else.
And we help people answer questions they didn't even know they had.
It's all about smart speed.
We're passionate about connecting the world.
With news, analytics,
data,
seeing every angle.
With the fastest,
real-time,
borderless,
most caffeinated organization in the world.
Information is everything.
I see my ideas come to life.
My work really matters. Did I mention never dull?
Okay, so thanks everyone. That was our Bloomberg promotional video as official sponsor of the conference. There is Ivailo who is here. Do you want to say a few words, or he was there as a backup just in case?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Hi. Thanks for having me. So yeah, my name is Ivailo. I'm just kind of joining in for like a few minutes just to kind of talk a little bit about the company. Just before you kind of go on to the next super interesting talk. So hope you've enjoyed the video. Basically, to give a quick overview for those who are not familiar with Bloomberg, we are a financial services data provider. I hope most of you have seen some of our kind of very kind of famous UIs, like the black screen with the orange font, either on the Bloomberg TV channel or even on maybe some of the TV series like Billions, if there are any fans around. And essentially, for us, top priority is kind of security and reliability, but almost all of our UI is JavaScript, and we have one of the largest JavaScript code bases, and we have something like over 10,000 kind of UIs, because for us, the terminal runs on functions, and each function has its own independent UI. We're also contribute a lot to JavaScript and open source. We have in our company members of the TC39 committee, and our latest addition is essentially the private fields inside the JavaScript specification, the ones that actually start with the hashtag prefix. So yeah, like we're currently 6,500 strong engineering-wise, and we're always looking for new people. If you're interested to learn more about what it's like working at the company, have a look at tech@bloomberg.com. And if you're interested to see what positions we have open, we have the link at careers.bloomberg.com. I'm sure you'll find these links around in the promotional materials around the conference. So yeah, I hope that was kind of useful, and enjoy the conference and your next talk.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Ivailo. Thanks. we'll be posting also a GDPR form, so you can win a ticket for next year, or sponsored by Bloomberg. So thanks.
Absolutely. Yeah. For the conference next year, there'll be a form in the chat. And Bloomberg sounds like a great place to work for a JavaScript developer. So I guess we'll get on with our next talk now. So
we're having a small break first, and then we'll have the next talk. Yeah.
Okay, great. So how long are we going to do a break?
About 45 minutes.
Perfect. And then we'll go on with the third part of the conference. Yep. Awesome. All right, we'll see you guys back in 45 minutes.
Okay, see you. Okay.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to React Europe. Hope you had a great break. Maybe got some lunch. We're now joined with Aditi Ravichandran. You can find her at Aditi Ravi on, I believe, both Twitter and GitHub. Same username. Okay. And she's founder of Surya Consulting, Inc., and a Pluralsight author, speaker, blogger, and a musician. So with that, I will hand it over to you. She's going to be giving us a talk on consuming a GraphQL API with Apollo Client in React.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me here, React Europe. This is my first time speaking at React Europe, virtually, of course. So yeah, today I'm going to be talking about consuming a GraphQL API with Apollo Client and React. This talk is basically going to focus on how you can integrate an Apollo client within your React application. And for those of you who are new to GraphQL, I have a course called GraphQL, The Big Picture, which is on Pluralsight, and it is technology agnostic. It doesn't talk about React or any of that. It just gives an overview of what GraphQL is. So that's kind of a prerequisite for this talk, to know a little bit about GraphQL, although I'll go over some basics as well. GraphQL is basically a query language for APIs, and it gives the clients the power to ask for exactly what they need and nothing more. It makes it easier to evolve APIs over the time, and it doesn't really have the concept of versioning, and it also comes with a lot of powerful developer tools if you're using GraphQL. Here, this talk is really going to focus on Apollo Client, which is a library which leverages GraphQL APIs, and they handle the data fetching and data management layer for you. So here's a quick architecture overview of how Apollo Client really works. So let's say you have a web application or a mobile application, and your UI is basically framework agnostic for Apollo Client. It could be React, Vue, Angular, plain JavaScript, and so on. So your UI sends your GraphQL query to the Apollo Client, and the Apollo Client is going to process this query, and it's going to request the data that you wanted to the GraphQL server. Now, this GraphQL server is going to then send the results back, and Apollo Client is going to normalize this data and store it, and it's going to help you update the UI. So the Apollo Client basically behind the scenes does all the bulk work for you, like processing the data, normalizing it, also taking care of caching, and it comes out of the box for you to cache your data results as well. So if you have multiple queries that you're running over and over again, which is the same query, then it's going to be, your UI is going to not just refresh without calling the same query again, because Apollo Client holds the caching for you. So there are other alternatives to Apollo Client as well, but in the last few years, I've really been impressed with Apollo Client and been using it in my React projects, which is why I'm giving this talk today. So why Apollo Client? Some of the benefits I've seen with Apollo Client is the declarative data fetching nature. It's also good fit for the modern UI applications, which, as we talked about, it is framework agnostic. So you could use it for Angular, React, Vue, and so on. And it particularly works very well with React, because that's what I've used it with. And the intelligent caching concept for queries and mutations, where you can utilize a cache out of the box. It's also compatible across different GraphQL servers and APIs. So you don't need a specific setup in a technology for the API. Your API layer could be pretty much in any technology. And it also comes with modern tools and pretty much good developer experience. Some of the Apollo tools that you can take a look at include like the client dev tools, Apollo CodeGen, ESLint plugin that comes with it. You can also use it with AppSync AWS, and there's also this cool tool for Apollo Storybook Decorator. So there's plenty of tools which are open source that comes around the Apollo ecosystem. And also, last but not the least, Apollo client does have an active community. So if you have questions and if you're stuck somewhere, they have really good documentation, step-by-step explaining how to utilize the Apollo client. I've added a link to the Apollo client documentation towards the end of the talk. And also, they have Slack channels, they're active on Twitter. So if ever you're stuck, it's an evolving library. You can always get in touch with someone and they'll help you out. All right, so getting into our talk over here, which is all about this application called Globomantics. Globomantics is a tech conference app. It's a hypothetical conference. And we're going to work through our front-end React application for Globomantics conference. Now, we already do have a GraphQL server API that it comes with. And the requirement is our front end, which is a React application, needs to consume this GraphQL API for the data needs. So for the purpose of this talk, you don't need to worry about the GraphQL server API because that's already set up and ready for us. We're just going to look at how we can utilize Apollo client, how to install it, how to add it within our React ecosystem. First things first, the setup. So I have this application on GitHub called Globomantics GraphQL Apollo. I've added a link to it towards the end of the slides. So here I have the API folder and the app folder. And if you take a look at the API folder, it's got all of the data sources. It's got the schema for what we're trying to do. And we don't need to worry about that. The app is where we have our React application. And in here, you'd notice that there is a package.json file, which contains all of the things we need to get this going. First things first, I would need to install the Apollo client. So we have the command npm install at apollo/client, and I'm also going to install GraphQL. Now, the Apollo client package is basically the one that contains everything that you need to set up Apollo client. It comes with all the items that we need. And I think Apollo client is currently at version 3.0, so that's the version it would install. And the GraphQL package is going to provide logic for parsing these GraphQL queries, basically. Excuse me. Now you can notice in my package.json, I do have the Apollo client and the GraphQL package installed. Now the index.js is where our application gets started. That's the root. And in here, I have the app component. And here's where I'm going to initialize our Apollo client. So to initialize the Apollo client, we need to get the instances of the Apollo client, an HTTP link, and the in-memory cache, all of that comes out of the Apollo client package. And to it, I also need to provide a link of where my GraphQL server is going to be running. This could either be a local database, or it could be something that's running, the server running outside of your current database. So I've provided the localhost 4000/GraphQL. That's where my API is currently running. And that tells the Apollo client where to look for the schema. And once that's done, we would need what's called the Apollo provider. And we're going to wrap our entire application with the Apollo provider. This is kind of like how we use context in React. And that's exactly what we're doing here. We are basically creating our Apollo client and initializing an instance of our Apollo client and providing it the GraphQL server URL. And then the provider component is going to connect our Apollo client to React with the provider component. And this basically gives access to all of our components. The Apollo client will be available to each component in context. And that's pretty much the very first step that we do to integrate Apollo client. And at this point, we're ready to start consuming the GraphQL API from our client. All right, so first things first is queries. A quick overview of what queries are in GraphQL. Queries basically provide the client the power to ask for exactly what they need and nothing more. And in GraphQL, you can combine all the data that you need in one single request. It's pretty much everything you need for that piece of component or UI can be sent in one request. And queries are tailor-made per client. So we could still have the same GraphQL API and server running, but we can have different sets of queries depending on which client is calling that API. With the Apollo client, we have what's called as a use query hook, which comes out of the box. And that's what we're going to be using to query our GraphQL server. This is basically a React hook, and I'm sure all of you are familiar with hooks. And it is the API for executing queries in an Apollo application. So let's take a look at how we can get that set up. So before I get into the details, I can show you how this application currently looks. So to get it running, I just have to do npm install and npm start. Both our app and the API would have to run. And this is the Globomantics conference application with a conference tab. And I have something called view speakers and view sessions. And here, clicking on these tabs, I'd like to see the sessions for this conference to show up. All sessions should show all of the sessions. And then I also have filters based on the day. So let's get that going. So we have this pages folder and we have a conference folder within which I have sessions. A lot of this is already pre-coded because we have a smaller duration. So let's take a look at how we have a query written over here. So I have a query called all sessions. And we're going to use the keyword GQL, which implies GraphQL. And in this query, I'm going to query for the session's ID, title, what time it starts, the day, room, level, and the speaker information. Now, just to ensure that our query is going to work correctly, we could always test on the GraphQL playground, which is running right here on localhost 4000. This is the actual GraphQL server. And what's interesting about GraphQL is everything is self-documenting. So you can explore all the documentation before you start working on it, which is nice. So the query that I was going to show you is the sessions query. And here are all the fields that we can query for, which is going to show you the conference sessions query. And we also have multiple queries that you can play around with. And there are some mutations too, like create session, toggle a favorite session, and so on. So I already have this query written here, and I'm going to hit play. And this brings about all the sessions that are available for this conference in the format of a JSON. So this is typically how a GraphQL response looks. So you can see all of that here. And it would give us exactly what we asked for, such as ID, title, starts at, day, room, and so on. Now, we're going to basically do this in code now. So I've written the same exact query, and I've used the GQL term. And as we talked about, we're going to utilize the use query hook here. So I have this function called all session list. And over here, I'm using the use query hook that comes out of the box with Apollo client. And I'm passing our all sessions query here. Now, that's pretty much all we need to do to call this query. And Apollo client would take care of the rest of it. So our use query hook is going to return to us 3 items: the loading status, the error status, and the data. The data is basically the response from the GraphQL server in the format of a JSON. And before the response comes back, you would have either a loading status, and if the response errored out due to some reason, we would have an error status. So that's pretty much all we needed to do with this hook. It's very simple. And this was the declarative data fetching that I was talking about. So if for some reason it's still loading, we're going to just show a loading symbol or a text. If it errored out, we're going to let the user know that there was an error. If not, we're just going to parse through the data. And I have a component that's already coded, and that's going to display the session's ID, title, day, and so on. So let's take a look at how that looks. So we have this all sessions button, and clicking on that is going to basically display all of the stuff that we parsed from the JSON in the form that we like in the UI. It's going to show the session's title, level, day, room, and so on. If you wanted to take a look at this on the network tab, you could always do that. So I'm going to refresh this page, click on all sessions, and you'd see a GraphQL here. And this is basically how our request looks. And this is the payload that was sent. We have sessions, query sessions, day, title, start, sat, room, level, and so on. And our response was basically, oops, that doesn't look right. Our response was supposed to have all of the sessions. It's still empty. Oh yeah, there you go. This has all the sessions that we have. There's like 200 sessions that show up, and we parse through this data. All right, so that's kind of how we use the use query hook. Let's look into some more details. Now to our GraphQL query, we can also pass in arguments. Arguments are basically fields that we want to filter out. We don't always want the same sets of results. So that's when we can use argument. And every field and nested object can get its own set of arguments. And what's interesting is your arguments can also be variables in queries. So that pretty much means your queries can be dynamic. Your arguments need not be static. You can always pass dynamic arguments. And GraphQL uses the option of what's called a variable to query for dynamic values. A good example for that would be in case of our Globomantics app. Now I've displayed all the sessions here. What if I wanted to filter by the day? What if I just wanted to show the day by Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday? And it's a dynamic argument depending on what the user is going to click. To do something like that, we can use arguments and variables in combination. So I have another query that looks exactly like the previous one, except that it's also going to take in a variable argument called day. So to the query, I'm going to pass a day, and I'm going to say it's going to be of type string. And this symbol represents that it cannot be null. So when you're calling this query, you must always pass the day. And that's pretty much it. It's the exact same query with a variable. Now I'm going to show you how we use that. So within our use query hook, I have a different component that's going to get rendered. And this time our use query hook is also going to take another argument, which is basically the variable. So we say use query hook, and we're going to pass in our GraphQL query and also pass in the day as a variable. And your GraphQL query can have multiple variables. In our example, we just have one variable, which is the day. So the session list is being called by a component. Depending on the user's click, it's going to switch the day. It could be Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. And then it's going to call our session list function, which is going to pass that day to our GraphQL query. Other than that, everything else is the same. We still have the data that is being returned, and we parse through it, and we have the error and loading status. So let's take a look at how that's getting executed. I'm going to click on inspect. And let's say we click on Wednesday. Now we should only see sessions for Wednesday. And clicking on our GraphQL response, you'll see all the sessions are from Wednesday. And if you see the payload here, the variable is going to be Wednesday. Similarly, let's click on Friday. And we'll get the response back. Everything is going to be Friday sessions. And our payload is going to say variable Friday. It's as simple as that. And you can understand that you can add multiple variables for filtering out these queries, which is kind of nice. Another cool thing that you'll notice is, let's say I refresh this page. I'm going to click on all sessions. If you notice, there was a loading sessions message while the GraphQL call was taking place. So I'm going to click on Wednesday. It was a quick flicker where you see that it was loading sessions, right? Now, once all of these queries have been executed, if I'm going to click on all sessions again, it's coming from the cache and you won't see any loading anymore. So this is kind of nice. So we're not re-executing these GraphQL queries at this point because the page is not refreshed, and the Apollo client has cached the results, which is cool. All right. So we talked about variables, and handling errors is the next topic. So errors are common, and we saw how the use query hook also gives the error status. So we can always utilize that to display error messages. Errors could occur because your query is incorrect, or the server isn't responding, or there are network issues, and so on. And our Apollo use query would return the result object with error and loading status as properties that we just saw. Another cool thing that comes with GraphQL, which I really like, is fragments. Fragments are basically reusable units in GraphQL, and it's kind of like functions in a programming language. So when you have a query, and if you see the same queries being repeated, you can always put them all together in a fragment and reuse that fragment everywhere. You can build sets of fields and reuse them across multiple queries. And that's kind of the idea with fragments. So you would notice that we had two queries here. One was the sessions by day, another one, the all sessions. And they're both really similar. There's really no difference except the variable. So all of this can be grabbed and put into a fragment. And we can reuse the fragment across these two queries. So I already have this fragment created. And to create a fragment, we use the keyword fragment. And you'll have to specify on what object you're creating this fragment. In our case, it's a session. And we have ID, title, and so on here. OK, so now we can basically get rid of all of this and use our fragment name. And another thing you need to do is give the attribute here. And that's it. So we can do the same thing here. This is going to reduce your lines of code. And if you ever wanted to change a query, you just change it in one place. You can just get your fragment updated, and the rest of the stuff is for free. You don't need to update in multiple places. So we just used our fragment in these two places. We reduced our lines of code, and there's really no difference when you look at our UI. Things should still work out the same way. All right. Another topic that I'd like to talk about is aliases. So in GraphQL, you can't really directly query for the same field with different arguments. When you ever need to do something like that, GraphQL lets you use aliases, which basically lets you rename the result of a field to anything you want. And that would get rid of any conflicts in the query. So in our case, let's say we wanted to filter based on the level. So here we have introductory, overview, intermediate, advanced talks, but they're all kind of jumbled up, right? So if we ever wanted to filter based on that, we could use potentially use aliases. So let's say we pass in the level here to our query, and I wanted introductory. This is possible, but what if we wanted to do two levels? We wanted introductory and intermediate. When things like that come up, all we have to do is rename the query result. So in our case, the query result was named sessions. You can always name the query result as whatever you wanted, and then have multiple queries going forward. So you can have intro queries, and you can have advanced queries, and so on. By doing that, you're making sure that there's no query conflict, but you also get what you needed. This is kind of something you can look at from my GitHub repository. Since we're running out of time, I'm going to skip this part. With that, I think we are at a wrap. There's also mutations that you can use the Apollo client for, and they come up with the same hook, similar hook called use mutation hook. And you can look at that in the Apollo documentation or from my GitHub repository, where I have examples for creating a session, for favoriting a session, and so on. But it uses a similar pattern, and it also has a similar pattern with caching as well. If you're interested, you can take a look at my course on Pluralsight on consuming GraphQL API with Apollo Client and React. It's a 2-hour course, which has a similar, the same example that I've used, but it goes more into detail, where we talk more about introspection, mutations as well, and some more aspects of queries. This is the GitHub repository where I have the code posted for this talk. It has the mutation example as well that you can look at. And if you're interested in Apollo GraphQL, you can look at their documentation, and it's quite elaborate. They have examples on Code Sandbox, and I would definitely start there if you're getting into Apollo Client. And with that, I think that's all I had. Thank you so much, React Europe, for having me today. And it was awesome. It was good to be here virtually.
That was to the second that you finished at 25 after, but we have a few minutes available for questions.
Sure.
Forgive me if I ask a question on anything that you covered. I was multitasking a little bit, but taking notes. And one of the cool things is I have a Pluralsight account, and I love learning things kind of from like a technology agnostic viewpoint, because I think it kind of prepares me better for kind of understanding the technology as a whole. So that's awesome. I can't wait to check that out. So when you're using Apollo Client, the cache pretty much comes for free right out of the box. You have access to that, right?
Yes.
And
so for queries, you have access to it out of the box. And for mutations, if you're changing one field, you don't have to do anything. It comes out of the box. But if you were to mutate multiple fields, then you would have extra code that you'll have to add in to update the cache.
Yeah, I noticed you were talking about that you didn't have a mutation example in this demo. I'm sure you do, but I've also noticed that like kind of adding mutations to your project is not really that different than if you've had queries with parameters and you're following other GraphQL patterns. It's pretty easy to kind of figure that out. Let me just double check, make sure. Let's see, we have a question from the YouTube chat. Is it possible to highlight the syntax of GraphQL queries in the editor? Now it just looks like a string. I don't.
Yes, I think there are plugins that are available on VS Code. There are GraphQL specific plugins that you can add. Yes.
Yeah, so you probably just want to add a VS Code plugin so that you have support for GraphQL inside of your editor. Got it.
Yes, I think there's also an Apollo Client GraphQL plugin as well. So that would help you with those queries, the mutations, hooks and stuff. So it'll auto-complete that.
And how about in the case where you need to break the cache or opt out of it? Is there an easy way to do that?
Can you repeat that question?
You need to break the cache or kind of opt out of the caching abilities on the client side?
I'm not sure. I've always utilized the in-memory cache that it comes with for the UI, from the UI perspective. For mutations, though, if you don't add the code to update the mutation cache, it would never update it.
Got it.
So that's something that we'd have to do if we wanted to.
Yeah, I've never opted out of it either. I was just wondering if there is like a there's got to be some type of an option you can pass as a second parameter to tell it not to cache or something. I suppose.
Probably.
Do I need to use Apollo GraphQL on the back end to kind of work with Apollo in React?
No.
No. So I can like build my backend with maybe like Express GraphQL or something like that.
Yeah.
And if I have Apollo in React, it doesn't really matter what kind of GraphQL I'm connecting to.
Yeah.
Are there any additional benefits to using on the back end and the front end using Apollo both, or?
So the Apollo servers, it's totally up to the backend team what they choose. I'm more of a front end person, but it's agnostic of what's being used. So
they're
I've
kind of
enjoyed
separate.
using the Apollo client from the front end perspective. You know, it's been easier to write that code. And it really doesn't care what is there on the Apollo server, whether the server is Apollo server or Express. Yeah, as you said.
I'd imagine there might be like some developer experience kind of benefits, maybe, or even patterns that I don't know. I haven't used it on the back end. That's why I'm asking the question. I've used it quite a bit on the front end. Are there any? Let's see. If I'm using Apollo React hooks, let me just make sure that. Okay, yeah, no more questions over there. If I'm using the old Apollo where it has Apollo React hooks and Apollo Boost, it's like an older version of Apollo. How hard is it to update like a medium-sized application to Apollo client or Apollo 3?
I think it should be fairly okay. They have like a migration guide from version 2 to 3. Is that what you're talking about? Maybe the Apollo Boost was version 2. I don't think they came up with a different version after 3. 3 has been going on for at least a year and a half now. It should be fairly simple, maybe a few days worth of work. Okay.
Yeah, like on a medium-sized application, it's probably not too hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd imagine. So that's one of the things I'm getting ready to do with one of my applications is update to, I guess you would say Apollo 3, which goes from using kind of like the old, like there's like 2 imports that you had to import in. And I think now it's just, you just import the one Apollo client, which seems really cool.
So it's almost just cleaning up your packages and making sure you're using this, the hooks. I don't know if it had those hooks back then, the use query hook.
Well, if I run into anything, I will let everyone know.
Yeah.
I was going to say, am I missing out on any functionality kind of by not updating already to the newer Apollo?
Probably not. I'm sure it comes with some bug fixes and so on, and just ease of development. But I don't know what the big difference between the 2 versions are.
Yeah, aside from like syntax
other than the API,
basic API stuff. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Maybe it was mostly just a rework of the backend, and I'm guessing here because although I use it, I have not updated to the new one and kind of figured out what all the changes are.
And since you brought up the Apollo server, there's actually a course by Jonathan Mills on Pluralsight as well, which is basically all about the Apollo server and setting that up.
Cool. Well, we are out of time. I had a few more questions, but I think we're going to end it there because we got to get on to the next talk. But I thank you very much for coming on and speaking with us, Aditi. And yeah, everyone go check her out on Twitter and have a great day.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much,
Thanks,
ReactEurope. That was great.
Thanks, Aditi. Thank you.
All right. So our next talk is going to be from Jacques Blom, and you can find him on Twitter at Jacques Codes. He also has a great YouTube channel. If you're looking for information on like React Recoil, I know it's not what he's talking about today, but I found those videos very useful. He's a good friend of mine. Had lunch with him not too long ago, and it's a pleasure to introduce him. And his talk today is going to be, oh my gosh, I already forgot the name of the talk. Tell him what. Building in concurrent mode with suspense. Thank you. But anyways, I'll go ahead and hand it over to Jacques, and then Patrick will follow up with the Q&A afterwards. So take it away, Jacques.
Thank you so much, Eric. Hey, Patrick. Hello, everyone. My name is Jacques, and I'm a full stack developer, and I'm coming to you live from New York. And in this session, we're going to take a look at the new features in React 18. So we're going to answer a few questions. The one is, what does React 18 let me do? Why should I care? And as an app or library developer, what do I need to do to get my app or library ready for React 18? So to quickly recap, React 18 introduces a few new APIs, and they're all made possible because of React 18's ability to cooperatively multitask. And that just basically means that it can render different components at the same time. Well, not like quite at the same time, because JavaScript is still single-threaded. But React can render low priority work, and then it can yield or pause that low priority rendering to do other higher priority work. So why has the React team put so much work into this? Well, it's to deliver the best possible UX, right? Through improving actual rendering performance, like actually making stuff display faster on the screen, and making it easier to make perceived performance improvements through things like, through various UI patterns. So showing loading screens strategically, which is where suspense comes in, or prioritizing reacting to user input over other rendering, which is where concurrent rendering comes in. And the idea is to bake this ability into React itself and make it a common abstraction that we can use for any sort of general purpose UI task. Hence why this has taken so long to get right. And we're going to go through each of these new APIs in React and look at how we can use each one to build great user experiences, and what the possible issues are, that we need to look out for. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Let's see here. Just want to make sure it's the right one. Yeah, thanks. So I've got VS Code open here, and I have a little sample app that we're going to work with today. And the first API that we're going to look at today is use deferred value. So use deferred value lets us assign different render priorities to different parts of our UI. So in our example here, we have a text input and a bunch of different results. And this is a very simple example, but I think a more complex real-world example that's similar to this would be a search input and then a bunch of results that interact with it, right? And right now, when I type, it's incredibly slow. So I'm going to type A, and you can see it takes ages, right? And if I type ABCD, it takes even longer, basically in proportion to how many keystrokes I made. And that's because on every single keystroke, we have to re-render this input, and we have to re-render every single component over here. And this is obviously a bit contrived because I'm slowing down the list items here, but it can be realistic when you have like really, really expensive components to render or just a lot of components to render, right? And there are a couple ways to get around it, which I'm sure a lot of you have worked with. And one thing that we can do is we can debounce the input. So let's actually take a look at that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a library called useDebounce. So I'm going to create a debounced value of the text. So we're going to say debounced text is equal to useDebounce, which I'm going to import from this library. I'm going to pass in the text, which will debounce, and I'll set the delay to 1 second. And now I'm going to pass the debounce text into our slow list over here, so that now when I type, the input's going to receive the most up-to-date version of the text, so it'll re-render immediately, and then the slow list is going to re-render in a debounced way. But you can see that when I type, it's still slow. And that's because I need to actually memoize this slow list. So let's wrap it in React Memo so that it only re-renders when the debounce text changes. So if I refresh here and I start typing ABCD, you can see that I can type just perfectly fine. And the values update a second after I've made my last keystroke. The problem here, though, is like this is much better, right? But the problem here is that we've introduced a bunch of idle CPU time. So we're just waiting around doing nothing at the end for 1 second, right? Ideally, we want to display the results immediately if your computer's fast. And then we still have to do a slow re-render at the end. So if I type E here and I start like dragging, you can see that the screen actually, or the browser actually locks up still because we still have to do that expensive render at least once at the end. So we're actually going to use one of the new APIs from React called useDeferredValue instead. So instead of our useDebounce, I'm actually going to pass our text value into useDeferredValue. It doesn't take a delay or anything. And then that gives us back, I'm going to call this deferred text this time. And this also gives us back basically a delayed state value. But let's actually see what this looks like. So if I type ABCD, you can see that the experience is pretty much the same. But it's a little bit faster at the end, and that's because we aren't waiting at all. So what's actually happening here is, and you can actually see that when I like type and then drag, you can see that the UI is always responsive. It never freezes up. So we are never doing like one big expensive render. So this is slightly different to debounce because right now we've just opted into concurrent rendering in React. And what's actually happening here is normally when we weren't debouncing, we were setting the state to some value. We were doing a big render and the screen was freezing. We were setting the state again and again doing a big render and it was freezing. And with a debounce, let's say of 300 milliseconds, ours was a second, but it's the same thing. We can set the state as often as we want and we can respond to it. And the input will respond to it immediately, but then at the end we still have to wait our delay and then again render and freeze. But with useDeferredValue and concurrent rendering, we set the state, and as soon as we set the state, our input re-renders just like with a debounce. But then React also, in a lower priority render, starts rendering the list. And what happens when we then set the state again is React just pauses rendering the list because that's a low priority thing, and yields to the high priority rendering, which is the input, right? And what's great at the end of all of this, once the final state has been set and we've rendered our input, the list has already started rendering, right? So like it starts rendering immediately. So there's no waiting period at the end. So it's it's not really a debounce at all. It's something completely different, right? We're maximizing the amount of CPU time basically. But I still kind of like to think about it as like a very, very intelligent debounce function. So this is one of the APIs that lets us opt into concurrent rendering. The next is something called start transition. So let's actually look at that. So let's go over to our second example. So here what I have is I have a map and I can change the map's resolution. And depending on the resolution, we'll render more or fewer points of interest over here. And you can see that on my machine, which is like a brand new MacBook Pro, it works perfectly fine, right? Because it's a very fast machine. But on potentially an average machine, this might have performance issues, right? So I can simulate that by doing a CPU slowdown. I'm going to do 6x just for effect here. And you can see that my mouse stays responsive because that's handled by the operating system. But then the browser locks up as I'm dragging the slider, which leads to an extremely janky experience, right? It just feels like the app is super slow, and because we're blocking the main thread. So what we're going to do here is instead of using use deferred value again, which we could use, we're actually going to use something else called use transition. And I'll explain why at the end. So just like with use deferred value, we're going to split our state into two, right? Because with use deferred value, we had our normal text state as the high priority thing, and then a different piece of state, which our use deferred value provided to us. So we're going to do that, but we're actually going to split our state up ourselves. So here we have our map, we have our pins, which we render out, and then we have our controls, which is the slider up here where we can change the resolution. So what I'm going to do is instead of having one piece of state that drives both of them, I'm going to actually take the state for the resolution and I'm going to put it inside of the controls over here. So if we go into the controls component, I'm going to pull the use state in here, and I'm going to remove the resolution prop. And then when we change the value of the slider over here, I'm going to set the value of this internal state to whatever the value should be. And then I'm not going to pass it in over here, right? So now we have two pieces of state, and they're kind of syncing up with each other, right? Because we're still calling on change in this controls component, which is still setting this resolution state up here. So we have two pieces of state. And you can see that nothing's really changed because it's just like two pieces of state. It's pretty much the same thing. But what we can do here is we can now opt into our concurrent rendering. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in a hook called use transition from React. And this is going to give us two values. The one is pending, and the other is start transition. And what we can do here is we can take this on change call over here, which is whenever the slider changes, to set the resolution here, which is going to re-render our expensive map. And we can wrap this set resolution in a start transition callback. And what this is going to do, this is going to tell React that any state change inside of this callback should be regarded as low priority. So what's going to happen here is we're going to change the slider, which is going to set this resolution state in our controls immediately and re-render immediately. And then when the on change gets fired, which then fires off this function, we're going to have our set resolution here get called, which will be a low priority set state. And that's going to give us the same kind of idea as with use deferred value. So now if I drag, you can see that the slider is completely responsive, and the map renders a bit like a little bit later, right? Which is great, because now we have the best of both worlds. When our computer is fast, the behavior is exactly the same, right? It's like really, really fast, responsive. And then when our computer is slow, the slider is still responsive, but the map is lags behind, which is fine, because at least we're doing the best that we can. And we're at least staying very responsive. And again, just to emphasize how this is different to a debounce, if we had a debounce and I had a fast machine, I'd basically be penalized because there'd still be that delay at the end, right? So what about this is pending value though? Well, one of the weird kind of weird things is when I change the resolution, I don't get like feedback immediately that, you know, the map isn't consistent with whatever the resolution is, right? So what I can do is I can use this is pending value to display some kind of like loading state that's, you know, that's efficient to render. So I'm actually going to pass, I've got this little div over here, which is like covers the map with a sort of white, sort of a white overlay. And I'm going to say that if the use transition, or if the transition is pending, we're going to set the opacity to 1. And now when the map is pending, you can see that the map fades out a little bit. And then once it's ready, it sort of, you know, fades back in, and everything is nice and consistent. So other than this is pending state, why would one use start transition? Well, that's a great question, which we will get to right now, actually. So when I'm just going to add back a little sidebar over here, which gives us a little menu of all the different examples. So notice how, I don't know if you can see this, but notice how when I go to the use deferred value page over here, which is has a bunch of expensive components, right? The browser actually locks up for a little bit. So when I click use deferred value and like try and drag or something, everything just freezes up. And that's because when we go to this route, we're still doing like a non-concurrent render, right? This is still rendering synchronously. So what we could actually do here is we could wrap the call to our router to go to this route in a start transition. So what this would look like is, let's say we had a just a button, and it was you know, the button to go to the use deferred value page, and we had a little on click here, and it had like a router call, so like router dot, you know, push or whatever. We could then just wrap this router dot push in a start transition, and what React's going to do here is it's going to go, okay, cool. Well, whatever like state changes result from this call, we will you know, render that all concurrently. So use deferred value is like basically lets us mark one piece of state as low priority for all of its renders, while start transition is more of an API that lets us assign you know, low priority to a specific state change, like in a specific on click or something, such as when we navigate to a new page. And I'm very excited to see what libraries like React Router are going to do with this, where they'll let us opt into rendering pages concurrently, or even just make it the default, right? So that was use transition to concurrent rendering. And so far, everything's been pretty simple, right? React's done a great job of making sure that concurrent mode and React states such as use state, use reducer, and use context all work well together. But one thing that's been a challenge is getting concurrent mode and mutable stores to work well together. So what's a mutable store? Well, let's take a look by building our own. So I'm just going to hide the sidebar again, just so we have enough space here. And then I'm going to go to our third and final example, which is this one over here. So let's build a mutable store, right? So the first thing that we need for a mutable store, or it's basically just some sort of external store, right? We need to store that value somewhere outside of React. So I've just got a let variable over here to store our state, which is just a count over here. And then we need some sort of way to like increment that count, right? Or affect the state in some way. So I'm going to create a dispatch function. So it'll be dispatch, and then dispatch, just like Redux, will take in an action. And right now the action will just be increment. That'll be the only action available to us. And what we're going to do inside this dispatch function is we're just going to say if the action is increment, then we are going to take our external state and modify it in some way, just like a Redux reducer. So I'm going to say count is external state.count plus 1. And then we have new state, right? That's great. But we also need some way to like actually know when the state has changed so that we can re-render React. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a way to listen to the state or subscribe to the state. So we're going to create an array of a bunch of listeners. And what we're going to do is we're going to have React, let's see, listen. And we're going to have React subscribe to the state. And how we're going to do that is we're going to create a subscribe function. And this is going to take in a new listener to add to our array of listeners. And we're just going to say listeners.push and push in this listener. And then we're also going to return unsubscribe function, so that when the component that listens to our state unmounts, we can unsubscribe. So let's actually make this listeners variable a let. And then we're just gonna, when someone unsubscribes, we're just gonna say listeners filter, and then we're just gonna filter out that one listener, right? And finally, whenever we actually do a dispatch, we should probably call our listeners to say that things have changed. So I'm gonna loop through each of the listeners, and then I'm just gonna call listener, which is awesome. So this is basically like Redux, really. Obviously, it's a bit more complex than that, but this is a very, very simple example of like an external, mutable, piece of state that could interact with React. So what we're actually going to do with this is we're going to build this little counter on the right over here, and so we need some way of like, bringing this state into React. So I'm going to create a little hook over here called use external state. And this hook is going to keep like a snapshot of the state. So I'm just going to say state set state. And then by default, the value will just be like, whatever the default external state is. And then we're going to return that state. So now I can actually just, go ahead and use this. So I'm going to call use external state in our little counter component over here, where we can extract the count, pass in the count over here. And now if I refresh, we're actually using, the count value from our state. And then also when I click increment, I'm going to call our dispatch function, which we created, right, to increment. But you can see that when I click on increment, nothing happens. And that's because we actually need to tell React that there's a new version of the state. So in a use effect over here, I am going to subscribe to my state. So I'm going to say subscribe. I'm going to call subscribe. I'm going to pass in our listener, which will run. And when it runs, we're just going to set our internal React state here to whatever the value of our external state is. And then this also gives us an unsubscribe function, which I'm going to call, I'm just going to return it to the use effect because it'll call it for me, right? And now if I refresh and I increment, you can see that we've basically built React Redux, which is this, right? This is awesome. This is really great. And this is, like I said, what underpins a lot of state libraries like React Redux. But there is a potential issue with this in concurrent mode. And let's take a look at that. So I'm going to mount a different UI over here. And basically what we have is we have a bunch of these slow components, which will now use our state from use external state. And what's going to happen is we're going to render all of these in concurrent mode, basically in concurrent rendering by calling, when you click on this button, we're going to call set this show variable to true within a start transition. So this is all concurrent. And we're going to actually we're gonna like consistently reproduce something called tearing. So this is an issue that happens with mutable stores and concurrent mode, where basically tearing is like any kind of issue where you have two pieces of state, like two of the same pieces of state that are in different values on the screen at the same time. So let's actually reproduce this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, in a set interval, I'm going to call dispatch to increment our store, or our state rather, every 50 milliseconds. So this is like going to increase the counter every 50 milliseconds, right? And what's going to happen, and this is very contrived, like who would just put a set interval there to increment state, but what we're actually doing here is we are, like this could happen in like response to a network request or in an on-click. And when we click show over here, let's see what happens. So I'm going to click show. And you can see, let's have a look, let's refresh here. See what happens. So if you can see that, I'm just going to do it again. What we get is we actually get inconsistent values. So when I toggle the components over here, the counter at the top is 41, but the counter at the bottom is some other value. And what's happened here is, as we've been concurrently rendering, React renders this slow component, and then it sees that there's some sort of high priority work, which is this increment, and the value gets incremented. And then we render the next slow component, and React yields again to the high priority work, which is this increment. So basically what happens is, as we're concurrently rendering and we're pausing, the state is changing, right? Which gives us an initial inconsistent state, because each of these components uses a different version of that state. And that's a problem, because we don't want to show, inconsistent things to the user. And so React has given us a very, very nice new API to deal with this. So I'm actually going to can this whole use external state hook that we've created, and I'm going to use whatever React has provided for us now. So I'm going to return just the use of a hook, and it's going to be use sync external store. Now, what this is going to do, what we provide to this is we provide a subscribe function, which we already have, which is pretty cool. And then we have a snapshot function over here, where we basically can provide it with a snapshot of our current state. So we'll just return whatever external state currently is. And it's as simple as that. So if I refresh, I toggle the slow components, you can now see that everything renders consistently. You might not have been able to notice it, but it took a little bit longer to actually render this than to render our render it when we actually rendered it with our old hook. And that's because what this hook does is it basically just opts out of concurrent rendering for anything that uses a mutable store. So that's obviously a downside, because it means performance is a little bit slower because everything renders synchronously. But we do get consistency. So that is a trade-off. This is something that is busy being added to libraries like React Redux, just so that things work reliably. But at least with most state management libraries, and just like the state that we use with React, with use state, use reducer, and use context, that all works perfectly fine with concurrent mode. But here we have to block everything to make sure no state changes can creep in that might cause inconsistencies. And also, just a side note, this could also, this sort of external mutable state, it's not just state that we can affect. It could also be something like a use media query hook that might introduce inconsistencies when a user resizes their browser or something during rendering. So that's basically been it for concurrent rendering. So in 20 minutes, or a little over 20 minutes, we learned everything that we needed to learn to build great user experiences in React 18. And what I'm really looking forward to is seeing what library developers unlock for us using these low-level primitives to make it even easier for us to build world-class apps. Yeah, thank you so much for joining me. I'll hand it back over to Patrick.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Jacques. I am going to have to go back and watch that at half speed, like I do all of your videos, because I just couldn't soak all of it in. There's a lot there, and there's a lot of things that I'm not used to using, but I'm going to revert back to some of the questions that I kind of had beforehand, and some of the questions I think that people might just be thinking overall about suspense and concurrent mode. What is the status of data fetching in suspense?
Yeah, so that's actually something that I planned on including in the talk, but didn't actually, felt that it probably wasn't good to include, just because it's still very undetermined. The React team has, I think, been working on this since 2017. And it's a really hard problem, right? Just like with concurrent mode, you want to create primitives and abstractions that work well for any kind of UI. And same with data fetching, you want to make sure that every kind of data fetching pattern works really well without having to you can't just release a version of React and roll back the behavior or the API. Because that wouldn't be a good migration path. So what's happening internally at Facebook is there are some links which I'll link to from my Twitter, where you can sort of dive into discussions around this from the React team. But they're basically iterating on this internally and using experimental builds of React in their own in their own code base, and slowly working towards a data fetching solution that's going to work for most use cases. So there's no estimate on when it'll be ready. I'm hoping middle of next year, but it's still pretty far off.
We've been waiting a long time, but I always think that with the React team, it's you wait as long as you have to get solid kind of a solid release, and everything that they usually release is super solid, and you just have to sometimes wait a little while. So I guess that's just
Exactly.
what we have to deal with.
Yeah.
Do the APIs that you introduced us to have anything to do you think to do with data fetching and suspense?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So the start transition hook, for example, is a great one, because what you can do is if you can wrap your calls to, let's say go to a new route in a start transition, and you're going to get that is pending value back. And if a component, if you trigger a state change which causes a component to suspend, as in if you trigger click on a link and that causes a new route to display which suspends, the start transition hook will actually have set is pending to true. So then you can do stuff like show a loading spinner on a button when you're actually busy loading in a new page, and also that'll opt you into concurrent rendering as well. So it kind of all works well together, which is fantastic.
You just double check, make sure we don't have any questions. Not sure. Yeah, not sure if he knows when React 18 will be available. Yeah.
Yeah. So the React 18 release candidate is out, which is great. So hopefully soon it'll be in a stable state.
Let me see if I can grab one of these last questions that I have here. I guess it's pretty easy right now to use concurrent mode without the production release, because there's an option for doing that. It's like experimental mode. What are some of the benefits that maybe we haven't talked about that we'll get as a developer using fetching libraries with suspense for data fetching in the future?
Yeah, 100%. So it's gonna help. It's definitely gonna help us handle our loading states better, right? Because right now, right now, whenever we fetch data using something like React Query, we have like a use query hook or something, or a use mutation hook, whatever, in the component, and the data fetching is tightly coupled to wherever that data is needed. And that usually means that your loading state is also just available to that component, right? So if you need some kind of data in like a list that's like far down in your UI, and you want to fetch that data, you're going to have like a bunch of loading spinners if you have a bunch of different components that need to all fetch their own data, unless you hoist all of that data fetching up. But at least with suspense, it lets us coordinate all of the different components that need data, and we can then like strategically wrap different parts of our UI to load in like a sensible way that doesn't look janky to the user. So that's gonna be a big one. Not having to tightly couple your actual data fetching status with the component.
Yeah, and also create an overall better user experience.
100%.
You think there's going to be a lot of code changes need to be done in order to kind of support concurrent mode in a smaller application?
I think this is mostly for library authors. Use sync external store is quite a gnarly one. But generally, the great thing about React 18 is it's concurrent rendering is an opt-in, right? So I was running React 18 with calling react.create route, like this was all concurrent mode, but we had to explicitly opt into it, right? So generally for most apps, especially small ones, because there's less likely to be weird ways of doing things, it should just be like upgrade to React 18, do a quick little run through to make sure everything works fine.
From
and
a
then
regular React user standpoint, minimal
just
changes. Changes. Just providing more APIs for the library developers. And that should have been my question.
Exactly. But then we can, like, as app developers, use something like transition or use deferred value after upgrading, which is fantastic. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Jacques. This was great. Again, can't wait to go watch that back at half speed.
Thank you so much for having me.
The coding demo was amazing. Yeah,
awesome.
Absolutely. And so I guess Jacques, meet Austin Griffith.
Hi, how are you? Nice to meet you. Nice shirt.
The first time we got to let two people meet each other. And the
dude needs a bow tie. Where's the bow tie?
I know. It fell off on the subway this morning.
All right.
Great presentation.
Jacques. Yeah. So I'd like to say like the next speaker that we have needs no introduction, but that's to me, like, because I really like this guy. he doesn't know me that well, but I know him very well. I've been getting into Web3 lately, and him and Nodder and Patrick from Chainlink, all these guys have amazing YouTube channels and just amazing content, and have really helped to accelerate, I guess, my ability to kind of get into Web3 from someone who didn't know almost anything about it several months ago, except for like trading cryptocurrencies and stuff. So yeah, he's going to give us a talk, Web3 and React. I wanted to just shout out that he has some pretty awesome projects called Scaffold ETH, which is basically a library that has a bunch of branches in it. You can go see a lot of patterns and a lot of little demo applications in there, all sorts of different Web3 demos and patterns as well. ETH build, and is there any other good ones out there? Am I missing?
You'll go through them, I think.
Right.
I'll run through them. Yeah,
awesome.
For sure.
So
I need no shilling. I shill so hard, I need no shilling.
All right. So I will hand it over to the master shiller, Austin Griffith,
right.
and let him take it away with Web3 and React.
Awesome. I think I'm just going to dive in and share my screen. So good morning. Actually, it's good afternoon if you're in Paris, but good morning if you're stateside. Thank you for being here. Good GM friend. I was going to write GM in the YouTube chat over here, but I'm not signed in with my correct account, so I won't be able to share things. But I do have eyes on that chat, and I would prefer some questions here. A lot of like getting updated from Web 2 to Web 3 is asking the right questions, and a lot of times you don't know the right questions because you're thinking about it the wrong way, and it's hard to even formulate the correct question. So we'll dive in here, and I'll take it slow. I feel like first big disclaimer when we have Web 3 here, and maybe that's a rebrand of crypto. There's always going to be some scummy stuff that happens in a decentralized permissionless network. So when we hear about blockchains and we hear about people building on blockchains, we hear sometimes about Ponzi schemes and worse, probably, right? So knowing that, let's put that out there already. That is going to exist on chain, whether we want it to or not, because we can't control it, and that's how it works. It's decentralized. Anybody with a little bit of ETH has access to the network and can deploy whatever they want. So let's get that. And now that we have that out of the way, and you know that there are some Ponzi schemes, and you know that there are some cash grabs, there's actually some really, really wonderful and innovative things happening using decentralized tech. And I'm going to zoom. So there's a whole onion of layers here, and I'm going to zoom all the way into the smart contract for a little bit, and then we'll work our way out of the onion and kind of look at kind of what it looks like for a Web 2 developer as you get into Web 3. So first thing, here we go. We're going to dive straight into a smart contract. If you're a React developer, you're thinking, I've got a front end and a back end. My front end is usually some React. I'm going to have state. It's going to be pulling somewhere. I'm going to keep track of that state. I'm going to try to make this as smooth as I can for the user. But then on the back end, you've got some storage, right? You've got some server that's hosting information, and you're able to query that. If that server gets hit too hard, you'll scale it horizontally. Maybe you'll separate the reads and the writes. You'll figure out ways to sort of scale that server as it falls over and there's more demand. Okay, with Ethereum, with Web3, your server is actually going to be a smart contract. And just like you write SQL queries, there is some kind of like execution and kind of querying that happens on this storage layer. But let's zoom in and let's figure out WTF is a smart contract real quick. And I think I can show it off here. If you're a programmer, you should be able to pick up Solidity and the syntax pretty quickly. But let's just zoom in here. We've got this storage element. So here is our whole contract right here. We don't really need this thing. This is just like a versioning. So really, it's just this contract right here. And what we have here is we have a storage element, right? So this is actual storage that's going to be stored and tracked, right, on the blockchain. And that doesn't mean it's going to be on one machine. That doesn't mean it's going to be on one machine in a read replica. That doesn't mean it's going to be in one swarm of machines in one, region of AWS. It actually means that this storage element, this smart contract, once we deploy it, it's going to live on thousands of nodes all across the network. And all of those nodes are all agreeing and coming to a consensus with proof of work and eventually proof of stake but they're constantly coming to a consensus of what our storage element is at, and they allow us from anywhere to call set purpose. By talking to any one of these nodes, we can read values, and if we want to write to the blockchain, we'll make a transaction, and that transaction will go out and get mined into a block and a bunch of other stuff that we can dive into later in terms of what Web3 is. But I want you to think of this smart contract is like your backend, and it's a hello redundant backend, right? It's not just like one machine that can fall over. There's no way this thing can fall over. If you correctly deploy a smart contract, it will probably live longer than you will. Let me put that, except there's a lot of great life extending stuff going on in technology and in the world right now too. Okay, so here's our smart contract. Here's our storage element. We've decided we're going to store some string, and we're going to set up some function that lets us update that string. And so when I deploy that smart contract out to the network, it will get an address, just like an address that you could send to. And sure enough, hopefully, if I grab some money from the faucet, I should be able to update that storage value with hello world. There we go. So I send a transaction to the blockchain, it gets mined into a block, and then my smart contract runs this set purpose and it updates the purpose. And now all those thousands of nodes all across the network now are tracking the purpose of hello world. And anyone with a peer-to-peer connection to this peer-to-peer network, anyone with one of these nodes running can ask their own node, what's the purpose on that contract? And it's going to tell you hello world. So you get some censorship resistance there. You get a ton of like these properties that cause this thing to be unstoppable. If there's nothing here destroying the contract, and there's nothing here saying that like I'm some owner that can do something, it's totally decentralized too. Anybody can access this, anybody can call set purpose, and there's nothing I can do as the creator of this. So it's a different paradigm in terms of like what that database looks like back on the back end. But let's just think of it as a very redundant, a very accessible, very expensive, very asynchronous database, okay? And once we have that, then we can kind of start moving toward, okay, what does the front end for this look like, right? And you might ask, like, why would we use a hella redundant, hella expensive database? Well, it kind of comes down to trust. So there is money at the protocol, and it's really easy to send money around, and money can be built into everything, and we can build in incentives. And I'll talk about a cron job in a little bit. But when we think about how redundant this thing is, and we think about how we're deploying this thing, what we want to kind of like really zoom into is like why you would do that, why we would spend this. And I love to talk about like escrow, thinking of an escrow where there's Alice and Bob, and they want to exchange, maybe Alice wants to buy some shoes from Bob, right? When Alice wants to buy those shoes from Bob, if she trusts him, she can just hand him the money and Bob hands her the shoes and they're done. But if they don't trust each other, it's a totally different situation. What ends up happening is Alice and Bob need a third party. They need some escrow in the middle. They need somebody that they can both like send the shoes and the money to. And then that kind of like trusted third party kind of swaps them, right? Hands the shoes to Alice and the money to Bob, and they go their separate ways. Well, in this case, you're still having to trust that middleman. And so when I really want to zoom in here is that contract, even though this database, this asynchronous, slow, expensive database is not great for storing a lot of things, it's really great for storing that ownership layer and letting Alice and Bob exchange those shoes, because all Alice and Bob have to trust is this smart contract. They don't have to trust a middle party at all. They just have to trust this code is going to keep doing what it's doing. So what we could do is code in this function that says Alice puts in her shoes, Bob puts in his money. If they're both there, then someone executes one more transaction and those things are swapped, right? So think of that, but on a nation state level, right? Once nation states have to start trusting each other, once they have to start staking some of their military budget, once this trust layer is scaled up to that level, then it starts to have like some real consequences beyond just people buying illiquid JPEGs on chain. So that's your background. That's the big network that we're deploying to, but we're React devs. We're trying to make a nice experience. What is it like to build React? What is it like to build a front end on top of this crazy decentralized backend network? Okay, so let's just look at, let's zoom in on the front end for a little bit. What's going on here, right? So we have this app. what's it talking to? How is it even getting this information? How is it talking to our smart contract? That's the first question we want to ask or answer here. Also, what expensive NFT shoes, GM friends. Thank you, Eric, for throwing that one out there, GM. Okay, so what you have in Web3 is what's called a provider and a signer. Now, a provider is basically a connection to any of these networks. And remember, you can talk to any node on the network. So it can be this big decentralized network with thousands of nodes. You only need to talk to one of them because all of them have all of the state, and all of them, you can ask any of them. And really what you probably should do is ask a few of them and make sure that no one's messing with you, right? Or the best way to do it is to run your own node and ask your own node what's up, right? And so you can see here that there's like this kind of like big mesh of a network. And if part of it gets stomped out, you can still query the other ones, and everybody's working peer-to-peer. So this connection, this provider is pretty important. And what we have in Ethereum, what's been around for quite a while is what's called Infura, which is created by Consensus, the same ones who sponsor I see MetaMask down here sponsoring this. But also Infura is kind of like the provider for MetaMask, where you can go ask Infura, what's my balance? What's the current block number? What's the purpose in this smart contract that Austin just deployed? And you can get information back. You can query that thing like an API, and it's going to tell you information about the blockchain. So that's your provider. You've got a provider that's going to tell you, hey, this is what block number we're on. This is what your balance is. This is all that information. Okay. So that's your provider. And we'll use that provider for a bunch of other things. Now, the second thing I want to dive into is a signer. So a signer, I don't even know if there's a signer. There we go. We do have a signer. A signer is a key pair. And a key pair we probably should dive into just a tiny bit. It's like, what the heck is a key pair? This key pair is the cornerstone of Web3, right? And if I just take a second I feel like we should just take a second to dive into ETH Build real quick and just look at what a key pair is, right? So here is a key pair. Now remember, like back in the day, like email comes out, like things. There are new inventions that come out that at first are like super weird, but then they just become like totally natural to society very quickly. My guess is the key pair is going to be that, or maybe not the key pair, but the mnemonic. And we'll get to that in a second, mnemonic. But this is your keys to the kingdom. When people in crypto say you're not your keys, not your crypto, something like not your coins, I don't know what it is exactly. They mean that it needs to be self-custodial. You need to own your own keys. And what I mean by that is this private key right here. Look at that. Look at this thing. Let's zoom in on that a little bit. Let me get a little button that'll let us generate this. By the way, this is all written in React. All right, here we go. There we go. So this private key, you never want to share this thing. But what it is it's 64 hex characters. And if you randomly generate it, the space of these things, there's enough private keys that basically I can sit here until the heat death of the universe and never find a private key that someone else has. Okay. And from your private key is derived a public address. And that's where people send money. This is your identity, right? And you'll have lots of bottom-up identities in Web3, and those identities will follow you from site to site along with inventory, right? I'll create an identity and I'll earn a sword NFT in one game, and then I'll log into my DeFi app and I'll be able to put that sword up as collateral to take out a loan to go do something else, right? And that's the tip of the iceberg for some weird ass stuff that's happening on chain, and you should check it out. But let's just dive right into, this is your identity, and we can generate these willy-nilly like crazy, right? I can be anywhere in the world and I can do a random dice roll and I could get this private key, and from it is derived a public address, and then anyone can send money to that public address, right? And now anyone that controls this private key can send that money around and move that money around. So let's talk about user experience a little bit. This is really ugly, right? This is really hard. What am I going to do? Just like copy and paste that into a password keeper and hope I don't lose it and have to come back and copy and paste it every time. This is a hard thing to deal with. So what we came up with to make it a little bit, not we, this, yeah, just me last weekend, I came up with this mnemonic thing. No. So like millions of cryptography geniuses long before us figured out that what if we come up with like a 12-word seed phrase, something that's a little easier for a human to parse, something that's a little easier for a human to write down. Like if we had to write that down, ooh, it would be ugly, right? And from that 12-word seed phrase, we'll just hash that thing, and that hash will create our private key. So that just makes it a little bit easier to deal with this stuff. So this mnemonic, this like basic building block here, I think is something that we're all going to get used to in the next couple of years. But you'll have a mnemonic, and from that mnemonic you can have an index and multiple private keys, right? I could have private key 23 that comes out of that one, but let's just look at a single private key and let's look at this whole thing together. So I generate my own 12-word seed phrase. From that 12-word seed phrase is derived a private key, and from that private key is derived an address. And this is my identity. And I can have many identities. Let's do this. Let's do number 2, right? See the address change. Number 3, see the address change. Number 4. So I can actually have multiple identities with a single seed phrase. Okay. So now we're kind of getting, this is your identity. This is the thing that you hold that no one else can ever guess. And if you do it correctly, no one should ever be able to steal it. And when someone sends value to this address, if you know this seed phrase, then you are in control of the assets that land in that address. Woo, okay, giant deep dive into key pairs and public keys. Hopefully we've got it. I can sit here and generate these forever and never find one that someone else has. So you can just do a good job of coming up with a good set of these 12 words or a good, nice random number, and you're good to go for your identity, right? Send a little ETH in here and you'll use it as gas. And gas is another thing. Again, like I'm not going to dive too far into gas, but consider it like this. There's a little bit of execution that has to happen on chain, and you have to pay for everything. So storage you have to pay for, execution you have to pay for. You can read more about how this kind of stuff works at ethereum.org. I would say if you want to dive in, just check out ethereum.org, go to learn. First of all, what is Ethereum? How do I get Ethereum? How do I get a wallet? Get a wallet set up, send some around. That'll just get you kind of used to how that works. So also your gas is used to, you're basically bidding to get your transaction mined. So the gas price is your bid to get your transaction mined. So when the network is super congested, you have to bid higher to be able to get a transaction to go through. And you'll hear about people like minting NFTs and it costing like hundreds of dollars, or deploying a contract and it costing thousands of dollars. That's when the network's busy, you have to bid higher and higher to get in, right? And we've got lots of stuff on the horizon, like L2s and a lot of other cool stuff coming up soon. So that's at least on the horizon, right? And we can say that maybe we won't always be spending thousands of dollars to mint a single NFT. All right, so we've got this big network. We're deploying these smart contracts to it. We're creating our own identity by creating a private key and a seed phrase. Okay, and then we're signing messages and we're sending them out. We're paying a little money with each one of those transactions. We're bidding to get our transaction processed, and then once our transaction processes, then it's stored on all those machines forever. Okay, cool. Let's look at now. This is kind of ugly, right? This is hard to deal with. This is hard to parse. This would be hard to save. What do I have to like manually sign a transaction every time? Like, what do I do with that private key? How do I manage that? How do I take care of it? Thanks to our sponsors today down here. You can always set up a MetaMask, and a MetaMask is a Chrome extension that will hold this 12-word seed phrase for you and hopefully never reveal it. It'll reveal it to you, and hopefully you're smart enough not to copy and paste it into something else. Don't do that. But instead of having all of this, we're just going to trust this nice Chrome extension at this point. And by the way, you don't always use a Chrome extension. Sometimes you'll use what's called Wallet Connect. And instead of connecting in my MetaMask, I can always connect in Wallet Connect. And let's see that. I'm just going to open up my Rainbow wallet here, and I'm going to discover and scan. And I'll scan that code and it says, hey, this Ethereum app wants to use your wallet. Are you sure? And I hit connect, and then it goes. And now I'm logged into this app as my Rainbow. And this is a critical piece of Web3. This idea of my identity being able to follow me around from decentralized app to decentralized app, and my inventory also following me. That's a key part of how Web3 will work and is starting to work. Okay, so it's telling us I don't really want to be. So I want to be on localhost. Technically, I could connect my MetaMask. Wow, why isn't that telling me? There should be a button. Bliss, if you're listening, there should be a button here. Someone has changed this a little bit. There should definitely be a button that says, yo, switch to localhost, and there isn't. And so I'm doing this manually right now.
Is it the show?
There we go.
No, I'm sorry.
No, it's there we go. That should work. There we go. Okay, so now I have my MetaMask connected and I'm talking to my localhost network. And that means that like the blockchain is local, it's not going out to anywhere else. And I can hopefully say hello here. Oh, this is going to fail because of a nonce issue. I already know it. But let's just show that MetaMask dialog coming up. Let's just show me confirming a transaction. MetaMask, none's too high. Thanks, MetaMask. All right, I know you're the sponsor, so I'm not going to rip on you too much, but I'm going to go ahead and log you out. No more MetaMask. We're going to use a burner wallet, which is just a private key and local storage. Okay, so you've got your app built. Users can log into it. Their identity and their inventory comes along with them once they log into your app. You've got providers that are your connection to the internet. You've got signers, which are your ability to, what I can do here with this user signer is I can throw a transaction at the user and it's going to bring up that prompt and say, hey, do you want to make this transaction? And they can say yes or no. So all of that signing is happening kind of over in this kind of disinterested third party, this wallet, right? Whether I hit a button and it prompts me on my phone through Wallet Connect, or I hit a button and that prompt comes up and I confirm that transaction. Either way, it's not happening in the app. The app is saying, hey, throw this to the signer and let this signer sign the transaction. And then I'm going to ship it off to the network using this provider. So hopefully we're getting some mental models here. Let's see, let me zoom out a little bit more. So once we've got our provider, we're gonna have a bunch of hooks, right? We're gonna have to have a bunch of hooks that are gonna do things like get our balance for us. So this is where Scaffold ETH comes in, and particularly a package in Scaffold ETH called ETH hooks. ETH hooks are built for talking to blockchains and reading from blockchains and keeping your local state in sync. So you can guess exactly what this is. A used balance hook is going to take in some provider connection to some network and then some address. And those addresses work across all the networks. So I can, like I switched from localhost to mainnet there, my address follows me and the address will be the same on the other ones, but the provider is the important part here. We can see here the use balance hook is switching between these two. See this, or the use balance, there's a use balance hook that we're using for both the local provider and the mainnet provider. And all this is doing is for this address, it's keeping the local balance in our local state. So now we can go to, let's just go to the app home for a second. It's saying, yeah. Okay, let's go look at that. So here's home.jsx. And it's going to say something like the purpose from your contract, the props. We're looking for our balance. Where is it? It's in here somewhere. I just can't read. There we go. There we go. So see this? We're going to say, man, this is hard for me to read. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where's the balance variable? It's in here somewhere. Yeah, here we go. We're using ethers to format it, and then we're displaying your local balance, right? So we're using a hook to keep our local balance populated. And then when we want to display it, we need to do this little format ethers trick to have it show up. And there's our balance. So let's send a little bit of money. So we'll just go down to the faucet down the bottom left, which just basically goes to our little local blockchain and says, hey, send us some money. And we'll do that. Now let's watch this. Oh yeah, see it increasing? So it's at 0.01. See that? Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Paste it in, hit send. Now it should go to 2. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So we're displaying our local balance. We're able to send to it. You can notice here that it's being displayed in ETH, but you notice here that it's being displayed in USD. And so that's another little user experience thing. Sometimes it's nice to have USD, sometimes it's nice to have ETH. It depends on what you'd like to, like how you'd like your user to see it. A lot of times, if you ask me, I'd like to just say, I'd like to have it as just USD. It's easier, right? So let's see. We've got Vitalik. Vitalik.eth. This is the next thing I want to show is ENS addresses. So those addresses are pretty hard to track, right? But if I put in Vitalik.eth, then there's his address. I didn't have to know his like long address thing. What we do is we have this name service called ENS, where you get into a smart contract and you register and you say, I want Vitalik.eth to point to this address, and you own Vitalik.eth. And just like a DNS address, this is how ENS works. So identity now can have this nice naming layer on top of it, totally permissionlessly. ENS just made themselves, and there's other competitors, but it seems to be doing the best. A big token drop recently to all the retroactive users. So that ecosystem is definitely very bustling and alive and healthy. But let's just send $10 to Vitalik, right? Going back to that dollar sign, isn't that nice? What does that come out to in ETH? 0.002 ETH to Vitalik. How easy is this? I could just hit the little wallet, type in Vitalik, type in $10, hit send, and I just send $10 to Vitalik in testnet money, right? So I just sent on this blockchain that he knows nothing about. I just sent him $10, right? So you've got this identity layer that has this naming layer on top of it. And when you are logged in, okay, let's connect MetaMask one more time. When you are logged in with your ENS address, you see it there. And so when there's multiple people interacting on a dApp, you can usually see, oh, Austin.eth did this and Adam.eth did this. So you can see how like identities now kind of level up with this naming service. Okay, so we've got providers. We've got signers, we've got our names, we've got kind of how gas works. Let's see, what is next? Let's dive into, I think I want to tell the story of a cron job. I think telling the story of a cron job helps to really get this idea. Let's see if there's anything more in, so we're using hooks for contract loaders. We're using hooks to read from contracts. This is kind of interesting. So here's a hook that reads from the mainnet DAI contract. So DAI is a stable coin. It's pegged to the dollar. Great UX, right? If I send you 100 of them, they're going to be worth $100 tomorrow and $100 the next day. If I send you $100 worth of ETH, it could be worth $60 tomorrow, or it could be worth $160 tomorrow. Oh man, I just spilled stuff. Holy cow. Holy cow. Here we go. Quick, a hot swap of a mouse pad, and we're good to go. Okay, here we go. So we've got our mainnet DAI contract. We've got our hook. This is how we read our purpose from our hook. So we can go to your contract and read the purpose. We can even send in some arguments here. But what I'm showing here is we have all these handy hooks to get you started and get you going with building your decentralized app. Along with those hooks are a bunch of handy components. We use that wallet, right? That was one component. But within that wallet is this address resolution field. I can type in austingriffith.eth and it's going to show austingriffith.eth. But let's say I'm not doing that. Let's say I'm using a burner wallet. Oh man, if my keyboard, I spilled water on my keyboard just now. If it stops working, we're going to be in trouble. Okay, so I'm going to go to localhost here, and I want to show that we'll get a different burner wallet, and I'll log out here and we'll get a different burner wallet. Okay, so I have these two addresses. We've got this guy over on the left. We've got this guy over on the right. If I want to send money to this guy, if I copy his address, isn't that nice? So this is an address component. And anywhere in Scaffold ETH, you just say, this is an address. And it's going to have a nice blocky preview that lets you visually see that it's the right address. And I'll show that in a little bit. Gives you that kind of messy 0x, right? Unless there's an ENS, and then gives you a nice copy button. So let's go over to that wallet again, and let me show this. So if I paste this in, this is what I mean by visually, you can see the difference. See, I can see that kind of like blue and green guy there, right? That's an identicon that lets me know, that's the guy. I'm definitely sending it right. I didn't copy it wrong. Let's say if this was an 8 instead of a 9, it's going to look different. I'm going to say, no, it's got pinky stuff in there, and we need greeny stuff, right? So I've got the address wrong. There we go. So we paste it in. We know we've got it right. Let's send them $100, ship it. Now let's see, there we go. So now the $100 shows up over here. I don't know why it's not exactly $100. I wonder if it did the conversion wrong or we paid some gas there. Either way, I just want to show these components. So there's an address component. If we dive in, we can probably find some more example UI. You'll use controlled inputs, right? And then you'll use those to talk to, so that set purpose just set the purpose of our contract there, right? Just set a value, but it did it from some nice UI. And so you can get into this example UI and you can see, let's see, where is that? Views, example UI. You can get into this example UI and you can see kind of how we did that. And basically, we're just like, yeah, we're using a use state for our new purpose. And then every time you change that, it sets that state. And then when you hit the button to fire it off, it's going to go out to our write contracts. It's going to go to your contract and it's going to call the set purpose function with our new purpose, right? So we're keeping track of a new purpose and we throw it into our smart contract there. There's a little TX wrapper here. That's what gives us that nice notification there. When you go to a public network, that will look a lot better. But that's basically how you talk to a smart contract from your React. It's pretty simple, and Scaffold ETH and the hooks and components that we have built into Scaffold ETH makes it even easier. Let me see if there's any, there's the balance component, right? Let's see, let's go look at that. So instead of displaying it like this, you could just send the value. And you remember how we had to do the format thing? You can just send the value and it will just display like this, right? Oh, isn't that nice to be able to display, instead of displaying it as 0.003, you could display it like this and have it so someone can click on it and get a quick look at what that looks like in either ETH or USD value. Your balance, contract addresses, buttons. Okay, events are one other thing, right? I don't think our contract is throwing any events. What you can do is you can have your contract emit an event. And let's go ahead and deploy that. And this is a kind of a pattern you'll get into with Scaffold ETH. You'll make small changes to your smart contract, you'll deploy it, and then you'll get a version of it over here in the front end that you can tinker with, right? And what did we change there? We just added that event. Let's make sure we're changing it. Let's just do one exclamation point. Let's deploy it again. What I want to see is just one exclamation point show up there. Come on, go, go, go. There we go. Okay, so we're definitely talking to the right contract. Now, when I say hello world and we send that transaction, what happens is there's an event has been emitted. And we talked about how storage is expensive. Storage is super expensive. When you try to store something in a smart contract, you've got all those nodes, those thousands of nodes across the network, all of them have to hold that value. In this case, this is a storage value that's being emitted from the blockchain, but it can't be read by other smart contracts. So it's actually a lot cheaper for us, and it allows us to do this. See this? I've got these events. And with Scaffold ETH, there's this nice use event listener. Let's see if I can find it here. Event, nope, it's not there. Let's see where it is. Maybe it's in the use event listener. It's in the events file. Nice, there we go. So we have this nice events file. We have this event listener. The event listener is going to say, what are your contracts? What's the contract name I'm listening to? What's the event I want to listen to? Who's the provider I'm talking to? We know providers now. And then once I get that list of events, just chuck them in this nice list component and it will list out the events. And so if I say, hey, 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 and I send another one, we should see another event show up there, right? So now if you're setting up, maybe it's a little bank and you have deposits and withdrawals, you can tell someone what their balance is, but you can use these events to let you know withdrawals and deposits, give them a nice kind of like kind of ledger of like their ins and their outs, right? Let's see what other cool, there's a whole handful of different components here. An address input we've already used. That was the one that did the Vitalik there's a bunch here. You'll have to get in and look at them. Like there's so much to get into that like I want to kind of just like scratch the surface of a bunch of things here and kind of get this out in front of folks. Not a lot of questions, but if you have questions, pop them into the chat. So we're building our dApp. We're learning, we're starting to learn Solidity. We're starting to tinker with it. We're learning wallets. We're sending value around. We're kind of learning the mental model a little bit. Where do we go to get started? Like what's the next step? Like once you've just like gotten in, I have something called Speedrun Ethereum. So if you just Google Speedrun Ethereum, you'll find this Medium article. Eventually it'll be a website where you use your Web3 wallet to sign your challenges and everything. But for now, it's just this Medium article. And everything starts with tinkering with Solidity. So get in here and just kind of learn. If you're a coder, you're going to be able to figure this stuff out in no time. like this is something I really want to lean into, is if you're a Web 2 builder, if you're a DevOps, if you're a web dev, if you're I don't even know, if you're an embedded controller programmer, if you're into Kubernetes, if you're like all of these backgrounds, they translate pretty well over to Ethereum. Going back to this provider issue, or even like Wallet Connect, we need more DevOps engineers. Wallet Connect is slow now and then, and it falls over now and then, and we have all this infrastructure in place to try to keep it up. And we obviously, like, we have the blockchain that never goes down, but then we have all these other services around it that can go down. And we have to have more engineers helping us keep these things standing up, helping us scale, helping us, go from 1 to 10 here. And so I want to like really lean into, you may think as an engineer, as a web dev, as someone like, my skills aren't going to translate. They will translate, and we need you. We need more builders. So definitely, if you are a builder, like, start getting in here, start tinkering with this stuff. You'll learn the Solidity in no time. You'll learn the syntax of Solidity in no time. But really, there's like this whole mental model of like, what is this expensive asynchronous database good for? And we kind of talked about trust a little bit. But you'll go through these challenges and they'll really like help you kind of solidify your knowledge of like, oh, that's how that works. So it starts just with a simple NFT challenge. You'll take this branch, you'll clone it down, you'll run it. Everything will be in the same place as it is here, where you have your contracts and you have your front end. But this will teach you through just basically how you mint some NFTs. These are some wonderful paintings by a humble artist named Austin Griffith. And you will mint these and you will send them around from browser to browser. You'll understand kind of how the ownership layer works. You'll understand what an NFT smart contract looks like. You'll deploy it to a public network, what's called a test net, which is kind of just like a copy of Ethereum, but with no value in it, but everything is still working the same way, right? So you can deploy your apps and you can have people kind of poke at them, but without money on the line, kind of before you go to mainnet. And so it'll set you up with deploying to a test net where you can run your app, you can have other people mint your NFT, but it won't cost them anything, right? So that's the first challenge. If you're into TypeScript, there's a TypeScript branch of Scaffold ETH. If you're into Next.js, there's a Next.js branch of Scaffold ETH. If you're into, I don't even know, I was going to make something up, but there's so many different JS frameworks. We're trying to kind of make it so whatever your framework style is, there's something in Web3 for you, whether you're Python or whatever. If you're still writing PHP, it may be time to kind of dive in and kind of learn some new things. Hit me up, hit this up. This is the way to go. Learn some Solidity. It's a really neat language, and it's really powerful, and it's really empowering for you as a developer to be able to deploy a smart contract from anywhere. Okay, challenge one. Once you've got the syntax down, once you kind of understand what we're doing here, you can write your own simple smart contracts. The next stop is to take on this challenge, to build a staking app. We talked about that escrow contract. We talked about trust and how trust is important. The superpower of Ethereum is allowing you, the builder, to create a simple set of rules that an adversarial group of people can use to coordinate. And what I mean by that is we can get hundreds of people together, we can get 10 people together, none of them that don't like each other at all. They don't trust each other. They know if I put money in and that other guy has any way of controlling it or even griefing me, he's going to. So these people hate each other. Let's just say they hate each other, but we need to get them to coordinate. We need to get them to all pool a small amount of money to get a bigger amount of money together to go buy some NFT or go fund the roads, right? We need to get, let's say all my neighbors out here, we hate each other. I love neighbors with wide orbits, but they stop in and they say, we got to figure this out. We don't trust each other. I don't want my money to get stolen by them. So we create a contract. We create a smart contract that says build better streets outside of Austin's house. And we all stake in some money. Now, the way you need to build this smart contract, you need to build this smart contract with the correct rules in it that say, if we get enough money together, then it'll move on and we'll go build the roads. If we don't get enough money together, it's going to be like a state machine and it's going to switch to a withdraw mode. And that allows anyone to pull their money out. So if your money gets stuck in any way, or if there's any kind of griefing or that we didn't get the money together, then you can pull your money out. No one can take your money. No one can grief you. It's either going to go in and it's going to get forwarded on to what we need, or it's going to go to that other state and I'm going to be able to get it back. No one's going to be able to mess with it. The only thing I have to trust is that smart contract, right? I just have to trust this code right here. And I have to trust the simple rules that's built into this code. So that's your first challenge. It's just like, use Ethereum to do what it's really good at. Build a little staking contract, and it'll be on a test net. You'll build it locally. It'll walk you through things. Almost all of the front end is already taken care of for you. You as the React dev are going to be like, oh, I can do all sorts of stuff, fun stuff in the front end. This challenge is really just about getting the smart contract built. These first couple challenges are really about that. But trust me, we need React engineers. We need React engineers so bad in Web3 right now. It really is very, very open. Like, get in and start building stuff, find things that need to be done, and shops will be picking you up and begging you to come work for them. So you'll build a decentralized staking app. Then you'll move on to a token vendor. You'll learn kind of how tokens work and how you can create a smart contract over here that's like a vending machine that you put the tokens in and then they sells the tokens. And if you're the owner of that, then you can withdraw the money from the tokens. The hard pattern is like when you want to buy those tokens back. So you'll learn contract to contract interaction. You'll learn how tokens work. You'll learn the ERC20 approve pattern. Again, I've said this a lot, Solidity is easy, but learning how to build on Web3 takes time. You need to really learn all the gotchas and figure out what it's good at and what it's bad at and how to write those rules correctly. One thing to dive into is a DEX, so a decentralized exchange. If you have some ETH and you have some tokens and you want to swap those things, how do you do it without a third party in the middle? You could set up an escrow contract, but what we do here is we actually have reserves of both tokens, and the price is based on the ratio between the reserves. And if you put in some tokens, the kind of scale goes like this. You'll have to take something off over here to get it to balance again, right? And that's how the token swap works. And you'll learn how liquidity works, and you'll learn how to provide liquidity and build up those reserves and how slippage works. You can kind of see it. There's a little, but this is all just part of like learning what Web3 is good at and learning how to build on top of Web3. Randomness is super tricky on a public deterministic blockchain. When all of these nodes are all together, all coming to the exact same deterministic conclusion, being able to roll the dice and get something random is actually really hard. They can't, basically, and it's super public. So if I were to roll something, you would be able to see what it is. If we're using what a lot of people use, what's called the block hash, which is kind of random, but it's like predictable, and it's not predictable, but it's malleable. Like, you can mess with it. So there are other ways beyond just using the block hash, like you can use an oracle. And you should just dive in and understand what the heck oracles are. What is an oracle? Basically, it's like, got to go get some outside information, right? And how do you know that outside information is safe? And if just one machine is providing that outside information to a swarm of thousands of machines, then you're as weak as your weakest link, right? There's commit reveal, also clunky user experience. So there's a dice game here. Learn how to roll some dice on a test net. Don't deploy this to mainnet, please. But there's a dice game here where you can learn how we can kind of get a random number. And then your job here is basically to destroy the dice game. Your job is to build another smart contract that will only put money into the dice game if it's going to win. And it's actually really easy to build. You'll figure it out when you get there. Bunch of side quests like ERC20s, tokens. We talked about tokens, but lending is super important. Once lending came out and you were able to borrow a token and then sell it or short it or leverage up, a lot of really interesting things happened and kind of led to sort of like DeFi summer and liquidity providers getting extra tokens and all this other weird composable stuff you can do in DeFi. And then I think we get to the multi-sig, right? Signatures, signed messages. So going back to that key pair that we had over there somewhere, that private key can be used to sign a message. And then that message can be broadcast across the whole network. And what the payload is basically the message and the signature. And that can go to anyone, and anyone on their side can then recover who signed it. So you can use an account to sign a message, and then later on you can prove that sure enough that account did sign that message. And if anything has been tinkered with, then it falls apart, right? It doesn't work. And what's really cool is you can do that on chain. a smart contract can recover who signed a message. So then I can put in a transaction with your signed message, and it could do something on your smart contract for you, and I'm paying the gas for it and providing a better UX. So there's some really interesting things going on there. So the final boss in the Scaffold ETH speedrun is to build your own multi-sig wallet. And what that means is multiple people have to sign off on a single transaction going through. So the contract itself is sort of the identity. The contract itself holds the tokens. The contract itself wants to go buy an NFT. And then there's multiple signers that all have to say whether or not they agree to do that, right? Like, let's go buy this Bored Ape. Okay, I agree. Okay, I don't agree. I don't agree. I don't agree, right? So it's like a vote that happens, and you have to get 3 out of 4 signatures to make it go through. And once you have 3 out of 4 signatures, then you can execute it. It makes the buy, and then your multi-sig owns that NFT. So get into multi-sigs, go through this whole speed run. You can even deploy a Gnosis safe. Solidity by example is a fantastic resource for learning. Get in here and just like learn all of these things. like as you're getting the syntax, just like click like, oh, what, like, how do I send Ether, right? Sending Ether is actually a trick on Ethereum. You would think you could do a .send or a .transfer, and that works pretty well, but there's some weird gas limitations. So if you're trying to transfer to a multi-sig and the multi-sig catches it and does a little bit of stuff, it's gonna break and you have to use call. Another gotcha in Ethereum. If you're going to send value, you want to use this call pattern, and you just have to get in here and learn this stuff and understand that like, oh, there's this gotcha with gas limits, and I have to do this if I want to send value to a multi-sig. And you would never know that just like by finding it out randomly, right? So Solidity by example is just a great place to just get all of that information and just kind of like brain dump it, right? All the hacks are here too, like reentrancy and how phishing could work, how denial of service could work. If you set up a game where someone could do that transfer thing and then they are able to revert on it and just like grief the whole contract and get it to like stop. Like the contracts are never, the network itself is not going to stop. But if the contract is written poorly, it could get into a mode where it's locked up, right? So you have to be careful as a builder not to ever let anybody be able to grief your system. Okay, there's the last thing I want to talk about, and please throw some questions in there. Give me some BTF questions. The last thing I want to talk about is this kind of paradigm shift here, and I'm going to zoom in on the cron job. So the cron job, a cron job in Web 2, right? We use them all the time. You got to roll logs. You need something to periodically run to go do some action over here. And it makes sense. You know what it is. I know what it is. Like a cron job is just something we all, hopefully folks on this call know what a cron job is, hopefully. In Web3, it's different. You can't just have a machine check in, okay? Let's say we've written our smart contract here to do some kind of, I don't even know, like calculate interest or something, right? Calculate interest. I didn't even spell it right, but you can imagine there's some function on our smart contract that's going to calculate some compounding interest, and we need to run that thing every night at midnight. And our Web 2 brain says, let's set up a service. Let's have that service run on my machine over here. And every night at midnight, let's have my service check in and call that compound, and only my machine can do it. And maybe that'll work for a little bit, but that's not going to work for a long time, right? Going back to you're only as strong as your weakest link. Eventually your service is going to fall over. Maybe it gets hit hard. Something happens. Your compounding interest stops working, and your whole DeFi protocol has been crippled because it had that weak link. So how do we set up a cron job in a Web 3 way, where we know for sure it's going to run, and we know for sure that this thing is going to go and only run once, right? Well, we write the rules in the smart contract, and we provide incentives to the players of the game. Think of these smart contracts kind of like vending machines, and think of this whole adversarial network as just players in a game. Maybe they're all bad guys. Maybe it's a whole network of bad guys all having to kind of coordinate and play together, but it's up to you as the smart contract developer to write the rules correctly. So what we'll do in this calculate interest function is we'll require that it hasn't been pushed in 24 hours, right? So first rule, this button hasn't been pushed, okay? So we're building a vending machine. There's gonna be a great big button on the vending machine. Rule number 1, the button cannot have been pushed within the last 24 hours. Okay. And then the second thing we're going to do is send a little thank you to it's message.sender, and you'll get in here, but it's the person who called the function, right? So we set a rule. We say we require that it hasn't been pushed in the last 24 hours. And then we send a little money. So let's say I push it, fine. Things get calculated. Then that restarts that 24-hour thing, right? And so 23 hours after I've pushed it, it's still invalid. It still doesn't work. At the 24-hour mark, exactly, this becomes legal again. And the first person, whoever it is, pushes the button and they get paid a little bit of money. And that financial incentive, that making sure you've got the economics, right? Like if I'm only giving them a little bit of money and it doesn't cover the gas costs, it's not going to work, right? You need to figure out what the market needs to make this work. And a lot of these factors are all controlled by the market. But if you correctly incentivize and you correctly write the rules, then that vending machine in the sky is going to go forever. And you're always going to have someone hitting that button every 24 hours because it makes sense, because they're going to get paid for it. Okay. So that's like this weird kind of thing to get your mind around about how a cron job would work versus from Web 2 to Web 3. And hopefully that clears it out. Let's see. Is there a question here? I think there was a question somewhere up there.
I'll had one.
Oh, so with this, will you be able to create an example, a game example, and sell the NFT items on the game with Ethereum? Yes. So there's I think Eric, you alluded to all the branches. Let me go to Scaffold ETH real quick. And actually, let me go up one more, because there's a bunch of stuff here. So if you just go to github.com/scaffold ETH, there are a bunch of examples here somewhere. Here we go, Scaffold ETH examples, and also in the Scaffold ETH repo. So I'm going to go to both of these two. I've got the Scaffold ETH repo and I've got Scaffold ETH examples. What I'm searching for here, maybe game. Oh, there's a dice game. Let's see, are there any games here? Dice game, just dice game. There are a handful of games. I'm just going to give a shout out to this is how I got into the space. I got into this space building games. This is a game that I built that runs on a side chain, and all of these little assets are hand painted, and all of them are backed by smart contracts. And there's fish, and those are NFTs. And those NFTs can be sold at the market here, and we could see what the price is. And there's copper, and those coppers are, the copper is ERC20, the wood and the salmon, those are all ERC 721s. The market is a contract. I can like click on the market contract and actually go see the code for this little market here, right? So you definitely can build some really cool games on top of Ethereum. We're seeing a lot of cool things happening now. Really, the superpower is going to be L2s. And to double down on that, the triple, quadruple superpower is going to be when you can ramp directly into L2s. So what I mean by that is, my old man jumps on here. He's like, yeah, I want to play some galley ass. My boy made this. I want to go fishing, right? He's going to have to get some money because he's going to need to pay for his transactions. When he can swipe a credit card or Apple Pay or whatever, $5, and then be able to play galley ass all afternoon, that is going to be a huge unlock for us builders, because then we have that kind of quick, fast, cheap network that settles to an L1 like Ethereum. So still as secure. There's some like kind of bridging concerns. You always, when you go to an L2, you want to look at cost, you want to look at how fast it is, but you also want to look at security. How secure is it? And then how do the bridges work? When I want to withdraw back to Ethereum, or when I want to deposit in, what's the timing there, and how does that look? So tons of fun, open, definitely greenfield for building games on Ethereum. A lot of the games in the beginning basically just use signed messages and are mostly off chain. So going back to the speed run, let me get there again. Going back to the speed run, I don't see it here. Yeah, going back to this, going back to those signed messages, you can use this idea of signing messages, and you can say, you can have the assets be NFTs, you can have the whole game be off chain, and people are just signing messages saying, you know, I want to move my piece here and I want to move my piece there. And it doesn't settle to a blockchain, but people are still using their crypto wallets to sign messages, and you can cryptographically prove it was them that signed it. So lots of different space for even how you set up a game and how it works and how on-chain it is, right? You kind of want to be, just sufficiently decentralized at first, but then, you can progressively decentralize that game as you go and as you get product market fit. Let's see. I don't know if I have any more questions there. Any questions from you, Eric, or anything I can finish answering here?
Oh, I'll have questions all day, but we don't want to stay here all day. I mean, I just got to say, Austin, your passion is contagious. I'm not going to say the joke that I said in the chat, but what I learned today is that I guess that even the bad guys can help us calculate our interest. There's a place for everyone in Web3. I think eventually, just like Web2 is now commonplace in every aspect of development, Web3 is also sooner than later going to be commonplace in development, in my opinion. I think that's kind of what you were trying to say earlier, or at least that there's a place for everyone in Web3. Will zero knowledge proofs rule on?
Oh, ZK. How did I not talk about ZK? Oh, dude. What do we have? 1 minute? 1 minute. I'm sharing my screen. I want to talk about ZK.
We can just take a few minutes for questions. No problem.
Awesome. Okay, so absolutely, ZK is going to be really, really important. I mean, for like voting and identity stuff eventually, but right now it's really cool for games. I want to talk about Dark Forest that runs on, right now it's running on XDAI, I think. So it's running on kind of like a side chain of Ethereum, but it settles to an Ethereum-like network, an EVM compatible network. And the way that this game works, I wonder if I could even get in and play. Let's just do Dark Forest ETH screenshots, just so we can see it. Oh yeah. Oh, I love it so much. Okay, so this game is, first of all, it's decentralized. There's no central power that controls anything in here, right? Most of the times when you play a game, all of that lives on that game server. And if they want to take something out, if they want to change the rules, if they want to change how it works, they can, as a game creator, mid-game, change that. This is deployed in a way that it can't be stopped, it can't be controlled. It's controlled by the players of the game. So there's this giant world, and the world is it's deterministically generated, but in a way where no one can know what it is. It's generated and it's hidden in a fog of war, and you have to spend some time crunching on hashes. Let's see if I zoom in some more. You spend some time crunching on hashes to see, oh, that did not work. To basically like to see the world, right? So the world itself has to be explored, and no one knows what it is. Not even the person that created the world knows what anything is yet. Wow. Everyone has to spend their CPU power to look into this world and discover things. And then once you discover a planet, you take it over, it starts to generate power and silver, and then you can move your crew from one planet to another. You take over more planets. And immediately, if you're thinking about this as this is a game built by nerds, you're going to start scripting. And in fact, you cannot compete unless you have lights out scripts running that are able to figure out, like, okay, I found a new planet, move my resources to this planet. Okay, I don't even know what these guys are doing. But then even scripting isn't good enough. What you need to do is coordinate. And you need to build a DAO of players, and you need to have that DAO of players coordinating programmatically to play this game. And all of this stuff has happened emergently. This wasn't something that's like, oh, we're going to build a game where people have to build a DAO to play it. Like, no, it's just smart contracts. It all exists on chain. It's an EVM thing. But the ZK knowledge stuff adds like a huge, like it basically makes the game. The fact that no one can see where it is. If this was all on chain, then I would know where the most important planet was already, and I'd send all my forces there. The fact that no one knows it and it has to be discovered. So ZK is absolutely going to be like really, really important for gaming, for sure, but also like voting and a handful of other things that my small non-galaxy brain can figure out. But good question there. I'm glad I got to do it. I had that in my notes. Like, don't forget to talk about ZK and Dark Forest. Thank you, Sly DeFi, for that.
I have a less interesting question, but what are some of the uses for ENS on the horizon, if I may steal your word, that you're kind of excited about?
Ooh, I don't. So I think it's more like identity. The fact that yeah. ENS was nice because I can just jam in Vitalik.eth and send him some money, right? So I think that like ENS as identity is important, and that identity following you from place to place is important. But just like the bottom up emergence of blockchain identity is really interesting, and how you can attach a name on it. But really, ENS just makes it smooth and easy for me to, instead of having to type in that big long address, I can just type in an ENS address and it resolves. And then seeing that getting closer to DNS, where now you could go to austingriffith.eth.link and go to my website or something like that and have that resolve. I think ENS is doing some weird stuff where they're talking to TLDs and getting that more and more integrated, but I actually don't know that much. I think what's exciting is all these mainstream folks having .eth in their Twitter addresses. Like that's exciting to me. Like people getting into Web3 and building and using this technology.
I think Patrick has a question.
I have a question. And what do you think about the need for like sponsored transaction? Like right now we have meta transaction, but I know there are a few EIPs that are coming. I think that is needed for gaslit transaction, like for games and stuff. What do you think about that?
Yeah, no, totally. And I think that like L2 will help with this, right? When transactions are a little cheaper, but actually you kind of need the transactions cheaper for the platform to be paying it anyway. So this is something that I've been like shouting for a long time, is we need things like meta transactions. And what that was, we talked about it for a second there when we talked about how you can sign a message and that message can get unrolled on chain and proven. Basically, Eric, you sign the message and you give it to me, and that doesn't cost you anything. And then I pay for the transaction and I put it on chain. I could even batch them, right? I could be running a game where all of the moves are signed by all of the people, and then I make one transaction on chain and pay the gas. That may actually be like, honestly, like what we have to onboard people. And if you go to like nifty.inc, we do it there. We've been doing it for a while. Nifty.inc is like an art platform. You can open up any like, I don't have one laying. I should have one. Look at this. It would be nice if there was an iPad here. Let's pretend that this is an iPad. You can open up any iPad and you can go to nifty.inc and you can know nothing about crypto. It's going to generate you a burner wallet. It's going to use meta transactions. You draw something, it records it, it saves it to IPFS, and then it uses a meta transaction to put it on chain without you having to pay the gas. So I think absolutely like that makes the UX so much better. But I think that, there's cooler things other than meta transactions on the horizon that do delegated execution. What is it? EIP 3074, something like that.
Yeah, that's one. That's the one.
Yeah. And others.
There's also account abstraction, I think.
Yep. Account abstraction. And also like, so going into that a little bit is smart contract wallets, right? Having a smart contract, like one of the worst things that can ever happen is you lose that private key. You lose that mnemonic. If you have a smart contract wallet and you have multiple signers on that wallet, and this guy is allowed to maybe pull $100 a day out, right? Correct spending limits. And if this goes in the toilet, it's not like I lose all that money, right? I just lost a signer. I pull that signer off the smart contract wallet. I get a new phone, I get a new signer, and I put a new signer on that wallet. So there's also ways to like get around this whole pattern of, if I lose my mnemonic, I'm done forever. And that is like a multi-sig or a smart contract wallet.
Yep.
We really didn't talk about IPFS very much. We should have like, I should have given IPFS like just like a 2-minute run through. What was your question, Eric?
I mean, if you can, well, I was going to say for people that aren't super kind of into Web3 yet, can you explain very, I guess, quickly in like a minute or two, like the difference between layer 2, layer 1, and kind of also ETH2? Because a lot of people get this kind of confused.
And I'm probably not like great at this, but I'll do my best. So like layer 1 is like Ethereum. Like you're making a transaction on Ethereum. Your transactions are mined into a block. You're paying the gas. Like you're interfacing directly with Ethereum. L2 sort of settles to Ethereum. It works in a way where we kind of play a game up here that's quick and fast. And then we take all of, kind of going back to like, I take all of the moves. We take all of the moves and we roll them up and we store them on Ethereum in a cheap way where they're not executed. They don't cost us a bunch of money. We use what's called a roll up. So let's just talk about optimism. We use like an optimistic roll up that takes all of the moves that are happening on the network. I think I'm not a genius here, rolls them up into what's called call data and settles them on Ethereum, each block. All the stuff that's happened over here, we settle it to Ethereum. All the stuff that's happened over here, we settle it to Ethereum. And that settlement is expensive. They pay for it, but it's not nearly as expensive as all the stuff that's happening on the network. And we're storing it in a cheap way. And we're making that storage even cheaper. But if something goes wrong, and so this is optimistic, everything's working. If something goes wrong, someone can challenge that. And when they challenge it, they go back to L1 and they say something weird happened up here on L2, and I can prove it. And they go get some of that data and they craft a specific transaction that says this person did something wrong and someone gets in trouble. And it can settle, and it can also be disputed on L1. But the experience, if everything goes right, is fast and cheap, and then it settles to L1 using this roll-up idea, or ZK, or a handful of other different techniques that are way more gigabrain than me. But think of it like L2 is this fast, quick, cheap, sort of EVM compatible experience that settles to an L1 and settles to Ethereum. Does that sort of cover it?
No,
yeah.
That's awesome. And it doesn't have to be perfect. The explanation, I think, even if you got a part of that wrong, like it's still
I probably did,
right? Like it's still a lot better than what
too.
I knew about it beforehand. Now there was a question that just popped up for Patrick. Patrick, can we take 5 minutes to talk about IPFS?
Sure.
maybe 2 minutes.
Okay.
I was wondering
about asked it, but someone asked
something about IPFS. Also, I was wondering is right now some NFTs are stored on IPFS, but what if I stop paying for the IPFS provider? What happens? Can you touch on this also?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so can we? Okay, let's do 30 seconds ETH2, and then let's do 2 minutes IPFS. Is that okay? Because I want to finish answering the ETH2. So ETH2 is coming. And when we talk about NFTs and we talk about the environmental impact and the electricity that proof of work is using, we're going to carve proof of work out and we're going to put in proof of stake. And if you look right here, this is actually an ETH2 node running. So this is, let me see if I can do this right. This is my ETH1 node right here. Mm-hmm. This guy is Geth. This is a provider, and this talks to ETH1. This is my ETH2 validator, which is running the ETH2 client, and it's talking to ETH1, and it's settling things kind of using proof of stake instead of using proof of work. And this is actually my validator. This is analogous to a miner, right? So and by miner I mean like hard hat and like a miner mining blocks. But instead of mining the blocks with proof of work, I'm mining the blocks with proof of stake, a different kind of algorithm that lets me still write these blocks of transactions, but instead of using this really electricity intensive process of proof of work where we're just jamming on hashes, it's just this little machine. It's just this little machine holding about $100,000 of Ethereum on it, but it's just this little machine, and it has that money staked, 32 ETH staked, and then it's doing attestations all the time, checking in, making sure it's alive, and then now and then it's my turn randomly, and I make the block. And if I do anything wrong, my whole 32 ETH gets slashed. Now, if this box shuts off for a little bit, that's fine. It just starts to sort of slowly bleed, right? While the box is up, it makes a little bit of money. When the box is down, it loses a little money. So I don't like lose my 32 ETH when this thing goes off. But if I bring this validator up in 2 different places, or I try to do something malicious with this validator, all that 32 ETH gets slashed. I think Vlad said it best. If you do something wrong here, it's like your whole server farm burning down, because I'm going to lose that 32 ETH stake. But the electricity used by this little box is like 99.99% less than the electricity used by that server farm. So there's the sort of execution layer, and then there's the consensus layer. The execution layer is going to continue on exactly like it is. We're going to keep executing transactions. We're going to have blocks, transactions, everything's going to work the same. We're going to pull out that proof of work consensus layer, and we're going to plug in the proof of stake consensus layer. And all of these machines that right now are just kind of running on, it's kind of like a test network. It's kind of like, it's like a side network. That's not, these are going to start like actually making the blocks on Ethereum. And this little validator right here that's using hardly any electricity is going to start making blocks on Ethereum. And I, as a validator, can participate without having a giant server farm or using a bunch of electricity. Okay, that's ETH2. Hopefully that got covered. All right, yeah. IPFS, 2 minutes. Let's do a quick little, let me just share my screen and just like wail on some IPFS stuff just for a second. Sorry, Patrick, that we're running over. Again, peer-to-peer, right? I think peer-to-peer is a key here. Peer-to-peer is a key for decentralization. There's no central authority here. I can do IPFS daemon and I spin it up. And basically now I'm a node on the network. Anybody can talk to me. I can talk to anybody. I can pull these items down. Now let's go make a file and boop, 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 boop. I'm just going to echo. Oh, look at that. I've already done some of this stuff. Oh, who knows what that is? Boy, I hope that wasn't something important I just leaked. I didn't. It's not. No one cares. So test2, right? So test2 is a file. I'm going to IPFS add test2, and it's uploaded. And what it gives me back is this hash. And this hash is content. It's content addressable. IPFS is content addressable. So if something changes here, let's do the exact same thing again. Something, okay, and then we put it in IPFS. We're going to get back the exact same address, right? This is the same as this. It hasn't changed at all. But if I change the content just a little bit, let's turn that F into a G, right? Just a single bit probably changed there. And then Kitty's in. Then if we go to upload that, look at this, it's changed, right? Our address has changed. So we're able to put this content, and right now, basically all I'm doing is storing it on my own local, right? All I'm doing with this IPFS add is going to my little daemon and saying, hey, keep this. But let's see what happens. So we have test2, total SGG. Okay, now I'm going to go to any other node, right? And I can ask it for the content. So I can go to any what's called gateway. I can go to any IPFS gateway and say, I have this IPFS hash. Do you know what's behind here? And now I just hit that node. Who knows where this is? Probably somewhere in California. I just hit that node and I said, what is the content for this hash? And he doesn't have it yet, right? He's just a node on the network. He's just another peer-to-peer node, but he's scrambling to look for it right now. He's talking to everyone, talking to his peers, talking to their pairs. Hey, what is this file? Where is it? Does anyone have it? And eventually he's going to run across this dude, and hopefully it will get shared. And now it will exist on this machine and on my machine. So let's talk about pinning. Pinning is what's key here. So I've just added it. I think it takes IPFS add pin. Maybe it's IPFS pin add, something like this. Let's try pin. Nope. Let's try pin add. Yeah. There it is. There it is. There it is. Now, oh, shoot. What did I do? Okay. Illegal base 32 data at input byte 4. I don't know what that is. That is a classic Web3 error message. I'm not sure what it means. I'm not sure what we've done wrong, but let's just imagine that we're pinning this thing now. So right now we're just adding it. We're pinning it, and that means it's going to stay there and it's going to stay hosted. It's not just on that machine temporarily, it's on that machine for good, and it's pinned. Mm-hmm. And pinning it is what you need. You need some folks to pin it, to keep it, to answer Patrick's question of like, how do we make sure this thing stays up forever, right? It's immutable, right? Because it's content addressed, it's immutable. So it's never going to change. And if it changes, then the address changes. It's always going to be there. If this guy eventually resolves this, it can only be our message that we wrote because it's content addressable. But if it disappears, if I take this node down, no one's going to be able to find it. So if you do pin, and you really, really, really want to use IPFS for your NFTs, if you're using a web server and those NFTs are pointing to some web server, that goes back to the cron job where it's just your machine hosting it, right? It's not decentralized if your NFT lives on your one web server. Yep. You want to get it out on IPFS, and plus you want to incentivize folks to host it. You want to create some kind of mechanism that says, if you host this test.2.txt, I'll send you a token a month or something like that. And I think Filecoin is kind of working toward this. I don't know what the status of is it, but there is an incentivization layer on IPFS, but you can imagine what you really need to keep this stuff pinned is some kind of incentivization layer. And you also have services like Pinata, right? That are, is it just going to give me a picture of a Pinata? Fancy. That are like pinning your NFT data. There's Fleet. There's a ton of different services that will do this for you. But basically what they're doing is they're putting it on a bunch of machines. I even have my own pinner for Nifty. Oh, look at, there it is. It showed up finally. It took it that long to find it. But now it's going to be super fast because it's out on that server now. Like they went and got it and now they have it. If I were to give you this link, it would probably go through quickly. But that's the speed run of IPFS. It's peer-to-peer, it's content addressable, therefore it's immutable. If something changes, then the address changes. It's not up all the time. You have to find some way to incentivize folks to keep your content pinned. So just having an IPFS is step one. incentivizing other folks to keep it up so they host it is kind of step 2 to really make that decentralized. Hopefully that kind of hammers it out. But if you guys have more questions, hit me up.
You think Filecoin would be something to incentivize people to pin their API first, or is it something on its own? I think it's from the same company, I think.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be, but like we're talking about it 3 years later, and we're still not sure if that's a thing. And maybe I just haven't done my research. Right? Do your own research. But if we're still talking about it, I would say that it hasn't become the Schelling point of incentivizing people to pin things. Right? We haven't found a Schelling point yet. But
I did research it, and it was a bit
okay.
The API was a bit was super complex, so I didn't.
Well, it's super. I mean, like, proving that someone, it's like space-time, like proving, I don't know what they call it in the white paper, but proving that someone has had the file hosted for some certain amount of time is actually like kind of a complicated problem, I think. Back when I was reading white papers. Yeah.
Proof of hosting, I think.
Yeah, but over time too. It's not just proof of hosting, but a proof of hosting and time at the same time, and being able, I don't know. Yeah, it's complicated. The GigaBrains will figure it out though, right?
Even as much as Austin knows, there's still things he doesn't know, which just shows like, it doesn't matter if there's some things that you don't know. Everyone doesn't know some stuff.
Yeah. If this is all of the Web3 knowledge, Austin has this much. Like, I probably said things wrong today. There's so much to explore. We need smart engineers to get in here. You don't have to be a genius engineer to make a product. If you're a product person, get in and build products. If you're a DevOps person, get in and build DevOps. Like, there's so many different angles to attack this, and we need this. Oh, so much DevRel. Like, DevRel's huge. Every org I know in Ethereum is looking to hire a good DevRel person right now. And I'm telling them, don't hire a DevRel from Ethereum. Go find Web2 DevRels that have connections and know people and understand how to do DevRel. I want them to understand DevRel first and Web3 second, not Ethereum first and DevRel second, right? So we need more DevRel people. Please come check out Web3. Please start tinkering around. I know there's Ponzi schemes. I know people are selling illiquid JPEGs and getting rich, and it's stupid. I know,
that gives me a lot of
but
hope.
There's so much cool stuff going on here. There's so much cool stuff in decentralized tech and in Web3 in general that's happening, and the space is just lighting up, and we need more engineers.
Awesome. So,
I just want to say that it's also very easy to make money by contributing to open source, because I've been contributing to open source my whole life, and the only time I've got some kind of compensation, it was contributing to a DAO. So if you hate your job and want to do open source full time, Web3 is the way. And
find a repo.
Not only that it compensates very, very well, I would say.
So the idea that, like, in NFTs you can build in royalties for artists, which is already happening, is it pretty much can that and is it already being applied to open source and development?
It should be. It needs to be more often. Like, definitely we're seeing public goods. We're seeing a lot, but imagine this is like a buy function, right? And it takes 2 seconds to say, send 2% to the artist, right? And then send the rest somewhere else, right? It's one line of your contract, right? It's one line of your contract to build in a royalty system. The single lines of Solidity create whole new mechanisms, right? Going back to source code and public good, I think this is one of the first places where we're trying to fund public goods on Ethereum to kind of show that this is just a dog fooding, and really what we want to do is fund public goods. We want to create a way where the world actually can fund things like open source software. And it's a good place to dog food, where it's like, okay, I have an app, it's making a certain amount of revenue. Here are all the packages that I use. Let's split the money between those packages and send them out, right? Like your package JSON, this is a prediction of the future. I think your package JSON will include an Ethereum address or an ENS address for each of the packages that it includes. So you could split revenue down to your dependencies. The problem there is about 40% of those dependencies are like Web3 is the devil and they're burning all the trees, right? And I totally agree with that. Like, the environmental stuff is bad, we're getting a lot better here. There are going to be Ponzi schemes. It's a completely permissionless environment. So we will have some scummy people, but there's great stuff happening here. We need you to help us out, builders.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure that everyone knows that MetaMask is sponsoring the ETH Dubai conference in March. There's also React Europe 2022, which should be in person because we want to get back and see everyone in person. So let's thank our diamond sponsor, MetaMask, even though in his demo, something went wrong.
No, it was my fault. It was my fault.
For serious.
The chain. Yeah.
Huge,
MetaMask is wonderful.
Huge thanks to our diamond sponsor, MetaMask, as well, Bloomberg and Planety for being sponsors as well. There are links to go ahead and sign up to see if you can win a free ticket to React Europe 2022. And you just provide an email and it's GDPR compliant, so you can subscribe anytime. And Patrick, is there anything else you want to say?
No, thanks you all for watching, and thanks Austin for the talk and all the speakers and sponsors.
We went a little bit over, but it was great. And yeah, we just said let's let them go because there's so much information jam-packed in there. And I think you clarified a lot of things for us at the very least. So thank you very much. And
thanks for having me.
Everyone,
thanks, Austin.
Thanks for joining us for React Europe 2021 virtual. Bye-bye, everybody.
Thanks, Eric. Thanks, everybody. Bye.